every aspect of the turf and environmental markets. So, for your next turf project, talk to New Zealand's experts. pggwrightsandturf.com.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
Hi, I'm Jason Field from Kinetic Access, your garage door specialists on 385 Nielsen Street, Penrose. While we've been dominating garage doors, gates and fences for 35 years, we're delighted to be stepping into new opportunities as Kinetic Access to give you better options. Our new garage door and motor package makes smart technology standard with no extra cost. No add-ons, no premiums, just smart. Built in. For unmatched quality, better value and more choice, Kinetic Access is the place to go. Check us out at kineticaccess.co.nz.
It's the roar that rattles your chest, followed by the deepest of breaths.
The chants, the chaos, the noise. You feel it deep inside. Every fan, every seat, every voice, all as one.
The Hungry Jacks NBL 26 season is here. Fast, fearless, unmissable.
Watch every game live on ESPN.
Hungry Jacks NBL. Play it loud.
A family legacy that began in 1926. 100 years on, Penrite Oil is only getting started. Penrite Oil's convoy range of heavy-duty engine oils, gear oils, and automatic transmission fluids are designed to keep trucks and trucking fleets running efficiently and reliably. Penrite convoy oils and lubricants protect and prolong the life of your fleet, keeping you on the road for the long haul. No downtime, you just keep moving. 100 years Aussie-owned and made right here on Aussie dirt. Penrite Oils, 100 years. Still driven.
Get ready to experience the thrill of harness racing across New Zealand. With a packed program racing out of the gates every week in October. Enjoy Friday night lights to kick off the weekend and harness racing every Sunday. Whether you're trackside cheering or enjoying the action with family and friends, the excitement is contagious at every venue. Visit hrnz.co.nz for the full schedule. October Harness Racing, where passion meets performance.
At Choices Flooring, we know choosing the right floor or window furnishings can feel overwhelming. That's why for over 60 years, we've been more than just a retailer. We're your partner in making the right choice. From stunning carpets and sleek timber to stylish blinds and shutters, our friendly team combine personalised service with state-of-the-art technology to bring your vision to life. And we're here for you every step of the way. Visit choicesflooring.com or head to your local showroom. Choices Flooring, helping you make the right choice.
Stay cool and save big. The summer ready sale at Chemist Warehouse is on now. Find up to 40% off Swiss vitamins and skincare, 35% off NYX Cosmetics range, 20% off Nivea Sun range, plus 20% off the Neutrogena Sun range. Hurry, sale ends Wednesday.
It's 6 more to Mitchell. Welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary. This is the Black Caps against England, the one-day international series on Sport Nation.
10 minutes away from 2 o'clock on Sport Nation. This is the Summer of Cricket, the first one-day international between the Black Caps and England, coming into you from Bay Oval in Mount Maunganui. News from the centre of Mount Maunganui, from the centre of Bay Oval. New Zealand has won the toss. They have elected to field first. The New Zealand team for you: Will Young and Rachin Ravindra slated at 1 and 2. Kane Williamson back in the New Zealand side. Daryl Mitchell, Tom Latham, Michael Bracewell, Mitchell Santner the captain, Zach Folkes, Nathan Smith into play today. Matt Henry and Jacob Duffy rounds out the 11. No room for Devon Conway and Mark Chapman in the New Zealand team for this game. England, well, they're going to be batting first, and it is a stacked top 4 for them. Jamie Smith, Ben Duckett, Joe Root, Harry Brook, Jacob Bethel make up the top 5. And then you have Joss Buttler, Sam Curran, JV Overton, Bryden Cass, Adil Rashid, and Luke Wood, the left armour, rounding out their 11. John Bracewell, former Black Caps player and coach, is alongside me. Bracewell, I suppose, before we get into the pitch report, just generally, when you think about the makeup of those two teams and New Zealand bowling first, that top 5 of England, we know how they're going to play this game. It's a calculated risk to bowl first?
I think it's the only risk. The reason I say that is because the groundsman said that he's been battling the winds for the last week or so, which has been throughout the country, and we feel for some areas that places like Tauranga got away with it a little bit easy. But nonetheless, because we're by the sea, it tends to dry out the surface, quickly. The winds are going to get up today. There may be a shower a little bit later on. But I think that New Zealand, with what you said, that top heavy, think that their window of opportunity is with their seam bowling attack, that the wicket being a little bit tacky early on, they may get 10 overs in the power play where the ball is going to suit that New Zealand bowling attack down to a T. And they've got to make inroads into this batting line up there, or otherwise they'll get bullied out of the game later on. As I've stipulated, it's not our spin bowlers that dominate games. Our spin bowlers are generally our safe bowlers in the middle, holding pattern, etc., while we rest and recuperate and recognise when does Matt Henry, Nathan Smith and the like come back into play. The first 10 overs, New Zealand have got to make headway.
Right, let's get into the pitch report. Thanks to PGG Wrightson Turf, New Zealand's industry-leading turf experts. Braces, you've been out into the centre. What was your initial thoughts when you first spotted it? Because they did have that Hessian cover just hovering over it when we arrived at the ground sort of 90 minutes before the start of play.
Yes, he wanted to keep the moisture in the ground because of the winds, and that's what he's been battling. He's afraid of that it'll dry, the top will dry too quickly, and therefore tend to slow the wicket down. It looks a lovely surface. It's good grass. It's the sort of grass that I like at this ground. Slightly finer than the Auckland grass, the Spartica, but it suits this ground, and Jared tends to know and trust it and thinks that actually it suits this particular surface and these conditions. So he gets no disease in it, it holds itself, it doesn't get thatchy, and it maintains its pace.
Harry Brook told our television counterparts that he fancied a bat, whereas Mitchell Satner was a little bit unsure and probably 50-50. What would you have done?
Yeah, well, if I was the New Zealand coach, I think our window of opportunity is with Matt Henry up front. He is one of the leading new ball bowlers in world cricket, knows the surface, bowls well on the surface. If it is tacky, he will make headways. And you've got to make headways into this English bowling batting lineup. They're not as strong on the bowling as they are on the batting. And I think New Zealand thinks that if they do make headway, they get England out for a below par score, they can dominate the English bowling side. So that's the sort of the balance. It's who's the best batting side in this particular game, and whether New Zealand are more attacking with the ball and taking advantage of that first 10 overs.
Pitch report thanks to PGG Wrightson Turf, New Zealand's industry-leading turf experts. Coming up to 14 minutes away from 2 o'clock. News from Bay Oval. New Zealand has won the toss at the start of this first one-day international. They are bowling first, so in just under 14 minutes we will have the first delivery. England will have bat in hand. Back at Bay Oval with the anthems in the start of play in just a moment.
It's so impressive, but this time he's hit square of the wicket.
You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against England, the one-day international series. Live from Bay Oval in Tauranga on Sport Nation.
When it comes to New Zealand sports turf, nobody knows it better than PGG Wrightson Turf. They've been in the industry for over 40 years, proudly supplying customers right across the country. From stadiums to golf courses, bowling greens to landscaping, even through to revegetation and erosion control, their highly skilled team are well equipped in every aspect of the turf and environmental markets. So, for your next turf project, talk to New Zealand's experts. PGGWrightsonTurf.com.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store. Celebrate these hot deals only at Big Barrel. Scrumpy 1.25 litre range, a hot 2 for $22. Jules Taylor range or Ellen Scott Cecilia Sparkling Brut or Brut Rosé, $21.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Hi, I'm Jason Field from Kinetic Access, your garage door specialists on 385 Nielsen Street, Penrose. While we've been dominating garage doors, gates and fences for 35 years, we're delighted to be stepping into new opportunities as Kinetic Access to give you better options. Our new garage door and motor package makes smart technology standard with no extra cost. No add-ons, no premiums, just smart. Built in. For unmatched quality, better value and more choice, Kinetic Access is the place to go. Check us out at kineticaccess.co.nz. betcha.co.nz.
All right, ad time, but worth a listen. Betcha's now got boosted odds across the big ones. EPL, Champions League, NFL, NRL, cricket, UFC and basketball all season long. Bigger odds mean bigger payouts on Betcha. Availability varies. T's and C's apply. R18, bet responsibly.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
Nothing beats a Kiwi summer. Good mates, great weather, and the buzz of live cricket. This season, the Black Caps are taking on England in a T20 and ODI series across the country. The sun's out, the vibes are high. There's no better way to be part of it than at the cricket. Get amongst it this summer. Grab your tickets now at nzc.nz.
Success in farming and growing isn't about big flashy moments. It takes constant decisions and persistent effort to earn smaller wins that add up. Having enough feed to keep stock healthy through summer, that's a win. Preventing a parasite outbreak, win. Installing a water tank before the dry spell, another win. Farmlands is here to help with expert advice, reliable products and timely supply. Score some wins with our summer offers in store, through your rep or on Farmlands Pro.
Holy, my ride's going to be how much?
Should have used Your Ride. Your Ride is the smartphone app that connects you to Blue Bubble partner Auckland Co-op taxis. They're safe, dependable, and they never have surge pricing, even at peak times. You can better rely on a Blue Bubble nationwide taxi with Your Ride. Download the Your Ride app from Google Play or the App Store.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or yourride.nz.
Parker vs Wardley, live only on DAZN, October 26. Two champions lie in wait to earn a swing at Alexander Usyk. Joseph Parker, the WBO interim heavyweight champion, has destroyed the competition. But Coley, Jung and Wilder. Now Fabio Wardley, the British knockout powerhouse, stands in his way. But only one will earn the shot at Undisputed. It's all or nothing. Parker vs Wardley, October 26. Watch only on DAZN.
It's 6 more to Mitchell.
Welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary. This is the Black Caps against England, the one-day international series on Sport Nation.
It's away from 2 o'clock. Sport Nation coming to you this afternoon from a sun-drenched Bay Oval in Mount Maunganui. We're getting set for the first one-day international between New Zealand's Black Caps and England. Of course, the series, the T20 series, decided last week, England winning that 1-0, and ahead of us 3 one-day internationals to round out this tour by the England team. The news from the centre is that New Zealand has won the toss and Mitchell Santner electing to field first. So England will be batting, and they're due to begin in about 9 minutes' time. Just waiting for the teams to arrive out onto Bay Oval. As I say, beautiful sunny day. There is some overcast or some heavy cloud around, but absolutely no danger of any rain at this stage. The forecast is pretty good for most of the day, possibly into the evening. Some showers expected, but look, let's hope that the rain will stay away. We've had enough rain already in this part of the season, and fingers crossed we get some. So the news from Bay Oval, New Zealand is bowling first. We're due to start in about 8 minutes' time. The New Zealand team for you, just recapping: Will Young and Rachin Ravindra slated to open the batting. Kane Williamson back in the New Zealand side. Daryl Mitchell at 4. Tom Latham, the wicketkeeper batsman, at 5. Michael Bracewell, Mitch Santner, 6, 7. And the bowlers, folks, Nathan Smith into the New Zealand 11, Matt Henry and Jacob Duffy. And for England, well, the feature of this 11 is the return of 3 big names to open up the batting for them. Jamie Smith, Ben Duckett and Joe Root down at 1, 2 and 3. Didn't take part, of course, those guys in the T20 series. Harry Brook, the captain, at 4. Jacob Bethel, the impressive youngster, the left-hand spinning all-rounder, at 5. Joss Butler, the veteran wicketkeeper, bat at 6. Sam Curran, Jamie Overton, Bryden Cass, Adil Rashid and Luke Wood, the left armour, slated to play in the 11 as well. Jeremy Coney is alongside me, and as we get ready for the anthems, Jerry, New Zealand bowling first, no real great surprise from your perspective?
No, I don't think so. I think that it's probably a little bit more grass on the pitch, particularly at the railway end, I think, as they bowl towards towards us in our broadcasting position. And g'day to everybody, and hi to Tom. So, yeah, look, if they can get a little bit of movement away, you would have thought that Duffy from the far end, the little bit of breeze may just assist things a little. You've got in-duckers who have also got folks bowling perhaps from this end. He can swing the ball back into and across, if you like, players like Duckett as a left-hander or into Smith. And Bethel, of course, another left-hander there in the top order for England. So it's going to be movement that does it. Anything that allows you to play through the line, as this pitch, I think, will get better throughout, because the breeze, which is relatively strong, coming across from the west, from our left as we sit here, across the salt works and onto the ground. That'll dry this pitch out, I think, throughout the 100 overs of the day. So it should get a little bit easier to bat throughout the day. If there is any movement, it should happen in the first few overs.
Well, Matt Henry likely to get first use of that ball. Jacob Duffy, Zach Folkes, Nathan Smith, the bowlers, if you like, and the teams now lining up as we get set for the national anthems ahead of this first one-day international, New Zealand and England, at Bay Oval in Mount Maunganui.
Please stand, if you are able, for the national anthems of England and New Zealand. Aotearoa.
The national anthems of New Zealand and England, and the pre-match formalities almost over. The England players start to head back to the players area, and the New Zealand team hovering just outside the 30-yard circle, gathering some final thoughts ahead of taking the new ball. Sun out. If you're just joining us on Sport Nation, coming to you from Bay Oval in Mount Maunganui, New Zealand has won the toss. They are bowling first in this first one-day international against England. Of course, the T20 series dominated by the rain, really. England brilliant in Game 2 to win the series 1-0, but washouts in Game 1 and 3 at Eden Park on Thursday evening. The New Zealand team again for you: Will Young, Rachin Ravindra, Kane Williamson, Daryl Mitchell, Tom Latham, Michael Bracewell, Mitchell Satner, the captain, of course, Zach Folkes, Nathan Smith into the 11, Matt Henry and Jacob Duffy. So those bowlers will be busy early. And for the England team, well, big changes for them in terms of the move or change in formats. Jamie Smith, Ben Duckett and Joe Root, 1, 2 and 3 in the batting lineup. Harry Brook, the captain, Jacob Bethel, the young left-hander, all-rounder, Joss Butler, Sam Curran, Jamie Overton, Braden Cass, Adil Rashid and Luke Wood is there 11. Jeremy Coney is alongside me. And Jerry, great to see the sun also here at Mount Maunganui. It's a beautiful day. Apart from that westerly breeze blowing across the ground, this is more like it.
Yeah, it is. This is more cricket weather, isn't it? And it's always a bit of a risk once you get very early on in October. I remember way back when we used to start cricket in Wellington when I was playing club cricket, it was always Labour weekend, and one of the days of the Monday was always raining, one of them, but that's perhaps for just Wellington. But yeah, the crowd here are all gathering away on the western side. That gives them a bit of shelter, you see, from the breeze. Those trees are now starting to emerge from ground level, which they've been at many years because it's been deposited salt right on top of them for many years, but they've got through that now, and it's starting to provide some protection, I think. That seems the position of sort of choice for most of the crowd. Away to the eastern side, very, very vacant, most of it really. Hardy souls over there, straight from the Antarctic, feeling quite nice in their kind of t-shirts.
There's a lot of puffer jackets on the other side of the ground. I can see a gentleman who's rolling out the rug. He's got this huge puffer jacket. Looks he's come literally from the snow. So we're all set to go. Matt Henry has the ball. He's going to start from the Mount Maunganui end. He has 2 slips in place, and he's bowling to the England opening batsman Jamie Smith. First delivery, and it's gone straight through him. What a start for New Zealand. What a start for Matt Henry. And New Zealand strike with the first ball of the game. Jamie Smith being bowled. England 0 for 1.
My word, he's a dangerous player too, Jamie Smith. He's the wicket keeper for this side for England, and he can really hit a ball. Matt Henry's right on the number. It's nipped back, as we thought it might just do a little bit from, particularly bowling from the far end, the Mount Maunganui end, if you like, the Mount end, and he's got that to nip back quite substantially from outside off stump, actually. Brought Jamie Smith forward. He was down the wrong line. It found a gap between bat and pad and hit those stumps nicely and very hard indeed as far as New Zealand are concerned. So no runs and 1 wicket down, just what New Zealand would have liked.
Oh, England, we've just spent 15-20 minutes talking about Smith, Duckett, Root and Brook, the top 4. Jamie Smith can destroy a bowling attack. We have seen it time and time again, and he's gone without troubling the scorers. But what a guy to come in at number 3. England's all-time Test run scorer, of course, highest run scorer, and Joe Root coming out into the centre of Bay Oval. Such an imposing figure when he comes out with his record, but this is going to test even the great Joe Root.
Well, we'll see, won't we? See how he handles it. That was a delivery that brought the batsman forward. Normally a batsman who's kind of in the middle of the order, but this is a new ball, of course. It's susceptible to any grass and all slightly softer too. Slightly softer if you have studs on. You notice that when you're actually standing on the pitch. It's hit towards the top of the stumps, above halfway up the stumps, as you would expect by bringing a man forward. It's got time to bounce, in other words. So, nice start for New Zealand. Let's see how they go now. Root is an absolute key to the England side. He got 160 odd against, I think it was West Indies. They played perhaps May, June.
Here's Henry, first delivery to Root, and Root gets one on the hip and he just flicks it down to fine leg Ravindra, moving to his right, runs around the ball and fires it into Latham, and England are underway. A single to Root, and England 1 for 1 after 2 deliveries.
Yeah, that looked as if it just nipped us well, didn't it? Because but Root was good enough to just see it. It was slightly straighter for Henry, and he got time to get a little bat on it as well as it went around. And so he gets off the mark, and now this will be interesting. Duckett loves it outside off stump. He loves to cut. The third man is in position. There's a gully there, of course, and a backward point as well. So New Zealand, everyone knows about that. You just don't want to drag down too much. He's a tough little rooster, Ben Duckett. Let's see how he goes.
So here's Henry. Mitchell in its slip. Bracewell in that gully. Here is Henry bowling to Duckett, and he's beaten. Coming forward, and the ball angling across the left-hander, past the outside edge and into the gloves of Tom Latham.
Gee, I wonder if New Zealand need another slip. You want to make the most of it, don't you? Probably, maybe from a man either on square. Get him out of the leg side, I think, and bring him into that second slip if you want to cover things for yourself, because look how close backward point and just sort of cover point are. They're both in a catching position if you look to drive or cut and you don't get onto it.
Duckett waits for Henry again, bowls to him. This one he's clipping on the bounce to the player just in front of square on the onside. There's a juggle from the fielder there, and they get through for one. That was Kane Williamson fielding just to the right of the square leg umpire. England are 1 for 2.
Just to that man I said I should have moved. Never mind. They knew better. But I just think if the ball is going to nibble while it is new, it is worth having another slip in there, especially to the left-hander, moving away as it has been from Henry.
Conventional first and second slip for Root as Henry's in, and Root's coming forward and driving back down to the bowler, who shapes to fire the ball back at the stumps because Root had come at him. Root takes evasive action even though the ball doesn't come through, and the score remains 2 for 1 England.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it, that Root straight away is starting to move the feet and try and change the length that Matt Henry wants to bowl. So that's the little battle. You're always battling over that length as a batsman or a bowler. Who wins that battle is very important.
Third man and fine leg outside the ring for Henry, bowls to Root. This one's outside the off stump, and Root sort of waves the bat but never really committed to the shot, and that ends the first over. A very good one for New Zealand, a very good one for Matt Henry. Jamie Smith dismissed, and after the first over it's England 2 for 1.
Since the 1970s, Roundup's seen it all in the Kiwi backyard. The Paisley prints, the short shorts, the backyard cricket, the conversations with the lawnmower, the Barbies, and the outdoor lifestyle we still love today. We've been helping Kiwis keep weeds down year after year with a product for every job, from paths and lawns to those hard-to-kill weeds. Roundup makes it simple. Roundup, part of Kiwi backyards since 1976. To banish weeds now, reach for the Roundup.
Sport Nation coming to you from Bay Oval in Mount Maunganui. England asked to bat first by Mitchell Satner at the toss, and they've lost Jamie Smith in the first over. They are 2 for 1, and Zach Folkes is going to open the attack from the railway end, or the Papamoa Hills end of Bay Oval, and he's got the left-handed Ben Duckett at the other end taking guard. Slip in place for Folkes. Gully, third man, cover point, as Jeremy Coney was describing before. And then we've got a more conventional cover fielder. Rachin Ravindra is at mid-on, and there is a player just in front of square, and fine leg down on the boundary. Folkes coming round the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, hits it in the air, but he got just enough of it and turned it round the corner to that fine leg fielder, who has to run in about 10 metres, and they get through for a single. Duckett to 2, and England 3 for 1.
Well, that's what we were talking about before. Folkes from the railway end to try and get the ball to move across the left-hander, to start it angling back in towards him, get him to look to try and play, and then have it go slightly away from that left-hander. He'll probably change side, looks like he is, to the right-hander, so he'll go back over the wicket this time. Doesn't want to bite too many off. I've watched Zach Folkes, and he's quite keen. He's a bit like Lance Cairns as always, and he liked to attack. I'm after wickets. I want to get wickets, so I'm going to bowl in an attacking fashion.
Joe Root on strike with a catching mid-wicket. This time Folkes is into him, and again he's angling it back towards the right-hander. He's just able to guide it through the vacant third man position down to the fielder, and they take 1. Root is 2, Duckett is 2, and England in the second over are 4 for 1.
But what he does get the ball to move back in. We want to be able to report to you, yes, there is some inward movement to the right-hander from Zach Folkes. That's what we want to see, or away from Duckett, and bring the slips and the keeper and the gully and the backward point into play.
Duckett taps the bat a couple of times and waits as Folkes is into him again around the wicket. Edging, taken by Latham, is it? Yes, it is. It's 2, and it's Duckett. Lured forward, and he did get that little bit of nip, and it caught the outside edge, through to Latham, diving to his left, and Folkes has a wicket. Ben Duckett is out, in England in the second over, a 4 for 2.
It's the natural line, isn't it? Back in from outside your off stump that forces you to, as a batsman, think I've got to play this. And he just got the bat a little bit far forward, and this one didn't swing. It actually nipped a bit and he squared him up. So you see, in fact, I think when we get the replay, I think that the sort of the left shoulder, the back shoulder will start to come around as he squares up and he sees the movement, but he's too late, can't get the bat out of the way. Good catch going to his left, Latham, 2 hands, and New Zealand claim their second wicket. Good start.
Yeah, we saw on the replay there Daryl Mitchell had the buckets ready, but I don't know, it seemed to be dipping a little bit. I'm not sure whether it would have got all the way to Daryl Mitchell, so it's a good decision by Tom Latham to commit to the catch. Yeah, this is a great start by New Zealand, both Henry and Folks right onto it. And Jacob Bethel coming out to bat at number 4. Did expect Harry Brook according to the team list, but they do chop and change a little bit, don't they, the England top 5 or 6?
Yeah, well, they obviously are keen to use Bethel as much as they can. You just suspect from all the various sort of media posts coming from the UK, they do like the look of him. They like his talent. They feel he's a player of the future. And so let's just wait and see how he goes today. Again, a left-hander. He has got a one-day 100. He and Root got 100 in one of the last, I think maybe it was against South Africa in the last match. And so, yeah, he's a dangerous player. But at the moment, New Zealand on top. A second slip now comes in. And so the third man is still in position. So they've actually, what have they taken out? One on the leg side now, haven't they? They've just got 2 on the leg side.
Taken out the player who was just 4 to square on that leg side. So here's Bethel waiting for Folks. Goes round the wicket to him. Again looking to move the ball away from the left-hander, who clips it off his hips behind square. But Matt Henry is in from fine leg, scampering after the ball. Bethel, though, underway. He is 1. And in the second over, England 5 for 2. Great start by the New Zealand openers. Talked about it at the start, Jerry, of the first, both you and John Bracewell described it, the first 10 overs or the first look at this pitch. They had to sort of get it right. And you can't argue with 5 for 2 and the first 10 deliveries.
No, and it's been from the surface that the danger has been created, so it has gripped slightly. This isn't a really hard pitch, and so it actually indents the pitch just a little and grips and moves.
Folks into Root, short. And he ducks under it, goes through to Latham. 5 for 2. 1 ball left in the second over. Lovely day at Bay Oval. Sun out. The ground is bathed in sunshine. There's some high cloud, but not threatening at the moment. The westerly breeze blowing across the ground, so the embankment on the opposite side to the scoreboard here to our left as we broadcast from the railway end is pretty heavily populated. So far the New Zealand fans are smiling as Folks, but Fuller, and Roots tried to drive it and he's been bowled. It was Fuller from Folks, and Root just couldn't help himself. In England in big trouble now. 2 overs gone. They are 5 for 3.
That's extraordinary. It's full. There's the swing coming back in this time. This is movement in the air that defeats Root. He thinks it's full enough that he can go for an off drive. Not a hard off drive, just a sort of a punch. Looking for sort of a single. It might have gone for 2, but this movement back in has beaten the inside edge as he just goes a little bit far. And there's just enough, and it's almost to come from the pad, I think, as well. And then onto the stumps, perhaps just the inside of the pad. Then onto the stumps. So I'll let you know as soon as we see another replay of that. But that's a lovely delivery from Folks, and this is why New Zealand like him. They like him. He does give some runs away, but at the same time, he can bowl some very good deliveries, and that's what we've seen so far. A couple in this over.
Well, the Root replay shows that movement back in, but also Joe Root throwing his head back too, Jerry. He knew almost as if as the ball arrived, I'm not here, I'm not where I need to be. And his head was almost flying back before it had cannoned into his stumps.
Well, there's that movement, you see. We've mentioned that with each dismissal, really, One in the air, that last one that defeated Joe Root, and he's, as I say, he'll be mightily disappointed with that. It has moved quite late, and at some reasonable pace. I mean, not high pace, because most of the faster bowlers from New Zealand, as in O'Rourke and Sears, are not here today. So there's a bit of top pace removed from this attack, but you're still in the game, even though you're sort of medium to fast, as long as there's movement. And Folks has done a good job there. Now it's going to be a continuation, obviously, from Henry, from the Mount End, and just the one slip in a gully, third man, two men hovering around point, and then the wideish mid-off Santner, and then three on the 6-3 offside field.
So Bethel will take guard. Jamie Smith, Ben Duckett and Joe Root all removed. Two slips now in place. Mitchell at first and Bracewell at second. Here is Bethel getting a foolish delivery from Henry, and he plays this one up to Jacob Duffy, coming in from a very close in mid-on, and there is no run. 5 for 3 is the score at Bay Oval. Great start by the New Zealand bowlers.
It's a good test, though, for England, just to see, are they still going to play a very aggressive kind of style here? Will they continue to do that, or will they just sort of back their defence a little bit more? Hasn't been their way to do that. If the drive's there, they'll go after it.
Bethel waits for Henry. This one pulls his length back a little bit, and it's played on its head by Bethel to point, and there is no run. 5 for 3. Harry Brook has come out, as you'd expect, in the top 5. Was slated to come at 4, comes in at 5, but just it'll require him to play a different way today. Certainly early on here, Jerry, with his team 5 for 3. They wouldn't want to be 5 for 4 with Harry Brook also in the hut. Here's Henry into Bethel, and Bethel's coming forward, and the ball angling across him goes past the outside edge through to Latham, and Bethel goes for a little wander towards square leg. 5 for 3 midway through the third over.
Well, still Brook and Bethel at the crease, and not suggesting for a moment that England can't come away and get some runs here. I mean, Brook and Bethel, we saw the way Brook played in one of the T20s.
Bethel waits again for Henry. Some punching to forward of point. Up high, there was Nathan Smith doing the fielding, and there's no run.
Very different with an ODI, though, which is kind of a bit more like a test match than it is, than a T20, and even though it fits sort of in between the two other formats. Butler, of course, next in, you would think, and then Sam Curran to bat as well. And Overton can hold a bat. Big-jawed man.
Henry in again, full again. Bethel this time just defending. Again, in quickly. This time Will Young from backward of point. No run to the total. 5 for 3. Yeah, and looking at these next two in particular slated to come, and Butler Curran, a lot of white ball experience in particularly 3 of the current. If you take Bethel out, Brook, Butler, Curran, there is plenty of know-how in those 3 in particular. Here's Henry bowling to Bethel, defending this one up to mid-on. Duffy intercepts, and there is no run. End of the over. 3 have been bowled at Bay Oval. It's been a great start by the New Zealand bowlers, reminding you that Mitchell Santner won the toss and elected to field first. England 5 for 3.
Celebrate these hot deals only at Big Barrel. Maestro de Bell Tequila 700ml and Dictator 12-year-old Rum 700ml $64.99. Jim Beam 1125ml $52.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
5 for 3. England batting first at the Bay Oval. On the Harvey Norman scoreboard, Harvey Norman TV deals. New Zealand winning the toss, choosing to bowl first in this first of 3 one-day internationals. Harry Brook is on strike. There's a slip in place, and Zach Folkes is bowling to him, a ball outside the off stump, and Brook's able to comfortably watch it fly through to Latham. 5 for 3, 3.1 overs. 2 wickets taken by Zach Folkes in his first over. Figures of 2 for 3, and Matt Henry dismissing Jamie Smith with the first ball of the game. It has been all action-packed in the first 3.1 overs. Good crowd in at Bay Oval. Blue sky, some high cloud, and New Zealand bowlers up to the task so far. Big appeal for LBW from folks and umpire Raza at this end, the railway end, the Papamoa Hills end, remains unmoved. 5 for 3. Seagulls flying in front of our commentary box. Certainly feels a bit more like a spring day that you look forward to at the Mount. So much rain has followed the series to now. Just the one game completed in the T20 series, won by England in Christchurch. Much more promising of a full fixture today, folks. And again, Brooke is down the pitch, looking to play the ball on the onside. Makes no contact, flies out to the gully, and there is no run. 5 for 3. Harry Brooke coming at the bowler, Jerry.
Yeah, a little inside edge the ball before onto the pad, so and a little bit high perhaps as well. But a different kind of innings required now. Brooke can't just hit through the line as he was able to down in Christchurch on a very good surface when they played them in the T20. Here he's got to play the ball much later as it moves.
Waits again for folks, who pulls his link back again and watches this one fly past as Brooke about hip height through to Latham. 5 for 3.
You know, judgment of, is this one going to hit the stumps? Do I have to play it at the moment? It's a much more defensive kind of approach first, rather than actually sort of going out and really attacking the bowler, having lost those 3 wickets that you've mentioned. So New Zealand, while on top, they'll want to keep going here before the movement leaves the white ball. Don't forget, we're going to change to 1 ball in this match probably later.
There's another one from folks. It's angling back towards the right hander. He's trying to work it away on the onside and just takes it on the body or on the pad, and fielding is done and close on the offside. 5 for 3 it remains. 1 ball left in the 4th over.
So at over 34, what will happen, I would think, today, if they're following the rules now in ODIs, is the umpire will go and take them to the captain and say, which one would you like to use from over 34 onwards? So at the end of the game, 1 ball has been used for 17 overs. That's up to the 34, one of those balls. And the other one goes for 33 overs.
Fine leg up inside the circle as folks is into Brooke. Waits this one, guides it to gully, won't score.
And I guess it's a move as the over ends. So 4 overs now, 5 for 3 still, score, maiden. I think it's really to do with the fact that they're giving the bowlers just another go at this reverse swing kind of thing towards the end of the game. And you'll see in games, I'm sure, maybe not today, but they'll be trying to throw the ball in and bounce the ball and roughen the ball up a little bit if they can, and look after the ball as well on one side. So they've got a rough and a smooth side to the ball, so it will get some of that reverse swing. So that's something that we just keep an eye on as well. Maybe it won't happen because of early in the season and it's a heavily grassed kind of, even the block is pretty heavily grassed as well.
Matt Henry to continue from the Mount Maunganui end, bowling to the left-handed Bethel. He's looking to play an extravagant drive to a full delivery outside the off stump, and those slips thought they were in business. Mitchell and Bracewell still looking to play an aggressive style, England should expect. Despite the loss of the 3 wickets, they're going to look to score. Jacob Bethel, 8 deliveries, just the 1 run. 2 slips wait for Henry. Here he is again. This one fullish, similar length, and Bethel decides no thanks, and Latham takes it. 5 for 3.
Good take though from Latham, wasn't it? It actually started to swing a little bit away to his right. He was expecting it across outside the off stump where it passed, but then it started to move away. Quite often you do get that when the ball just straightens up slightly normally, and then the surface was swinging, and it can dip away quite disarmingly, actually, as for a keeper.
Henry, right arm over the wicket again to Bethel, punching. Can't beat Nathan Smith, who's forward of point, and there is no run. 5 for 3. It's 15 deliveries now without scoring England. having lost those 3 wickets. Jamie Smith bowled by Henry off the first ball of the game. Ben Duckett caught Latham from Folkes for 2, and then Root bowled by an in-swinger from Folkes for 2. 5 for 3. England with a job to do here. Henry bowls to Bethel and he's defending. He's going to take a single because Satner at mid-off is a little wide, and so he's had to move to his left, and they've got through for 1 to break the run of dot balls. 6 for 3 now, England. Still the 2 slips for Henry, and Brooke come down and face New Zealand's Premier Quick at the Railway end, the Papamoa Hills end. Daryl Mitchell at first slip, Michael Bracewell at second, Zach Folkes is down at third man, and Williamson backward of point. Nathan Smith just forward of point. Mid-off is Satner, mid-on is Duffy. Will Young is forward of the square leg umpire, and Rachin Ravindra down at fine leg. Harry Brook waits for Matt Henry, comes at him and punches and hits through the line, and to chase for Nathan Smith, but he's not going to get it. It's a nice looking shot from Harry Brook, the first big barrel boundary of the afternoon. Bigger range, bigger deals, and England fly along 10 for 3 with a ball left in the 5th over.
Just a little shimmy from Harry Brook, the captain. Gave himself, went into the leg side position, so it opens up the offside. He got the length that he wanted and was able to just place that just to the right of Smith at cover point, and it raced away, didn't it, to the longer side of this field. So good strike. I remember that innings he played down in Wellington, he got 170 on a pitch that was nipping about 2.
Henry into Brook, waits this time, defends to Duffy at mid-on, and there is no run. End of the over. That's 5 overs bowled at Bay Oval. New Zealand are bowling first, England batting first. They are 10 for 3.
Nothing beats a Kiwi summer. Good mates, great weather, and the buzz of live cricket. This season, the Black Caps are taking on England in a T20 and ODI series across the country. The sun's out, the vibes are high. There's no better way to be part of it than at the cricket. Get amongst it this summer. Grab your tickets now at nzc.nz.
England 10 for 3, batting first at Bay Oval in Mount Maunganui. This is Sport Nation's coverage of the one-day series, the first of 3 one-day internationals. Zach Folkes coming round the wicket to the left-handed Jacob Bethel is swinging the ball, and he's swung it past the outside edge, and it's knocked out the off stump. Folkes has 3, and England slumped to 10 for 4. Bethel goes.
Oh, what a lovely delivery from Zach Folkes. Very full. May have even yorked him. Let's just wait and see it. And it moves away. It squares him up. And he's looking to play the original line of the ball. It was about middle and leg. He doesn't adjust because the movement happens quite late and goes on the off side of the bat and hits an unprotected off stump. So he hasn't covered that at all. So he's played a little bit early. The movement has beaten him and hit the off stump hard, and it's ended up on the ground. So really quite comprehensive victory for Folkes there. That's that movement again in the air, isn't it? Quite late from him.
England's top 4 removed inside the first 6 overs of this one-day international, with Jacob Bethel the latest to go, following Jamie Smith, Ben Duckett and Joe Root. And Josh Butler is going to come out to join the captain, and they need Josh Butler today. 194 games, averaging just a tick under 40 with 1,100, so he's been to the mountain plenty of times, Josh Butler, but this is a big ask now for England. He's a quality cricketer. As we look at the replay, Jerry, of Zach Folkes, that's a wonderful delivery.
Yeah, it is. It's stayed on the line of sort of middle and leg long enough to convince Bethel, the batsman, that he had to play that line, and he hasn't covered that at all because the movement has happened quite late, and that's been very difficult, for Bethel. Far too difficult, actually, because he turns ready, hears the rattle behind him, and away he goes. And it's beaten the offside of the bat, the edge of the bat, quite significantly, actually, and hit that off stump hard. Wasn't as if it just sort of grazed the edge of the stump at all. It's really hit it hard. and quite surprised, isn't he? He looks like, how'd you do that? What have you done there?
He almost falls over.
You made a fool of me, and I've got to walk off. That's the other thing you've done.
Well, Jacob Bethel beating all ends up there. Left that off stump slightly exposed, and Zach Folkes said thank you very much. Josh Bartlett facing up now to Folkes. He comes at him and pulls. Oh, just to the left hand of the diving fielder just in front of square. It's going to trickle out to the boundary for 4. Butler gets a big barrel boundary to get underway, but he didn't get all of it, and it almost cost him his wicket. 14 for 4 England.
Yeah, this one's short, and Butler goes for it, and it's Smith, I think, diving away. He's quite acrobatic and athletic dive. Butler's come out of his crease, he's taken a little step, and that's why it gets a little bit square of Smith, who's really left the ground and giving it the old ballet stuff. And he nearly gets the left hand to it, but away it goes for a boundary.
Folks, he comes at him again, does Butler, this time defending out to cover. Will Young does the fielding, and there's no run on this occasion. 14 for 4. Actually, when he went to play that shot, Jerry Butler, when he came the previous delivery, he almost not clothed it, but he just didn't quite. He hits the ball so cleanly, Butler, that it almost looped towards Smith's general direction, but he timed it. In the end, it timed it well enough to go for 4.
Yeah, quite high on the bat, I think. It wasn't a bad delivery, and he had to get it across there from on sort of off stump. It was on the off side of the body.
Here is Folkes in again, and Butler defends. Bowler comes across to his right to do the fielding, and there's no run. 14 for 4.
I wonder, just in an over or two, whether Santner might think Duffy. 2 right-handers in now. We've had left right sort of thing so far. I just wonder, because Duffy will move the ball away from the right-handers. Just keep an eye out over the next 2 or 3 overs. You know, I'm not suggesting you take these players off at all because they're doing the job, but I mean, it's a thought.
Folkes in. Oh, this one coming back at him, and it nips back, and it's a jump high and takes it on the thigh, and it heads out to Williamson just behind point. There is no run scored. 14 for 4. So Butler has the slip in place. That's Mitchell, third man and fine leg conventional. Williamson behind point. Will Young at cover point. Satner mid off. Ravindra mid on. Catching mid wicket is Bracewell. Smith's just behind square. Folkes in again. This time he's gone past the outside edge again. Again looking to move forward was Butler. Beats the outside edge through to Latham, and that ends the 6th over. 14 for 4 is the score. We'll take a short break here on Sport Nation, and when we come back, Jeremy Coney will be joined by Daniel McHardy.
Hi, I'm Jason Field from Kinetic Access, your garage door specialists on 385 Nielsen Street, Penrose. While we've been dominating garage doors, gates and fences for 35 years, we're delighted to be stepping into new opportunities as Kinetic Access to give you better options. Our new garage door and motor package makes smart technology standard with no extra cost. No add-ons, no premiums, just smart. Built in. For unmatched quality, better value and more choice, Kinetic Access is the place to go. Check us out at kineticaccess.co.nz.
Afternoon, summer of cricket on Sport Nation. Big blue sky above and all blue for England out in the middle. They have been rolled in the opening 6 overs. 14 for 4 as Henry, who has 1 for 7, starts bowling full of length to the right-hander Harry Brook, who defends back along the pitch. Didn't take long. If you're late to our coverage here on Sport Nation, you've missed a lot. Jamie Smith was bowled first ball of the game by Matt Henry. Ducker beautifully caught by Latham off the bowling of Folkes for 2. Joe Root got a ball that swung back appreciably back into him, looking to drive. He missed it, hit the stumps. And then Jacob Bethel was approaching from around the wicket, sped one in, hit off stump. Here's Brook backing away, trying to take the initiative away from the New Zealand bowlers. He's cramped up as it nips back in. He remains 4 not out. Butler on 4. No extras. 14 for the loss of 4. 0-2-2-2-4-4. I wonder what international area code that is, Jerry. Good afternoon.
Senegal. I think so.
Have you received a few calls from Senegal?
I have, late at night usually. It has. It's and 3 bowls, 3 straight through of the 4.
And again, nice and close to the stumps, fuller of length and a drive. Back past the bowler, between bowler and mid-on, down to the fence for 4. Slightly over pitch, didn't have to lean a long way forward. And the train driver behind us, appreciative of that lovely stroke from Harry Brook. Goes, yeah, well done, Harry. You need a few more of those. 18 for the loss of 4, a big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals, his second.
Yeah, it's Mr. Brook, the driver. And certainly it was worthy of a... Oh, there he goes again. He's quite happy with it.
He's obviously listening to us, which is great. Multitasking, fabulous.
Yeah, just a little bit full, wasn't it, from Henry?
18 for the loss of 4. False start for Matt Henry coming in from the Mount Maunganui Hens group of seagulls at the far end. Join this fresh breeze that's pushing across from the west. Certainly helping folks with his swing. We know Henry's more of a seam bowler. Backing away once more is Brook, dropping the length short, following him, getting him around rib cage, glides it into the gully, no run.
Yep, second time Brook has done that this over. He's moved to the leg side. He's had success hitting a boundary through a foolish ball from Henry at last over. He's doing the same twice this over, but Henry's seen him and followed him, not allowing him that room to free the arms. So it's still at the body, and so it's created 2 defensive strokes.
2 slips and a gully. Mitchell's a couple of paces to the right of the keeper. Bracewell further forward at second slip, hunched over, eagerly wanting another. He's a lofted drive that's found a gap to the right of the New Zealand captain at mid-off. For a split second, I thought he might have picked out Mitchell's Satna, but Harry Brook getting into his work. Another big barrel boundary for him, bigger range, bigger deals. He's quickly on to 12, 18, made that 22 for the loss of 4. I've already caused a lot of controversy replacing Big Bird Bartlett. Rampaging, wasn't he?
He was.
Rampaging through the top
all
order.
you brought is runs.
I know. Now I'll definitely get everyone's bad books, because I'm going to mention England's lowest totals in one-day international cricket, 86.
Oh, no.
Henry, and again, cramping up the right-hander. Bit of pad. Did he get any bat on the throw from the onside? A bit of a shocker, and Tom Latham slips over. It was behind him. It was indeed leg by, signalled by Sean Haig.
Will Young, is it? There to the... Just got the wrong bias.
23 for 4 after 7 overs. That is the end of the over. Henry 4 overs, 1 made and 1 for 15, folks. 3 overs, 1 made and 3 for 7.
Still a good start, isn't it? Very good start for New Zealand. So I think if you'd said to them, I think after around about 7 overs, they'll be 4 for 20 odd. You say, really? Yep. So it's a good start for them. It represents a really good start. Folks is now going to continue, of course, for his 4th. Lone windsurfer we see. The waves somewhere.
Powering across the ocean. Folks, bowling to the uber-relaxed Brook. He turns the ball off the front foot straight to mid-wicket. There's no run.
Yeah, to Bracewell there at a shortish mid-wicket. The catching position, he's not actually sort of attacking the batsman and moving in. I think he's probably more there as just a sort of a tuck-off of the ball in-swinger, just sort of trying to flick it through the onside. And he's in a catching position.
Slip, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Bracewell in that position, square leg 2. There's a slog across the line from Harry Brook, trying to scoop the ball over the onside and on the back of the breeze, but it's gone past the inside edge, I think, and through to Latham.
Oh dear. What? Oh, if the reason it didn't swing is that it didn't come out of the hand quite correctly, and whether he wanted it to nip, he knew that was the one. That was the one that if he could get that to move back in, that would have been another bowled, a 4th bowled, but it didn't. It didn't move, just held its line and missed the off stump.
23 for the loss of 4. We're in the 8th over. Bright sunshine, Bay Oval. Bounding in as the right armour. He bowls to Brook, nibbling back in towards tall right-hander, leaning forward, pushing up towards mid-on. There's no run. Rach and Ravindra fields. Now, we know they're always pretty confident in that English changing room, but no, you've probably been in situations like this when the top order's had a rough hour, you might say. The calculations in your mind go, oh, gee, we need one. Oh, are we going to get to 150? We're going to get 180?
No, you just don't worry. You don't think that. You just think, I hope these two can stay out there. And you know, at least the ball will get a bit older, the white ball.
From over the wicket, he drops short, and this is launched a long way back over mid-wicket. Beautiful pull stroke on the up. Violent off the bat. He's 18. 29 for 4. Big barrel boundary. Can we get Bartlett back?
Yeah, just dragging down just a little bit, and certainly reminds me of a lot of the shots actually that I saw played in Christchurch. And he's really just tucked into that one, hasn't he? The length. He's seeing the ball so quickly, Brooke, and looking to play expansively. He's picked that one up beautifully.
Sweet strike, isn't it? Absolutely glorious. Ballooning off the front pad into the onside. Bracewell quickly, and they will not get a run, and it will remain on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. 29 for the loss of 4. And we've got 1 ball remaining in the over. Harvey Norman TV deals. Crowd filling in nicely. Had to wait patiently, even though in the last few weeks you get cricket here. Very annoying couple of days. Through in the Chapel Hadley. Here's Folks from over the wicket, driving elegantly through the covers, past the field. That should be 4 more, and is. Harry Brook motoring along. He's 22 off 20. He's thinking to himself and his teammates, it's easy out here. The end of the over, 33 for the loss of 4 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Since the 1970s, Roundup's seen it all in the Kiwi backyard. The paisley prints, the short shorts, the backyard cricket, the conversations with the lawnmower, the barbies, and the outdoor lifestyle we still love today. We've been helping Kiwis keep weeds down year after year with a product for every job, from paths and lawns to those hard-to-kill weeds. Roundup makes it simple. Roundup, part of Kiwi backyards since 1976. To banish weeds now, reach for the Roundup.
Summer of Cricket live from Bay Oval, Mount Maunganui, England, sent in by New Zealand. 33 for the loss of 4. Smith, Duckett, Root, Bethel, all back in the pavilion. They combined for just 6 runs. 0, 2, 2 and 2. Jamie Smith bowled first ball of the game by Matt Henry. Folks has picked up the other 3. But Harry Brook is starting to do Harry Brook things. He is a counter puncher, the highest order. And he is 22 off 20. Joss Butler, extraordinary career. He waits on strike and he's beaten outside of off stump, short of length. Maybe he just played inside the line as it nibbled away, but Butler averages close to 40, a career strike rate of 115. 2 very dangerous players.
I think the thing that Brook has done quite well is he's just upset the length, particularly where Henry would like to bowl. He's either just a wee bit full or just dragging down slightly. And he wants to sort of bring the batsman forward and then get the ball to just nip slightly from that position, as we saw that perfect length that he got to Jamie Smith first ball. Whereas he's either just getting a little bit shorter than that or too full at Brook particularly.
Bowls again, wider and fishing. Was Butler looking to slap the ball square. The open blade beaten. Goes for a little wander and tells himself off. Sitting by the pool at the Park Royal in Penang, listening to the commentary. Good luck, Black Caps. Thank you for your message. 8833. Do let us know where you are. If you're listening via the app overseas, you can send in a text there. We love receiving your messages. Lap pool. You might be at the lap pool. Does sound nice.
Lap dance?
No. Here's an edge brilliantly taken by Latham. Low and to the right. He's taken another. 5 down. Butler goes for 4. 33 for the loss of 5. Might be champagne by the pool, Jerry.
Oh, Daniel, you're on the board. That's excellent, mate. And this is a length that just draws that stroke, as I say, and there's movement away from the right-hander. This is in the air, I think, slightly. You don't often talk about Henry as actually moving the ball prior to the ball actually bouncing. This has moved away, definitely, and certainly that's encouraged Butler to just go with the hand slightly and follow it. And it's away from the right hand of Latham, who's a left-hander basically, isn't he? Although he throws with the right, I think, and he's dived away to his right and taken it in the right glove as it's gone down. So a one-handed catch from Tom Latham behind the stumps. And another wicket falls, 33 for 5. And now, I suppose coming out, it'll be who? Let me see. It'll be Curran. It'll be the left-hander, Sam Curran. Brooks the danger man, though, as far as New Zealand are concerned. Playing the big shots, starting to get on top of some of the bowlers. Just a tad, not much, but just a tad. Hitting the ball very cleanly. Drives down the ground. Or when they drop a little bit short, he's helping himself onto the leg side. So he's played some nice strokes already. He's got himself to 22 from 20. And he looks the most comfortable we've seen of all the players.
It's been unrelenting from the New Zealand attack.
Yep.
There's been very few poor balls. They haven't bowled a wide or a no ball. I know Henry's getting later in his spell, but he just has that ability. And you're right, Jerry. Maybe it's, not sure if it's the breeze sort of having that movement away. And another left-hander. I think folks will be delighted about that. He seems quite dangerous to any left-hander I've seen.
Yeah, well, folks, I mean, he will. And Henry won't mind it either, because he tends to, if anything is, he tends to nip the ball back into a right-hander and therefore away from the left.
2 slips weight. There's a lifting ball and a good one that goes past the gloves and high on the bat as Curran, welcome to the crease. Dropping the length. Effort ball through to Latham. 33 for the loss of 5. And Latham has made 2 very sharp pieces of wicket.
He has. That's a delivery that's moved away. And middle order players now. We're down into the middle order. Number 7 is at the crease now. And so they like to feel bat on ball. They want to hit the ball as it comes down. They don't like to let the ball go so much.
Henry goes full of this time. Big appeal for LBW. He's confident. Latham too. He's stalking. He's stalking the head. Charging forward. It's back leg, you heard Matt Henry say there, Jerry.
Well, certainly Santner's, he's going to have a crack.
They're going to have a look. Well, Matt Henry was vociferous in his appeal. Arcing the back.
TV umpire director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. Check the feet, fair delivery. Front on first, please.
That's the voice of our TV umpire, Paul Rifle from Australia. Jeremy Coney, you can walk us through this.
Well, the first thing always you've got to look to see, I think, with a lefty batting is, has it pitched in line? And I think probably that has.
Yeah, it's close to the bat. We'll go to ultra edge when ready.
Height?
Yeah, height.
The only thing.
That's the only thing, I think. I think it has pitched in line. Yeah. That's the first thing. I think it's beaten the edge. We're just seeing little snicko now. No, it's registering. No, it's not hit the edge of the bat.
Oh, it's hit the back flat.
Yep, no bat involved. We'll go to ball tracking when ready.
It's just height, I think.
Pitched in line.
Original decision's not out. It's
umpire's call.
Pitching in line, impact in line, hitting the wickets, umpire's call. Go back on field. Sean, you can stick with the original decision. Not out. Signal now.
Not out. As the call, New Zealand will retain their review.
Yep.
33 for 5.
A bail trimmer. That one.
Get the Grumpy Fast Bowlers Club.
They'll be ringing up shortly. There'll be
there's one behind you.
Coming up. I know.
There's one behind you.
Is there?
Well, he was a bowler.
Oh, you said the seamers. I thought the seamers.
Just the bowling community.
He did bowl quite quick offies.
One of the few international bowlers who used to get quicker as the spell went on.
Especially if no wickets.
33 for 5. Plenty of wickets here and bright sunshine. Bay Oval. 2 slips away. It is from the crease line, the left-handed Curran gets back to ball, pushing to the point region. No run. The end of 9. 33 for the loss of 5 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. England after being sent in.
When it comes to New Zealand sports turf, nobody knows it better than PGG Wrights and Turf. They've been in the industry for over 40 years, proudly supplying customers right across the country. From stadiums to golf courses, bowling greens to landscaping, even through to revegetation and erosion control, their highly skilled team are well equipped in every aspect of the turf and environmental markets. So, for your next turf project, talk to New Zealand's experts. PGGWrightsandTurf.com.
Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. What a start to the one-day series. 9 overs in New Zealand. Already removed 5 English batsmen. Harry Brooks, 22 not out. The rest of the England side are 10 for 5. It's 33 for the loss of 5 with 1 extra, and it will be Folks to continue. His 5th over, 3 for 17. From over the wicket, down the leg side, should be the first wide of the innings, is umpire Raza. Extends the arms, 34 for the loss of 5 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Last over for Folks?
Yeah, let's wait and see. I think I'd bring Duffy in though pretty soon. I think from the mount end, with the breeze helping him, right-hander. You want, as far as New Zealand are concerned, they want Brook out, don't they?
Short and an advancing Brook trying to slash the ball from outside of leg through the offside. But got too big and went over the top edge and through to Latham. They call that a wide?
Don't think so.
No, I think they were just replaying the previous ball, which was a wide. 34 for 5 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. A slip, deep sort of gully, almost on the 30-metre circle, as Brook dropping the ball at his feet. He defends from the crease line, no run, hurrying in. There's great intensity in the New Zealand field. Folks asking that man who just come up to that deep gully position now to go back to third man.
Yeah, and giving a wave to the guy coming up, who's at backwards square.
It's Nathan Smith, who's sprinting, and he was doing some autographs. He got
quite a wide loping run in, doesn't he, folks? It's quite a wide stride. Once he gets into his work, they're there.
Like a triple jumper. Full into pad, but a bat too as it balloons away to the onside, keeping Jeremy Coney interested alongside me. 34 for the loss of 5.
Big inside edge. So that's that movement again. It's still there for Folks. The defensive forward press, and it's got inside edge then onto the body, and then carried a little bit. A bat pad would be nice there. And
say you want a short leg in, don't
you? Well, I don't know who would do it. Who would do it?
Short leg to on the attack.
To Brook.
Bracewell remains at short mid-wicket. Catching position, he's stationary. Flicked off the hip nicely past square leg out towards the boundary. The outfielder's quick. Shuttles across the lush surface into the rope, and another big barrel boundary for Harry Brook. Bigger range, bigger deals.
Yep, just a little bit short, isn't it, from Folks, and it allows Brook to allow the ball to come to him to the leg side. He sees the movement and he just helps it really on its way behind square. Comfortable shot, and too wide for Duffy to get round from fine leg to get to.
Brook 26 off 24. He's hit 5 balls and 1 6. 38 for 5, and now he pulls again over mid-wicket. This is straighter than the previous, not as long. Same result. Over the rope, signage into the fence. Another 6, 44 for the loss of 5. Got to pitch it up, Zach, at that pace.
Don't think he really needs, he didn't really time that one quite so well, did he? The first one he did that, but that last one he didn't get all of, but it's got a good bat, hasn't it? And he's got there, and certainly another 6. That's his second.
Run rate certainly on the advance. Folks now 3 for 28. Last ball of his 5th over from over the wicket. Bowles getting leg side and appeal. Looking to bluff the umpire, as umpire Razor says that is a wide, gentlemen. Add 1 more to the total, and just getting a little bit loose in this over. Folks, 2 wides. So 12 runs off this over already. 1 ball remaining. 45 for the loss of 5 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Brook. Bat raised high, nice and still, standing tall, looking to drive a fuller ball, dragging it onside and finding Rachin Ravindra. The end of 10, 45 for the loss of 5. England after being centred.
Hi, I'm Jason Field from Kinetic Access, your garage door specialists on 385 Nielsen Street, Penrose. While we've been dominating garage doors, gates and fences for 35 years, we're delighted to be stepping into new opportunities as Kinetic Access to give you better options. Our new garage door and motor package makes smart technology standard with no extra cost. No add-ons, no premiums, just smart. Built in. For unmatched quality, better value and more choice, Kinetic Access is the place to go. Check us out at kineticaccess.co.nz.
Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation, 45 for the loss of 5. Harry Brook is 32 not out. Sam Curran not out. And now joining our commentary, former New Zealand player and coach John Bracewell. He's got another Bracewell-esque smile on his face.
Yeah, I just slipped out the back for a little moy and turned up here and it's 5 for.
Happy days. Here's Matt Henry into a 6 over, 2 for 15. Nice looking punt drive, kind of off the back foot by Curran. Gets a run, sort of squats quite low and went up at the ball and nudged it into a gap and can come back for 2, 47 for 5.
Actually, New Zealand, not only statistically in a good position, but they're also in a very good position to be able to use Duffy from the town end, or the mount end. With the breeze going across, he swings it. And Smith, who tends to seam the ball back and can get a little bit of in-swing himself from the Papamara end.
Henry nice and tight to the stumps as he releases full in towards middle and leg, worked up towards Duffy at mid-on, no run.
Still leaving Henry with 4 overs to bowl, so I think it's time to ring those changes, not push it out, show some trust in the bowling attack.
Folks on the boundary, league having a drink, and that's the fitness trainer, Mr. Donaldson there. And he walks in as Henry arrives again once more and bowls Fuller, this time wider of off stump, leaning forward, defending Curran, no run.
Tough competitor, Curran. Played a lot of cricket around the world, a lot of the leagues. Surrey boy. So comes from a good stock. A good stock of cricketers.
Yeah, the old Curran Bracewell family backyard cricket game combined, it'd be a heck of a sight, wouldn't it?
Actually, I played against his father. Yeah. So when we toured Zimbabwe and when he played for Northants.
Driven confidently past mid-off. Nice stroke from Curran. A boundary takes England past 50. It's 51 for the loss of 5, a big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals.
And he's a very competitive cricketer. All formats, right across the game. He's got himself back into this England side. He's out of favour for a while, and he'll be looking to perform and get to a World Cup. I really think that he would like to play Test cricket again as well. And I think that's a skill that is missing out of that England side, is a left-arm swinger for that Ashes series. I think it could cause some damage.
Henry, what will his response be? Gets very tight to middle stump, pushed forwards to the bowler, no run.
Brooke is another interesting prospect again, in that he's really tried to upset folks' length. He's hit on the breeze, so he's picked up 2 sixes. In and with the breeze, as soon as he's missed his length, he knows he's got a free hit. He hasn't overhit them, but he's certainly picked them up clean.
2 men out now, deep square leg and fine leg is a bouncer. Sees Curran blink and resist the temptation, allows it through to Latham. The end of the 11th over, 51 for the loss of 5, England after being sent in at Bay Oval.
Celebrate these hot deals only at Big Barrel. Old Monk Dark 700ml, $39.99. Hard rated 10-pack cans, a hot 2 for $50. Tiger Crystal Ultra 24-pack bottles, $42.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. Henry, 6 overs, 2 for 21. Folks, 3 for 29 of 5, and he's going again, John Bracewell.
Yeah, so that'll give them 6. I think they need to pull the pin at that point. He's given him one with the restrictions off.
Brook, 32 of 26, and he drives through cover point for 4. Width, full, and Brook punishes him. Another big barrel boundary. The run rate's creeping up towards 5 and over.
He's tried to swing this one back from way outside off stump, and there's no swing left. He's just got a little older. Lovely square drive from Brook. Just leant on it. Beautiful outfield. Once it's beaten the field, it's gone.
Brook, 6 4s and 2 6s. He waits back nice and high. He comes forward, inside edge. Tickles it very fine. And chased for fine leg. Duffy's across, strong arm. It was more how quickly he picked and released that stopped the English pair coming back for a second. 56 for the loss of 5 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
This is a matchup that folks will be liking. He gets 4 balls to the left-hander. Just see if he can get the ball up and swing it late, as he has done to Duckett and Bethel. Both of them turned their shoulders inside, got squared up, late swing. So it's just a tiny little matchup of 4 balls to give him that opportunity before he finishes his spell. 2 slips,
I like
backward
that.
point.
Attack, 56 for 5. 6 wicket here would be huge. He starts and getting the outside edge, gone. Brilliant by the New Zealand captain to keep him on. Not the best shot, I would say, from Curran. He just couldn't resist. He wanted to touch and he feathered an edge. It's 56 for the loss of 6. Curran goes.
I would say anybody watching this in Australia will be going, my next practice is going to be from around the wicket. At the left-handers, they have just opened them up and exposed their techniques. That's a brilliant little spell. He got 1 ball to use and he used it. What a matchup. Well done, Mitchell Satner, for having the courage to keep that swing going and just giving him that opportunity. Now we're into the tail, but a reasonably useful one. Overton has scored a lot of useful runs in his time, especially in the 2020 leagues. Had a really good big bash last year for Adelaide. And in fact, he's given away red ball crickets just so he can concentrate in the leagues and probably let Brendan McCullum down, because I think he would have been an important part of his Ashes journey as that extra bowler that he would have had in his stocks and that competitor.
We got 97 in a test innings in just the 2 test matches he played. Just his 8th one-day international, averaging 13 at a strike rate of 98, but overall his first-class record, he averages tick over 20s, top score of 120, so definite number 8 who can contribute down.
Just before it slips my mind too, it's a good return to cricket for Rod Latham. He's been out for a long time with that shoulder.
Rod's been out of the team a very long time, you're right.
Tom.
You're right.
What picked up?
I'm rat Rod's back. We all love Rod.
Well, it could be. Have you been over and had a look under the helmet?
Not ideal conditions for Rod, I would have thought. The ball's not rolling. We like the low slow one when Rod was bowling. Here's up, folks, bowling to the right-handed Overton. Leans forward, cramped up as he adjusts to that swing. The natural arc back into the right-hander, folks, gets. Turned to mid-wicket, no run. 56 for the loss of 6.
Just let him planted on that, didn't he?
But he candid it the next couple of balls.
Tom hadn't had a lot of cricket for quite some time. That shoulder niggled him in Zimbabwe, couldn't play there. So, nice return. He's taken some lovely catches, especially the low-down ones.
Duckett and Butler, excellent catches. Currently saying more regulation. Folks, hunting 5 in his opening spell. He is 3 for 4, 4 for 34. Gets an inside edge. Overton as he comes down the wicket, push hard at the ball. Scratchy single, you will say. 57 for the loss of 6.
Some of them are coming out here and playing as though they've never played in swing. They just plant and push. That was the interesting thing with Root's dismissal. You know, as late as the swing was, it was still just in swing.
Last ball of the 12th over from over the wicket, folks. Bowl short. It was a slippery bounce. No, called wide. Called wide as Brooke just a glance to square leg and sees umpire Hay extend his arms. 58 for the loss of 6 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Actually, I don't mind that from that delivery. It's worth the wide. One was to keep Brooke on strike so they can keep attacking the new batter. So it was a risk worth taking that.
Sun goes behind the clouds. Folks again bends the ball back into the right hander, short of a length, and trying to flick it away was Brooke, but he missed into the thigh pad. He remains 37 off 29. Overton won after 12, 58 for the loss of 6. It's time for Big Bird Bartlett after this.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
Are you looking for a new home to bet on your favourite sports like the NRL, football, or the UFC? Bet is giving new customers $100 in bonus cash when you sign up and deposit $25. Download the Betcha app today. Max bonus $100. T's and C's apply. R18. Bet responsibly.
Welcome back to Bay Oval in Mount Maunganui. Ball is dominating bat at the moment. England 58 for 6 after 12 overs. You're not hearing things. Zach Folkes and Matt Henry have taken 6 England wickets, 4 to Folkes, 2 to Henry. And Henry's going to continue, start his 7th over from the Mount Maunganui end. Jamie Overton is on strike. There are 2 slips in place, and the big right-hander waits for Henry, and he's beaten outside the off-stump through to Tom Latham. 58 for 6. Afternoon, Braces.
Afternoon, Tom. I just think that Mitchell Satner's got himself into a position where he's actually going to almost push these guys to the limit of their spells in order to try and get right into the tail. He still has, so we may not see spin at all in this. We just go from pace to pace while it's still there.
Henry in again to Overton, who's coming at Henry, and he's tried to flick it on the leg side, end up walking across it, and it's flown past the outside edge of the bat into Latham's gloves. Got himself into a bit of a tangle there, did Overton. Played a bit early.
Another scrambled seam from Matt Henry. Still a little bit of movement in the surface. Overton just stepping down the wicket, trying to upset his length, but really, it's not Matt Henry's first dance, is it?
Still the 2 slips in place as he is in again to Overton. This time he's going to get a single because there's a dive from the player at cover, and it's headed outside the ring, and Satner's going to pursue it from mid-off. Brings it in, throws it back to Latham, and they get back for 2. Overton is 3, and England 60 for 6 midway through the 13th over.
Don't mind that. Smith diving across, trying to cut it off, give himself an attacking fielding option. Having missed that, once again, I don't mind them getting 2 and keeping Overton on strike.
Tall man, Jamie Overton. Leans over the bat, waits again for Matt Henry. He bowls to him, and he's playing again from the crease out to Williamson, who's just behind point. Won't score. 60 for 6.
Just want to stay just offside of the ball, don't they? And therefore, anything that does move, they're actually not protecting their off stump as a consequence, or their outside edge.
And a great first hour of this one-day international, the first of 3 between New Zealand and England over the next week. Matt Henry over the wicket again to Overton. This time he's walking across and trying to flick it on the leg side, can't catch up with it. Latham takes it down the leg side, and the arms of Sean Haig, the umpire, are outstretched. 61 for 6.
Yeah, Matt Henry not happy that that's been called wide, based on the fact that Overton went right across to...
Oh, he did, didn't he?
The off stump, and it's nearly hit leg stump.
Yeah, it was well inside that, the 2 black lines that are marked on the wicket, and it is the one closest to the stumps. It was inside that one, so if Overton been standing where he is now, that would have hit him. So a bit unlucky perhaps for Matt Henry. Anyway, it's a wide. He bowls again. This is driven powerfully by Jamie Overton. Beats the dive of Mitch Satner at mid-off. and flies down towards the boundary for 4. A big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. England 65 for 6.
Yeah, just got too full there. Matt Henry just gone at the stumps. Just got a little too full. Overton takes one hand off the bat, but gets enough timing, and the outfielder is rapid. That races away. Once it beats the outfield, there's no point turning and chasing it.
We were here 3 weeks ago for the Australian T20 series, and the ground was in brilliant condition for those games, even though they were obviously weather affected. But in the month since, it has quickened up this outfield. It looks pristine with a little more sunshine on it. Henry, still the 2 slips in place. He bowls to Overton. He won't score this time as he stands tall and plays it.
Hi, I'm Jason Field from Kinetic Access, your garage door specialists on 385 Nielsen Street, Penrose. While we've been dominating garage doors, gates and fences for 35 years, we're delighted to be stepping into new opportunities as Kinetic Access to give you better options. Our new garage door and motor package makes smart technology standard with no extra cost. No add-ons, no premiums, just smart. Built in. For unmatched quality, better value and more choice, Kinetic Access is the place to go. Check us out at kineticaccess.co.nz.
Welcome back to Bay Oval. 65 for 6. England, if you're just joining us, Mitchell Sattner won the toss. Sent England in, and his bowlers have done the job for him. Matt Henry and Zach Folkes. 4 for 36 from 6, and he's going to bowl his 7th. From the Papamoa Hills end, the railway end, he's bowling, and it's a drive from Harry Brook, who has been the standout for England in this innings. 37 from 30 deliveries. 65 for 6. If you're just joining us, Jamie Smith dismissed off the first ball of the game for a duck. Ben Duckett, Joe Root, Jacob Bethel, all they could manage is 2 apiece. Brooks 37, the standout. Josh Butler 4, and Sam Curran, the last man, dismissed for just 6. Jamie Overton 7. As I say, Harry Brook not out 37, and England 65 for 6. The start of the 14th over. Here's Folkes in again, bowls to Brook, and he's flicking, and he's beaten Ravindra, who's at mid-on. Ball's flying out towards the boundary. John Bracewell described it as rapid, and that's exactly what it is. Rachin Ravindra was just a couple of metres away. It was in the air a long time, that clip through mid-on, but it's gone all the way for a big barrel boundary. Bigger range, bigger deals. England 69 for 6.
Yeah, it's one of those ones at mid-on that you think you actually got a chance of catching it, so you go at the ball rather than around it. And then he's ended up, as it hits a deck, it's absolutely motored off the ground. So Ravindra's ended up getting in behind it and escorting it to the boundary.
Harry Brook up to 41 from 31. Folkes into Brook, and Brook waits, plays this one late, thrashes it down to third man with a bit of width on that offside. Takes a single. He's 42, and England to 70 for 6.
Once again, New Zealand won't be too worried about Brook getting off strike, especially with the swing and the start that Folkes had to Overton in his first couple of balls, or first 3 balls that he bowled to him. You put him in all sorts of trouble just lunging at it. So you want to go at that front pad and at the stumps. Bring a guy in, yeah, I like that guy in a square catching.
That's Nathan Smith. There's a leg gully. That's Michael Bracewell as Folkes goes into Overton, hits him on the pad. Squirts out to Williamson behind point, and they won't score. 70 for 6.
Yeah, sort of no real idea there because he's actually planting with his front foot. So he's getting himself closed off. Still a little bit of swing. Because he's getting himself closed off, he's exposing his pads, inside edge. Bringing the catching players in on the onside in particular into play.
Folkes in again, passes umpire Raza, and down comes Brook. It's a appeal for a catch at the wicket, or is it an LBW shout? Umpire Raza is unmoved. Tom Latham not entirely sure what they were appealing for. Mitch Sattner coming up to have a little chat about it. And so Sattner's not going to do it as the DRS timer ticks down to 0.
So it came through our mics that they think he hit it. So as folks is looking at the LBW.
I'll wait for
Tom Latham, Mitchell thought that he got a little nick on it and didn't carry through to Tom Latham. Come back nicely.
I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, I think it hit him outside off stump as well, though.
Here is Folks in again to Overton. This time again, he's trying to force it on the leg side. Can't catch up with it. Takes it on that leg and squirts out on the onside. And that is the end of the over. 14 have been bowled at Bay Oval in Mount Maunganui. 70 for 6 is the score. It's time for drinks. New Zealand have dominated. 70 for 6 England.
Sport Nation Cricket.
Nothing beats a Kiwi summer. Good mates, great weather, and the buzz of live cricket. This season, the Black Caps are taking on England in a T20 and ODI series across the country. The sun's out, the vibes are high. There's no better way to be part of it than at the cricket. Get amongst it this summer. Grab your tickets now at nzc.nz.
And there's a diving catch inside the ring. What a catch!
You're listening to live coverage of the Black Caps on Sport Nation.
Hi, I'm Jason Field from Kinetic Access, your garage door specialists on 385 Nielsen Street, Penrose. While we've been dominating garage doors, gates and fences for 35 years, we're delighted to be stepping into new opportunities as Kinetic Access to give you better options. Our new garage door and motor package makes smart technology standard with no extra cost. No add-ons, no premiums, just smart. Built in. For unmatched quality, better value and more choice, Kinetic Access is the place to go. Check us out at kineticaccess.co.nz.
From over the wickets, here's a slog sweep, and he's bowled!
This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
The Grand Tour Racing Festival is here. A celebration of New Zealand's top thoroughbred racing events featuring headline acts, Example, Sachi and more. Gather your crew, grab your tickets and make it grand at thegrandtour.nz.
This is Black Cap Matt Henry and you're listening to live coverage of the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
Celebrating New Zealand's top thoroughbred racing events, the Grand Tour Racing Festival with major partners Spates and Smirnoff bring you an epic mix of beats, vibes and non-stop entertainment. Book today and make it grand at thegrandtour.nz.
Well, welcome back to Bay Oval in Mount Maunganui. This is the first one-day international between New Zealand and England. Mitchell Satner, the New Zealand captain, won the toss. He told England to have a bat, and it has proved to be a good decision so far. England 70 for 6, their score after 14 overs. Matt Henry 2 for 28 from 7. Zach Folkes 4 for 41 from 7. And Harry Brook is the standout for England. He's not out 42. Key man. John Bracewell, former Black Caps player and coach, is alongside me. Of course, the question many people will be thinking as they ponder their Sunday afternoon of Labour weekend, how much longer does Henry and Folkes keep going?
Well, Henry's going to bowl another one, so that's 8. That's only going to leave him 2 at the very end of the innings. So is Satner going to take the gamble and say we are going to bowl them out in 40 overs?
Henry is going to bowl to Harry Brook, 42 from 32. Standout for England, the captain. Waits to Brook, that's a bouncer, and it'll be a wide. It's too high as Latham takes the ball in the arms of Sean Haig, the umpire, outstretched. 71 for 6. So one question's been answered. Here, Matt Henry from the Mount Maunganui end. Zach Folkes, 7 overs, 4 for 41, and it appears from my view, braces to be a good matchup with Jamie Overton.
Well, that's the key. I think if Overton's on strike, I'd give him another crack. Give him 6 more balls.
Here's Henry into Brook. It's another short one. This one is a legitimate delivery as Brook looks to play a pull shot and doesn't make any contact through to Latham. 71 for 6.
So he's tempting him to hit into the wind. Yeah, for those who are golfers, this is a 2-club wind.
Drop down 2 clubs, you mean? So 3 for me. Well, Nathan Smith's on the boundary and he's warming up, so not sure what to read into that. Here's Henry bowling again to Brook. Brook will take a single to Duffy, who's at mid-wicket inside the circle. Took him a while to wind up there, Jacob Duffy, and they get through for 1. 72 for 6.
It took Duffy as long to wind up as it did Overton. It was sort of a match of the draft horses there, really. He needs to be a little bit more alert than that. That desire to get guys off strike is nothing more frustrating as a bowler, and somebody gets off strike that you want to be bowling to.
Still the slip in place, Daryl Mitchell, and it's a stacked offside field. Backward forward point, catching cover mid-off for Jamie Overton. Here's Henry bowling to him, and he's supposed to swing with his feet just planted, gets an inside edge onto the body. No run as Mark Chapman, who's on the field as a sub-fielder, does the fielding from that catching cover, and it's a dot ball, 72 for 6.
He definitely sets to hit, doesn't he, Overton? If he's not there, he takes his hand off the bat. There's 2 or 3 now that he's actually got cramped up.
Mitchell Satner has decided it's time for another slip. Kane Williamson's gone into second, so there's 2 slips in place for Henry. Bowls again to Overton. Again, he sets up looking to play on that offside and gets an inside edge, and it sort of trickles up to mid-on where Jacob Duffy does the fielding, and the score remains 72 for 6.
Yeah, it looks as though Michael Bracewell has left the field, because otherwise he would have been at second slip. Kane Williamson's moved into there.
Crowd at Bay Oval, sunny day, embankment pretty full now as Henry goes in again to Overton, swings, and he's beaten Jacob Duffy, who's at mid-on just for a second. Not sure if he got all of it, and it was in the air a long time, but got plenty of it to Jamie Overton. He takes 4, a big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. England 76 for 6.
Actually taking a risk there. He's just had a whack at this length ball, not a bad ball at all, but he decided, no, I'm not going to be dictated to. So wasn't one of the greatest of shots, but he got away with it.
No change in the field for Matt Henry. Last ball of his 8th over. Bowls to Overton, and the ball catches the outside edge and bounces in front of Daryl Mitchell. And that ends the 15th over. Henry 2 for 34 from 8. In England after 15, 76 for 6. Harry Brook 43. Overton is on 11. And we wait to see whether or not Zach Folkes will continue, but it doesn't look like it. John Bracewell, it looks like Nathan Smith is going to come into the attack from the railway end, the Papamoa Hills end.
Yeah, that's a good move. That still leaves them 3 in the pocket, really, if there's a matchup that's needed or required. So Overton off strike, Brook on strike. So it's a good time to make that change, I think.
So let's have a look at what field Mitch Satner's looking to set here for Nathan Smith. Mark Chapman's gone out to sweep on the offside. Third man's in place. There is a deep square leg on the onside. Fine leg is in the conventional position. And it looks like Michael Bracewell might be back out on the field in that catching mid-wicket. Ravindra's at mid-on. Satner's at mid. And Daryl Mitchell, who started in the covers, is now trotting back into second slip. And Williamson's at backward point.
I like the way they're still holding a slip.
So here's Nathan Smith. Great to see him back after long injury absence. Right arm over the wicket. Bowls to the right-handed Brook, and Brook is up on his toes, guiding it down to third man. Takes a single to Matt Henry and brings Overton on to strike. 77 for 6 England.
Yeah, it is good to see Nathan Smith back. He's the guy who's just starting to become comfortable with international cricket. And finding the right length. I think at first-class cricket, especially in Wellington, where you become that into-the-wind, hit-hard bowler, that change of length for internationals is something that's just started to come right.
Here he is, bowling to Jamie Overton. Jamie Overton gets one on the hip and flicks it fine. Fine leg coming across. A bit of work down there by Duffy, sliding and collecting. And they get through for 1 run. Overton 12, England 78 for 6.
Well done, Duffy, getting around there, cutting that off. Covered about 20 yards, so it's a good read off the bat. If you're not in tune here and you don't read it off the bat and are in tune with the shot, just something 10 yards beside you is going to beat you with the pace of this outfield.
Yeah, we've seen that today. Mount Maunganui, the Bay Oval in excellent condition, as you'd expect. Here's Smith bowling, and it's swung hard. It's in the air from Brook, and he's got the top edge, and it's flowing down all the way for 6. Harry Brook goes to 50. Another one-day international half-century for England's captain. Raises the bat. Got a little bit lucky with that one, but he'll take it nonetheless. 50 from 36 deliveries, 84 for 6. Great innings from Harry Brook in the context, John Bracewell, of everybody else falling around him.
Yeah, but he did get lucky here. He got top edge, offside, trying to hit it onside, trying to hit big onside. But yeah, it's been a pretty good innings all the same.
Here is Smith bowling to him. This time he's turned it behind square. Ravindra's coming off the fence. Sorry, that's Zach Folkes who's out there doing the work. And Brook gets back for 2. He's 52. And England on to 86 for 6. 7th one-day international half-century. Averages 36. Best of 110 not out. Early days in his 33-game one-day career, Harry Brook. And he is a talent. And that's why he's now the England captain.
Yeah, he's a pretty special cricketer. We've seen it in all formats.
Still the slip in place for Nathan Smith, who's into Harry Brook, who comes at him and tries to heave it down the ground. Used his feet and swung hard. No contact through to Latham. 86 for 6.
Yeah, he knows he has to take the game by the scruff of the neck, Brook. He's not going to let anybody sit on a length. He's going to hit them off it, and especially if you haven't played a lot of international cricket, he's going to almost trying to scare guys off a length, bully them. That's a bully shot, that one. Coming at him, trying to haul him over the onside.
Considering they've lost 5 wickets, England, they're still running at 5.43. Smith, last ball of his first over. It's a drive from Brook. Doesn't quite time it, so he'll only get 1 as Satner moves to his left from mid-off, out to extra cover outside the circle. Does the fielding, and it's 1 run. End of the over. That's 16 that have now been bowled at Bay Oval. England 87 for 6. Harry Brook's on 53. Back in just a moment.
Hi, I'm Jason Field from Kinetic Access, your garage door specialists on 385 Nielsen Street, Penrose. While we've been dominating garage doors, gates and fences for 35 years, we're delighted to be stepping into new opportunities as Kinetic Access to give you better options. Our new garage door and motor package makes smart technology standard with no extra cost. No add-ons, no premiums, just smart. Built in. For unmatched quality, better value and more choice, Kinetic Access is the place to go. Check us out at kineticaccess.co.nz.
Port. Sun's out at Bay Oval, and at the moment it's shining on New Zealand. 87 for 6 England after 16 overs. Harry Brook, the England captain, is proving the thorn in the side at the moment. He's on 53. Change at the Mount Maunganui end. It is Jacob Duffy in. First delivery down the leg side, and it's a wide. 88 for 6. So Duffy replaces Matt Henry, who bowled 8 on the trot. And he's come from the end, Bracewell, braces that we'd expect, the Mount Maunganui end.
Yeah, you would expect that he would get swing, but now that we're got into the teens and the overs, often swing's gone out of the ball this time.
Still has a slip in place. Duffy bowls to Brook. This is down the leg side again, and it's wided for a second time. So Duffy still to start the over. 2 wides, and England up to 89 for 6.
Yeah, he struggled with his run up there a little bit. Jacob Duffy, Spriggs caught in the deck, but still hasn't got any rhythm. 2 balls down leg side, 2 balls short. He's got some protection out there. Will Young on the square leg boundary.
Starts his run up again, does Jacob Duffy. Pass umpire Hagues. This is down the leg side for a 3rd time, and it's the same result. Another wide. 90 for 6 England. So the radar just off here from Jacob Duffy to start his spell. 3 wides.
Yeah, he's trying to bowl tight, isn't he? He's trying to bowl at the stumps. But he just, with the angle of the length at the moment, it's just heading on down with the arm.
Duffy in again to Brook. This time he hits him on the pad. There's a half-hearted appeal from Jacob Duffy as the ball trickles to Williamson just behind point, and there is no run. 94-6.
He's just got a little inside edge there, I think. The half shout. Yeah, a little inside edge on the top, but it was bounced a little high. And all of a sudden the bail started lighting up, so They got it a little disturbed by the wind.
The noise you can hear is Harry Brook is tapping his bat handle on the stumps. He's not quite happy, so he's gone in to help umpire Raza, who's now taken over, just adjusting the stumps. Breeze is still blowing. It's a northwester or westerly breeze coming across the ground from the, as we look from our left, and the flags are fluttering reasonably far as the next delivery is turned just behind, just in front of square by Harry Brook, and he takes a single, 54, and England 91 for 6.
The good thing about that, I think we're only 2 balls into the over, are we?
He's bowled 5, but only 2 of them count.
So it's still got 4 balls at Overton, so
it's a plan the whole time, Braces.
The New Zealand side will become a little bit more attacking.
No, it's a no ball too. So we've had a call from the third umpire, Paul Rifle, and now there's a free hit for Jamie Overton as the siren sounds at the Bay Oval.
It's certainly something you didn't want to happen.
And it's a clear no ball too. No part of his foot behind the line. So this hasn't been a great start from Duffy. In terms of 3 wides and a no ball in his first 5 delivery. Here he is. Overton waits for Duffy. Rolls a short one. Swings hard. It's going to be caught at mid-on, but of course he won't be out because it's a free hit and he can't get out.
Yeah, I know. It's very frustrating. But them's the rules. Good heavy ball, though. Good heavy ball.
Well, it was a good response in the context of bowling a free hit, bowling a delivery that was a free hit. So Duffy, no wicket for 5 and 2 legitimate deliveries. It's a long over at the 17th so far. Overton waits again for Duffy. This time he's coming forward, hits him on the high on the leg, and then spills to the gully. Williamson does the fielding from backward point, and it's a leg by. 93 for 6. England. Just tuned in. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to our coverage from the Bay Oval. England asked to bat first at the toss by Mitchell Satner. 93 for 6. 16.3 overs. Zach Folkes 4 wickets. Matt Henry 2. And we've now got the first changes at both ends with Duffy at the Mount Maunganui end. Continuing to the right-handed Harry Brook. Brook clipping just in front of square. Out to Will Young and takes 1. Brook is 55 and England are 94 for 6.
Just Harry Brook starting to get a little bit more confident in Overton's partnership, but Overton's faced 18 balls and probably 10 of them have hit him on either the inside thigh or the pad.
Might explain why Daryl Mitchell remains in a slip position. They can find the outside edge. Duffy into Overton. Overton defending, this time using the full face of the bat. Will Young is up from square leg and there's no run.
Even there you feel as though that inside edge, the inside line of the pad is exposed, don't you? You can almost bring mid-off a little bit, mid-off, mid-on a little bit straighter so you can actually really go at that front pad.
Deep backward square out on the fence for Duffy. Bowls to Overton. Swinging hard, but he's hit it so far in front of square and it's gone over the advertising hoardings for 6. A big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. England's 100 comes up at the end of the 17th over. 100 for 6 with Brook 55 and Overton with that 6 now unbeaten on 18.
Yeah, it's a poor length that. He's gone neither really short, gone back of a length, and he's absolutely hauled that into the breeze as well. He should be still attacking the top of off stump and his pads in particular. He looks uncomfortable around that area.
Now it's a difficult first over from Jacob Duffy. 3 wides, a no ball, a 6, cost him 12 all up. Nathan Smith continuing from the railway end, the Papamoa end, bowling to the right-handed Harry Brook is an appeal for LBW, but he started wide of the crease almost there, Braces, and It's always felt like it was heading down leg, and that's why New Zealand have not pursued it any further.
Yeah, it's got too full on him, got it right underneath, but angling down. Not a bad delivery, but just the angle. Nathan Smith can bring the ball back.
Slips come out as Nathan Smith in again to Brook. Brook turning this one just in front of square on the onside. Folkes comes in from the fence and they can walk a single. Brook is 56 and England to 101 for 6.
It's good work from Folkes there. He sprinted in, making sure that there was only one. Once again, it's just so vital that those guys who are on a bigger ground, and they're not used to playing on bigger grounds all the time, really position themselves well, make sure the right guy's on strike so you get the matchups.
Overton now waits for Smith. And Overton's playing a similar shot, and this is going to head outside the ring, and Folkes have moved to his left to do the fielding from square leg, and they take another single. Overton 19, England 102 for 6 now.
It's the fraction straight from Smith again. It's worked on the onside. Almost attacking middle and off. Almost needs to be off stump only or just outside, so the angle comes back in to hit those stumps.
Harry Brook, 56 not out from 44 deliveries, waits for Smith. This time he just opened the face and beautifully guided through the vacant slip cordon deliberately by Harry Brook. Class personified there. He's 60 as that ball flew down for another big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. England 106
You're right,
for 6.
Tom, that's any other time you'd say that's a thick outside there edge, but he's actually let that come onto him and deliberately played that fine. Wonderful shot. A relaxed man whose poise at the crease is good, his balance at the crease is good, and he's able to just hit that on its head as it goes past him and gather pace, leaving third man absolutely no chance of getting round.
Partnership of 50 between Brook and Overton. As Smith's into Brook, defending this time. Won't score to point. 106 for 6, the run rate just dipping again below 6 and over, but considering the 6 wickets lost, Harry Brook's speed at which he plays and strike rate means that run rate's not really an issue for them at this point.
Yeah, and for a man of his age, he's actually a very clever player. He's manipulating this quite well. Overton obviously has contributed to the partnership. He's on 19 off 21, which is also a pretty good rate.
Brook 60 from 46 as Smith is into him again, and he's defending. Full length delivery.
It's a good ball.
There's no run as Daryl Mitchell does the fielding. End of the over. That's 18 now in the book for New Zealand. England 106 for 6 with Harry Brook on 60 and Jamie Overton on 19.
Since the 1970s, Roundup's seen it all in the Kiwi backyard. The paisley prints, the short shorts, the backyard cricket, the conversations with the lawnmower, the Barbies, and the outdoor lifestyle we still love today. We've been helping Kiwis keep weeds down year after year with a product for every job, from paths and lawns to those hard-to-kill weeds. Roundup makes it simple. Roundup, part of Kiwi backyards since 1976. To banish weeds now, reach for the Roundup.
This is the first one-day international between New Zealand and England, coming to you from Bay Oval in Mount Maunganui. A sun-drenched Bay Oval in Mount Maunganui. What a sight it is. Great to see the sun. Labour weekend, hope you're enjoying it wherever you are tuning in from. England are 106 for 6 after 18 overs. Mitchell Satner winning the toss and asking England to bat. At one point, England were 56 for 6. So it's a good partnership from 40 deliveries, 50 runs between Harry Brook and Jamie Overton. Jacob Duffy starts his second over. First ball is played just forward of point. Michael Bracewell can't collect it cleanly, but they don't score. 106 for 6. Brook 60, Overton 19. Duffy's first over cost him 12. 3 wides and a no ball.
He's gone hard back of length there, so it's interesting. I think he thinks if he pitches it up, he's just going to get hit over the top.
Here's Duffy, right arm over the wicket to Overton again. This time he's clipping to square leg. Chase for the fielder Young, and they'll get through for 1. Overton 20, 107 for 6.
Yeah, it's once again he's been just that hard back of a length. He's been able to turn that off. The wicket's just settled down a little bit. We thought there was going to be 10 overs, and New Zealand actually really caused some damage in that time, and now it's actually settled down. The wind's dried it out, and we're back to normal. But New Zealand have made some great headway and are still well ahead in the game.
I'd love to get rid of Harry Brook. Here's Duffy bowling to him, and Brook is chasing it and giving himself some room, but Duffy followed him and still went too wide. Latham does well to collect it down the leg side, but it's another wide from Duffy, and England's score moves to 108 for 6.
So Henry was able to follow him when he went down leg side as well, so he obviously goes early. And a lot of the time guys do go so they can actually stabilise, so they're not still moving as the ball's being delivered.
Mid on and mid off up inside the ring as Duffy bowls to Brook, and he's respecting a good length delivery this time, and Duffy does his own fielding.
Yeah, that's well bowled. That's a better length. I think if there's still something in the wicket, and that's the length. As I say, when guys come at you, and Henry went after him as well when he went out to the offside, so he obviously goes early enough for the bowlers to be able to make that adjustment.
Duffy in again to Brook. Brook is looking to play this one on the offside, but doesn't need any timing, and Williamson's at a wide gully, and they won't score. 108 for 6. Brook 60 from 49 deliveries, his 7th one-day international half-century. He does have a one-day 100, 33 games. Of course, he's only new to the white ball captaincy of the England team. He will play a big part in their upcoming Ashes series, of course. Harry Brook, key men, try and perform well in Australia. Here's Duffy into Brook, short, and he's swinging and playing the pull shot, plays it well into the turf, and the fielding is done by Will Young at a deep square. 109 for 6.
It's not a bad ball from Duffy, just outside off stump, but short. Brook well in control, really. He got across and just controlled the pull shot. Keep it along the ground, turn the strike over. Slip comes back in for Overton, so New Zealand's still hunting wickets.
Duffy into Overton, playing again from the crease. Williamson tries to come across from backward point to cut it off, but can't do so, and Nathan Smith has to come up from third man to do the fielding. That ends the over. That's 19 bowled by New Zealand now. Duffy's 2 overs have cost 16, so an expensive start from Jacob Duffy. England 110 for 6. Harry Brook 61. Jamie Overton 21, and the partnership's gone past 50.
Yeah, it's picked up a little bit of momentum. They imagine if it didn't swing or seem at the very beginning what the score could be if they go at this rate, and they have that confidence. But England still got to dig themselves out of a pretty deep hole that their top order had got them into. And I mean, credit to New Zealand bowlers. I think they operated and executed their plans to perfection this morning.
Daryl Mitchell back in at slip. Nathan Smith is going to bowl to Jamie Overton, and Overton's showing the full face, driving up to Satner at mid-off, and won't score. 110 for 6 at the start of this, the 20th over of the innings.
That's a good length from Smith, forcing Overton onto the front foot. I mean, predominantly he's a front foot player anyway. Coming at it, he tends to pull and hook off the front foot. He does tend to get himself a little bit planted, so using the crease is a smart thing. Slip still in, which I also think is good from Satner.
England running at 5.74 and over as Smith passes the umpire, bowls again to Smith, who looks to clip, drops the bottom hand off the bat as it is fielded by Michael Bracewell at short mid-wicket, and there's no run scored. 110 for 6.
Good work from Michael Bracewell getting across there. So Ravindra covering him as well at mid-on, so he's alert. They realise they've got to keep him on strike, keep attacking. Overton, open up the tail again.
Bryden Cass slated to come in next. Here's Smith bowls, and Overton tries to swing, and there's an appeal for a catch at the wicket from the New Zealanders. Umpire Raza is unmoved. Jamie Overton's shaking his head. All the New Zealanders felt they heard a noise as the DRS timer ticks down. And they're going to have a look.
So Tom Latham's called out, take it, mate, we've got 2. Which means that I'm not really quite sure, but we've got one up our sleeve.
TV umpire director, we have a player review for caught behind. Original decision is not out. Check the feet, fair delivery. Front on first, please.
You could certainly hear in the effects mic braces a lot of the New Zealand players saying thought they heard something. Doesn't look like it's hit any of his...
Yeah, I'm going to need ultra edge
close of his clothes, so it's either bad or nothing.
Coming through, yeah, just right on that. Coming.
Nothing on ultra edge braces.
Clear gap there.
No, in fact, there's quite a big gap.
Field. Hassan, you can stick your original decision
between
not out,
bat and ball. It's a good decision from the umpire.
Hassan Raza gets it right, and New Zealand lose the review. They've got one left. They did have a review earlier that they tried to overturn the LBW. It was the umpire's call, so they retained the review. That's why they still had 2. So the gamble doesn't pay off. 110 for 6, and Smith is back into the bowling crease. Bowling to Overton, swinging this time from the crease, and his feet didn't move at all, just waved the bat and past the outside edge into Latham's gloves, and it remains 110 for 6.
No, you want to park there at that length, don't you? He's just, feet go nowhere. Wants to stay offside of the ball, or leg side of the ball, sorry. And if he gets length, he wants to pump it over onside. So, and what I mean by length is if it's back of a length, so he can pull it and free his arms up. So top of off is the place to be.
Daryl Mitchell lurking in the slips for a nick. Here is, he's tried to swing. That one has Overton. I think it's taken him on the face. Yes, it has. He's whipped the helmet off straight away and clutching at his jaw. That was a nasty short one, and he tried to heave it on the leg side, and it taken him on the body. So there'll be a bit of a delay here while we inspect the equipment and check in on Jamie Overton. The New Zealand players have just come in for a little chat, and he's just touching his jaw.
Yeah,
so whether that means it's hit his jaw or... Look on the replay. Oh, it's a nasty one right in the jaw.
Straight into him. Jeremy mentioned that it was a large jaw earlier in the day, and he's hit the big target.
And actually, it's very lucky too that he hasn't been bowled.
Yeah. So we've got to go through a decent protocol. Everybody will have a drink.
Actually, Harry Brook, as soon as that happened, he checked in on Jamie Overton, then he was off. He's gone, left the ground, possibly for a restroom break. 110 for 6, and we've got a little bit of a delay here at Bay Oval. England asked to bat first. New Zealand, great work with the ball. Zach Folkes and Matt Henry. 110 for 6 is the England score. We'll take a short break and be back here on Sport Nation in just a moment.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
All right, ad time, but worth a listen. Betch has now got boosted odds across the big ones. EPL, Champions League, NFL, NRL, cricket, UFC, and basketball all season long. Bigger odds mean bigger payouts on Betcha. Availability varies. T's and C's apply. R18, bet responsibly.
From over the wickets, here's a slog sweep, and he's bowled!
This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
Celebrate these hot deals only at Big Barrel. Scrumpy 1.25 litre range, a hot 2 for $22. Jules Taylor range or Ellen Scott Cecilia Sparkling Brut or Brut Rosé, $21.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Sport Nation.
Celebrate these hot deals only at Big Barrel. Maestro de Bell Tequila 700ml and Dictator 12-year-old Rum 700ml, $64.99. Jim Beam 1125ml, $52.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Welcome back to Bay Oval in Mount Maunganui. This is the first one-day international between New Zealand and England. Mitchell Sattner won the toss and asked England to have a bat. And England are 110 for 6. 1 ball left in the 20th over. And as the support staff leave the field, Jamie Overton's got himself a new helmet. He's just putting that on, making sure it all works after taking a nasty short one in the jaw. He's gone through the required protocols to ensure he's okay, and looks like he's going to resume, and that's good news. 110 for 6, 1 ball left, as I say, in the 20th over. Harry Brook, the England captain, the standout in this innings for England, 61 from 50, his 7th one-day international half-century, and he's found a willing partner in Jamie Overton, who's 21 from 29. Their partnership is 54 from 51, England running at 5.55. So run rate is good. They just need to preserve some wickets to ensure when they get to that 40-45 over mark they can accelerate, as we know they can. Harry Brook's going to accelerate regardless because he's 61 from 50, so he's striking it well over 100 despite the situation. Right, Nathan Smith, he's bowled 5 dot balls to start this 20th over. Can he finish it? Bowls to Overton, who's driving, and he will get a single. Rachin Ravindra has to dive it mid-on. Some support from Mitchell Sattner, and they take 1 to end the over. 1-1-1 for 6 is the England score. That's after 20 overs. Jamie Overton 22, Harry Brook 61. And at this stage, Braces, what's the thinking from a New Zealand perspective? Happy to see Smith and Duffy continue? Some variation with a look at Michael Bracewell or Mitchell Sattner himself? What's the play?
I think Mitchell Sattner is just taking his jersey off, so that sort of gives that away.
Sorry, I wasn't even looking at the field. I was looking at you.
Yeah,
and then you looked at the field.
And I also saw him warming up.
Oh, right, okay. The truth will set you free. Yeah. Good on you.
But I actually need to go back to the point of willing partner, because I think that is one of the disappointing parts of what Brendan McCullum will be seeing with his batting side. That it was difficult conditions, but were the batters willing to stick through and get through those 10 overs in order to get to a softer ball and a drier wicket? And I don't really think they showed that resilience.
So Mitchell Sattner, the New Zealand skipper, is coming into the attack from the Mount Maunganui end. He's going to bowl his left-arm orthodox round the wicket to the right-handed Jamie Overton. Bowls the first delivery, and Overton's going to score by thrashing it through point. Zach Folkes does the fielding, and 1 scored from Sattner's first delivery. 112 for 6. Overton 23, and Brook down to face up. He's on 61. Well, you and I discussed Josh Butler and his body language, which sometimes isn't always everything with Butler. He's a tremendous cricketer. Come back to that in a moment as Sattner goes around the wicket to Brook, and he's swinging with the hands. It was in the air a long time through that mid-off region. The mid-off is back on the fence, so they get 113 for 6. We talked about Butler. Just didn't look like he was up for the fight.
No, it just looked as though he was wandering across the crease and was going to play with his hands and not actually secure his feet.
Overton waits for Sattner, tosses this one up, and Overton's not tempted to go for the big drive as the fielding's done by Michael Bracewell in the covers. 113 for 6. A controlled start this from the New Zealand captain. Round the wicket again to the right-hander. It comes at him and then smashes hard. But mid-off will cut it off. It's Jacob Duffy. Mid-off on the fence, and they'll get 114 for 6.
Overton will feel a lot more comfortable facing the spin. Sattner's bowling across the wind, so the wind's coming from the west. He's bowling from the northern end, so he's not going to get drift, but he may get some turn with the breeze.
Sattner round the wicket again to Brook, and Brook's turning this one the wrist, but he won't beat Mitchell, who's in close on that onside at mid-wicket. It's a dot ball, so there's a deep square, and there's a long on and a long off, and there's a sweeper on the offside. Everybody else up inside the circle for Mitchell Satner. Around the wicket again to Brook, and Brook is just opening the face, trying to guide this one past Williamson, who's inside the ring at third man, and will not score. Satner stands with hands on head at the end of his first over, which cost just 3 runs. 114 for 6 England after 21. Brook 62, Overton 24, running at 5.43. And an interesting phase the game going into now with the introduction of some slower bowling. You're just joining us, New Zealand won the toss, sent England bat, and it was all Matt Henry and Zach Folkes at the start. They bowled unchanged for 15 overs and took 6 wickets between them. 56 for 6 England were. Partnership now is 58 from 58 between Brook and Overton.
And Satner just having a look to see if there's anything in it for the spinners.
Here's Smith continuing from the Popamole Hills end. That one rising on Jamie Overton, who hasn't really moved his feet a lot in this innings, and that one there sort of coming at a sort of back of a length delivery, and he just kind of wanted to come forward and sort of caught him by surprise high on the bat. They didn't score out into the onside. 114 for 6. Yeah,
he tends to plant across with his front foot and then get himself cut off, and then in order to get access to the ball at all, he almost has to take one hand off the bat. And it's almost like he's fending it off himself more than anything else.
Still the slip in place. Daryl Mitchell as Smith goes in, gives himself some room this time to Overton and slashes it through extra cover for 4. Big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. It's 118 for 6.
Yeah, there he is. He's just giving himself some room, as Tom said, just backed away so he can slash the ball through the offside. The length is a little bit soft from Smith. Really should be still attacking the stumps. Looking for the nick off if you've got the slip there.
There's a big gap too between Satner, who's at mid-off, and I think that's Will Young, who's at extra cover inside the ring, and Overton did not miss. 118 for 6. He's on 28 as Smith is into him again, much closer this time, and he's clipped that beautifully to the left of mid-wicket. That's going to go for 4 too. Chase for Ravindra and give that one away. Back-to-back big barrel boundaries for Jamie Overton. He's up to 32 in England, 122 for 6.
So that's over adjustment. It's gone back of a length, too short. Overton's gone outside leg, slapped him through the covers. To counter that, Smith's tried to go fuller, but got too full. So he's missed his length both sides. And 2 balls. So he's slightly intimidated by Overton's aggressiveness, but he's done so well with a decent ball on off stump to hitting the top of off. He's been unable to repeat that.
Mitchell Satner's just come down for a little chat come across from mid-off as Smith in again to Overton. Returns to that top of off length, and straight away the bottom hand comes off the bat, and Bracewell, Michael, does the fielding at mid-wicket inside the circle, and there's no run. 122 for 6.
Yeah, as soon as he delivered it, once again, Overton looked uncomfortable. That's hitting the top of off. So his mid-wicket's going out. Square leg's coming round. It's almost an indication that it's going to go back of a length again.
Smith passes umpire Raza, bowls to him, and it's down the leg side. Overton tries to help it. It's on its way. Can't make any contact. It's a wide. 123 for 6.
So Smith is almost bowling as though he hasn't bowled a lot for a while. He just you can see what he wanted to execute. In fact, he showed everybody what he wanted to execute, but he got the line wrong and almost gave Overton a free hit.
Overton 32 from 37 as Smith is into him, and he's tried to help that one on the offside, giving himself room again, but can't make any contact as it's taken by Latham behind the stumps. 123 for 6.
Better length from Smith, but it's just not consistent, is it? It's just that lack of cricket since his abdominal injury tear, which I would imagine would take for a bowler, especially a front-on bowler, would take a fair bit of recovery, so he wouldn't have been able to bowl at all for a long time until that was repaired. Been able to do his fitness work and his gym work and stuff like that, but bowling would have been out.
Conceded 27 so far as he bowls his last ball of his fourth over. It's on the pads of Overton. Doesn't cash in as it's played up to Ravindra at mid-on, and that ends the over. 22 bowled. England 123 for 6. Harry Brook 62. Overton 32. After the break, John Bracewell will be joined by Daniel McHardy.
Hi, I'm Jason Field from Kinetic Access, your garage door specialists on 385 Nielsen Street, Penrose. While we've been dominating garage doors, gates and fences for 35 years, we're delighted to be stepping into new opportunities as Kinetic Access to give you better options. Our new garage door and motor package makes smart technology standard with no extra cost. No add-ons, no premiums, just smart. Built in. For unmatched quality, better value and more choice, Kinetic Access is the place to go. Check us out at kineticaccess.co.nz.
The Summer of Cricket live from Bay Oval will be Mitchell Santner from the Mount Maunganui end, left arm round the wicket. The New Zealand captain bowling to the English captain Harry Brook, who's playing a gem of a knock. He works the ball just forward a point into a gap, moving to 63 off 54. Overton is 32 off 39. It seems a long time ago, John Bracewell. England were 56 for the loss of 6 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Yeah, it was the beginning of my spell, and I think that might have done 2 or 3 more, too many.
Rocking back is Overton. He too finds a gap through the offside. Another single. 125 for 6.
Whilst Overton has been a little uncomfortable around certain lengths, just New Zealand just hasn't been able to hit that consistently enough over the last 5 or 6 overs since the opening bowlers moved out of the attack. And at times they've given them some free hits.
New Zealand's been quite ragged in the last 10 overs or so. Well bowled by Santner. Quicker through the air, and Brook respectful. He was almost defeated in the previous Santner over with the quicker one. And his fate rests in the hands of their captain, you would think. And he's dropped it short, fine leg, sweeping. It went very quickly. Rachin Ravindra has shelled it, and once again New Zealand spill a chance.
Yeah, it's an important wicket, that. Really got to be in tune. He's hit it flat at him.
Good catching eye. He's had to dive to his left, and now Brook comes down and smokes the boards. Overton straight into the stumps at the non-striker's end. He's thinking, oh, I should get 4 for that. You'll get nothing, lad. 33 he remains.
Yeah, go back to your point. You're right. Since the frontline bowlers moved out, that's unfortunately bowlers 3 and 4 haven't backed them up in the way that they should have.
Duffy, I don't know if Duffy was struggling with the win, but 3 straight wides and then almost took a third off his run up. He was really struggling.
To be fair, he's coming downwind, so
Santner slower through the air, plenty of bottom hand as the ball's guided through the cover field for a Overton single, who moves to 34. It's 127 for the loss of 6 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Santner 2 overs, none for 7. 4 runs, 4 singles off that over. And John Bracewell will pull himself up and move out of the commentary position. Oh, it's always nice. I do love the Sport Nation audience. Someone has texted me just to arrive back in myself. Hey, McHardy, hope you're okay. Been a bit of a tough month for Liverpool fans. Yep. Got no comeback. Got no comeback. Yeah. Unnamed texter. I'd like to know who you support, guy. If you're listening to our coverage here on Sport Nation, let us know where you're listening from. We love hearing from you. Here's a short ball from Smith to start a new over, and it's pulled away towards the deep backward square boundary. Sliding is, folks, good fielder in the deep. Returns, and they'll come back for 2. 129 for the loss of 6. Run rate's at 5.57. So, yeah, if you're out listening, and someone from side the pool in Penang earlier today, 8833, that is our text line. You can also text via the app. you are listening up and down New Zealand, great to have your company. It all was going so well for New Zealand when they reduced England to 10 for the loss of 4 in the 6th over when Bethel departed. Then it was 56 for 6. But a great partnership for the 7th wicket. We are witnessing, and here's more runs, over slip, down to the fence for 4, clearing the left leg. Overton, he was trying to power the ball down the ground with mid-off and mid-on up, healthy edge. It sailed over about a second, third slip and down to the rope for 4 more. Not the first time that has happened to Nathan Smith. And unsurprisingly, England attacking, as so many international teams seem to do to Nathan Smith. Looks back skywards, frustrated. His figures now none for 33. We're in the 5th over. 4.2 to be exact. Mitchell at slip weights. This one nits back, hitting the pad. I think it's hit the bat first. Hence why only a stifled appeal. Dot ball. 1-3-3 for 6. Oh, hello, Jerry.
Hello. How are you?
Very good.
Yeah. We've just come from next door, everybody, where we've been speaking to England. So we're back again together.
Right. Sorry, Jerry. We've got a slight issue. We're getting some feedback from the listeners that on the app where they can hear both the cricket and the netball. I was just about to say, right about now, you could hear Mark Stafford and Brooke Lever live from Hamilton, about to give you live coverage on the app, Live Sport Extra, of the Silver Ferns up against Australia. Not much going on in the world of the Silver Ferns at the moment, Jerry. I'm not sure if you've been paying attention. So we do apologise if that is the case. Thank you so much for letting us know. We will remedy that as soon as possible. And Staffy and Brooke Lever, as they always do, will give you brilliant coverage of the Constellation Cup match between the Silver Ferns and the Diamonds from Hamilton here. Bay Oval, Mount Maunganui on a lovely day. No fear of rain interrupting this game right now. It's 133 for the loss of 6. We're in the 24th over. 5.62 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard for England. Slow ball, shorter. Waiting is Overton. He pulls it very fine. And with that single, I think I'm right in saying Jamie Overton has his highest one-day score in any form of cricket. I think that will eclipse his best list A total. And a really important job.
Well, the game seems to be really has changed, hasn't it, since we were on here last? And it's just repositioning itself a little bit. New Zealand are still ahead because they do have those 6 wickets, but there's no doubt that England are looking a lot more comfortable. The lengths and the line of bowlers number 3 and 4
backing away and then looking to sort of scoop flick the ball was Brooke in his inventful way. It's clipped the pad, gone to short, fine leg for a single. No, but a bat, according to the umpire. That ends the 24th over. It's 135 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, so bowlers 3 and 4 haven't been just tight enough. They haven't been able to be consistent enough. You know, at the moment it looks as though the pitch has certainly dried out a little bit, but we don't really know because they haven't been accurate enough. And so it's been short bowling, it's been full bowling. The ball has gone a bit hither and yon away from the fields that have been set. And so Brooke and Overton now have got 79 runs from 76 balls. And so the game senses that you just sense that the game is turning and turning back towards, if anything, England still 6 for 130. They aren't out of trouble yet, but certainly they're starting to get a sniff of it.
Santner starting a new over, bowling to Brooke, worked through the onside for a single. 66 to Brooke. Overton 41. 5 for the loss of 3 when Root departed. Such a prized wicket. And not too many sides come back from a scenario like that to put up a competitive total. England very much back in that mix. Overton creates some space, gets onto a shorter ball and pulls it high over Mitchell at short mid-wicket, out to the fence for 4. Nicely played. Plenty of muscle and might with that stroke. Lovely light footwork too, Jerry, to get in good position.
Yep, they've certainly, these two have had some deliveries for them that they can attack. See, he's giving himself a wee bit of room there to try and open up the offside, but that's a nice response from Santner, who's seen him and has him just in a little bit of difficulty and looking a bit uncertain. But it's really just the bowling at this stage.
Santner goes quicker, defending late as Overton keeps it out, no run.
I just think, that's been the problem for the New Zealanders, and the fields so far that have been set because of the wickets taken early have been quite attacking inside the circle.
Dragging the length down, Santner adjusting because Overton was coming towards him, worked to Mitchell, no run. Wicket is Mitchell.
I mean, Overton has looked a little bit uncomfortable when he came to the crease, wasn't it? I mean, just playing with one hand for a long time when the length wasn't quite suitable for him.
He backs away. Santner goes very quick through the air. He's done very well to get a bit of bat on it and poke it to point, no run. Opening up the stumps for the New Zealand spinner to attack, but he's obviously growing in confidence. Moving around the crease. Want to create angles where he can free his arms and strike nicely. That was the end of the 25th over. 13 extras in this total. New Zealand had not bowled a wide after 9 and then got very ragged, I thought, for about an 8-9 over period. And that's allowed England to get back into this game. 140 for the loss of 6. We've got one gentleman who's got the best of both worlds. It's Lisa, in fact. Hello, Lisa. Thanks for listening in. I'm listening to your commentary. Well, great commentary, in fact, Jeremy. Don't forget the great. Listening to your great commentary while sitting outside by the pavilion at Bay Oval, the best of both worlds. Although someone has said I would rather listen to Staffy than you. Thanks. Good or bad, we take them. Jacob Duffy back into the attack. First time from the railway end, and he's met with a confident-looking straight drive by Harry Brook that hits the shin of Jacob Duffy, and there will be no run. I'll do one of these messages, Mark. It's Mark from Christchurch, champions of the NPC, Canterbury Rugby. Great cricket commentary. There you go, Mark, it did it. They are good. 140 for the loss of 6. Brooks on 66 of 59. Duffy, 2 overs done for 16. From over the wicket. Slow ball, and Brooks slicing now towards third man, and it's just going to land in front of a fast approaching Matt Henry. No control to see through the air, and on another day that might have carried.
Yep, just in front, and it's a slower ball. And it's been sliced, hasn't it? He's looked to go, is it slightly leg side, but with an open face of the bat, and that's why it's gone down to third man. Henry's seeing it maybe a little bit later. Couldn't quite get to that as it bounced in front of him. He's been put down once off the bowling of Santner Brook, and at 45, a catch to his left. He is left-handed. It's to his strong side. A diving chance, but down it went. And so New Zealand are going through just a little bit of a messy period as these two start to develop this partnership. As I say, it's bringing England back into this game.
141 for the loss of 6 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard as Overton waits for a ball and Open stares past a diving Williamson. Deepish gully down towards Henry again at third man for a single. He's 46 now, Overton. 142 for 6.
What did you tell me that you heard some stat or other that when a team was what
well, Gary at TalkSport, who'd just been spending a bit of time with, he's the type of guy Gary has went through every game.
Yeah, he does.
One day international ever played and took 5 for the loss of 3. Tried to find out who did the bet. Is Brook standing tall, working a straight ball through square leg for another single. He's 68. 144 for the loss of 6. And I'd have to go through his text chain, which, Jerry, it's a long one with Gary.
I do know Gary. Yes, I do know. It's quite involved.
From memory, I think the best score ever was 249. 249.
After being 5
for 3.
Right, 249. All right. Well,
Duffy from over the wicket once more. Another slow ball. Oh, here's a chance. Taken on the second attempt. Juggling Catch by Mitchell. Well disguised slower ball. Overton trying to turn it onside. Hit high on the bat. And leaping and grabbing it eventually was Daryl Mitchell. The breakthrough comes. So important. The 7th wicket falls.
Yep, getting well back in his crease is Overton. And he's looking to play that into the leg side. Playing from deep in the crease. Turns the bat and gets almost the back of the bat. And it goes, instead of to the leg side where he wants it to go, it's gone to the offside at cover. There is Daryl Mitchell jumping in the air. Jumped a little bit early, I think, if anything. And so was coming down, and it's a second take. He misses the first one, pushes it in the air, and as he's falling as well, takes it a second time. So Overton is out, and he's out after a very good innings, supporting his captain all the way. So 143 for 7.
When we return after this break, who will be Cast joining Brooke. 143 for 7.
A family legacy that began in 1926. 100 years on, Penrite Oil is only getting started. The Penrite Convoy range offers comprehensive solutions for your tractors and earth-moving equipment. From the latest fully synthetic, semi-synthetic and premium mineral oils to classic monograde oils for older two-stroke diesel engines. Penrite covers all applications on the farm and maximises performance and prolongs life in your tractors and machinery. 100 years Aussie-owned and made right here on Aussie dirt. Penrite Oil, 100 years, still driven.
Summer of cricket from Bay Oval, Mount Maunganui. The 7th wicket partnership has come to an end. It was a run of ball 87 between Jamie Overton and Harry Brook. Importantly, though, for England, their star player, Harry Brook, is still there. He has been joined by Cass. Here's another one. First ball, steered to backward point. Williamson holds on to it. Soft dismissal. Right. Cass comes and goes. Been nice to see you. Nice. And it's 8 down.
Yeah, just a ball that was short and it got up a little bit, and Cass looked to punch it on the offside. Couldn't get over the top and has hit it straight to Williamson. And so he's been backward point most of the game. And this time it's a comfortable catch. So Bryden Cass goes. So 1 becomes 2 and 7 becomes 8. So Brook is still there, standing at the non-striker's end, still on 68. He's seen 2 wickets fall and 2 balls. And suddenly Duffy's day has improved. A couple of W's, they're not wides this time. They are wickets. And so he's delighted with that. And so he now has 2 for 19 off 3 overs. He looks as if he's starting to get into his rhythm a bit more. He's not getting close to the front line where he was bowling wides in that first over. He's scratching away, tugging at that line at the moment now as he takes his cap, his New Zealand cap, and goes to a sort of a short third man position where he's been fielding to his captain Mitchell Santner from the far end. So a sudden change in the game once again. Comfortable catch, reverse cut Williamson. Cass, you're on your way. You didn't score any today.
Second golden duck of the innings. Jamie Smith, first ball of the game, remember. England crumbling to 10 for 4, then 56 for 6, but a great partnership. Jamie Overton made 46 of 54, but Cass lasted 1 ball. Adil Rashid is the new batsman. He's at the non-striker's end as Mitchell Santner starts a new over, working off the back foot through mid-on. And Brook, who's 69. We're about to see Harry go. Crazy, aren't we? Oh, crazy, Harry.
Well, who's in with him now? Rashid. Rashid can bat. He can bat. I've seen him get 30s and 40s. So, well, 144. Not enough, you wouldn't think.
Not at all. Santner crawling in, bowls very straight, playing in front of that front pad is Rashid. He pushes to the bowler. There's going to be no run. Very slow through the air at just 81.1k.
Yeah, well, we keep an eye, a good lookout for the speeds of Santner.
Wider of off stump, a slashing drive attempt, thumped into the ground. Gee, He loaded up like Vladdy Guerrero there and unleashed, and it just got outside the 30-metre circle for a single. There is a single that he plays baseball, Jeremy.
Oh, okay.
He plays baseball.
Was that a bunt?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't deliberate,
no,
was
he
it?
swung
No,
like
he did swing.
He was
right.
swinging for the fences, but, swinging bunt, they might call it. A dot ball as Brook pushes to backward point, no run. Brook 69 off 63. Rashid is 1 off 2, 145 for 8 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Sandner in again, bowls, worked from off stump through mid-wicket. Gather and thrown. I thought Mitchell released, he held on to it. Fun and games between he and Harry Brook. Brook 70. Jono and Susie having a cracking afternoon. Jeremy, how's this?
I reckon they're on the trampoline.
Yeah.
Be a jumping afternoon, really.
It's not a euphemism, is it? Right. Santner from around the wicket. Rashid defends, no run. Lying on the trampoline in glorious Christchurch sunshine, drinking a beer, eating peanuts, listening to the cricket.
Peanuts on the... That's
a perfect
so good.
afternoon.
I would have thought the peanut on the trampoline.
Yeah, great commentary, guys, from Jono and Susie. That could go horribly wrong.
Yeah, it could. Be
really
careful,
could.
guys.
Be careful.
Yeah.
Peanuts safely. But we love hearing from you. 8833. That is our text line. If you're listening via the app, you can also send a message that way too. Jeremy Coney alongside me, Daniel McHardy. 27 overs if you're just tuning into our coverage. Jono and Susie. Smith went without scoring first ball. Duckett made 2, Root 2, Bethel 2, Butler 4, Curran 6. It was 56 for 6 in the 12th over. Brook and Overton, a run-a-ball 87-run partnership. The clap is for Jacob Duffy, who is on a hat-trick. 2 for 19. He's bowling Harry Brook. Crowd urging him on. Brook steps away, shows the stumps. He tries to york him. Brook finds a way to get the ball to backward point. There will be no hat-trick as Mark Chapman is on the field. It seems maybe Kane Williamson has just departed after taking that catch. Watching a replay of that, we're going to hope there wasn't any damage caused to Williamson's hand. Brook on 70, waits, bat raised very high, and then he thrusts forward and nudges it wide and mid-on. Gee, that sails off his bat, doesn't it, Jeremy? Mere mortals, that's a single to the 30-metre circle. It's Bracewell doing well to prevent it going for 4, 148 for the loss of 8 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Lovely piece of timing, wasn't it? He just had to hold the stroke a little bit, and he was also just closing the face slightly. It's the sort of shot that you could easily get a leading edge to, but it was all along the ground, and it beat mid-on, which is Ravindra, comfortably to his right. Nearly, as you say, got to the boundary.
Backing away is Brook again. Low full toss, slap back past the bowler, past mid-on. Ravindra has to set off and retrieve. Brook, so strong. It hit low on the bat. It's still raced away. A big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. And the big number 5 moves to 76.
Duffy really looking to try and get that ball underneath the bat of Brook and try and, bowl a good Yorker. He's just missed his mark a little bit. He's certainly, I think, got a bit more rhythm from the broadcasting end than he had at the Mount end. He's behind the line at least, so he's not going to get no balled quite so much. And he's picked up a couple of wickets in the last over. Let's hope he can try and find that rhythm.
Shorter length, sliced away again. Retreating was Brook, creating that room. And found Chapman. Just adjusting his handle. What have we... with the grip on the handle. Gloves off, 152 for the loss of 8. There's one for you, Jeremy.
Enjoying your commentary. Coming in loud and clear, loud and clear on a lovely sunny day. Chatham Islands. Oi. Number 11 batter in Jerry Coney.
Chatham second 11. Did you play for the Chatham Islands second 11 at some stage? Short ball, bouncer, wide. Too high over the batter's head.
Chatham second 11. Okay, good on them. They have wicker pie down there, don't they? Wickers. Yeah, lots of them.
And a pie? Like lots of wicker in the pie, or just lots of wicker in general?
Yeah, well, lots of wickers.
What does a wicker taste like?
Oh, they're pretty manky.
Slower,
in my opinion.
Outside of off start and work.
Sorry, don't send me things now, Chathams.
Please make your complaints courtesy of Brad Lewis at Sport Nation, not Jeremy Coney.
It's Brad told me to say that.
They've come back for 2. It's 155 for the loss of 8.
He plays in the seconds there. Or he takes seconds.
Flies over, choppers in, plays for the second 11 on the Chathams. I know very little about cricket on the Chatham Islands. We need to know more. 8833. Jerry will come for a game. You'll just have to pay for him.
Umpire.
Pulled away out towards deep mid wicket. Another 6. It just goes off his bat like a gun going off. Great shot. What a way to end the over. Drinks are coming on the field. Another big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. 17 fours, 5 sixes overall. Brooks 84, Rashida's 1. England sent in 161 for the loss of 8.
Time for a drink. It's the drinks break on Sport Nation Cricket.
Big barrel, you local liquor store.
Celebrate these hot deals only at Big Barrel. Old Monk Dark 700ml, $39.99. Hard rated 10-pack cans, a hot 2 for $50. Tiger Crystal Ultra 24-pack bottles, $42.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big barrel, your local liquor store.
This is Black Cap Matt Henry, and you're listening to live coverage of the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
The Grand Tour Racing Festival is here. 4 cities, 9 premier race days. It's the hottest party in town with an epic mix of beats, vibes, and non-stop entertainment. Grab the gang, get all glam, and make it grand. Book today at thegrandtour.nz.
From over the wickets, here's a slog sweep, and he's bowled!
This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
The Grand Tour Racing Festival is here. A celebration of New Zealand's top thoroughbred racing events featuring headline acts, Example, Saatchi, and more. Gather your crew, grab your tickets, and make it grand at thegrandtour.nz.
Sport Nation.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
Celebrating New Zealand's top thoroughbred racing events, the Grand Tour Racing Festival with major partners Spates and Smirnoff bring you an epic mix of beats, vibes and non-stop entertainment. Book today and make it grand at thegrandtour.nz.
Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation from a sunny Bay Oval. New Zealand well and truly on top. They won the toss, decided to field, and had England in all sorts of bother early. 5 for the loss of 3, then 4 for 10, 3 for 5, 33 for 5, 56 for 6. Then a fight back from England, an 87-run partnership and a runner ball between Jamie Overton and the brilliant Harry Brook. Overton gone for 46, Cast then dismissed next ball. And with Drinks leaving the field, 161 for the loss of 8 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harry Brook, 84 off 70. He's at 9 fours and 4 sixes. The New Zealand bowling figures, Matt Henry, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 34. Folks, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 41. Smith, 5 overs, none for 35. 2 for 34 off 4 for Duffy. And Mitchell Santner, none for 15 off 4. He starts his 5th over now, bowling to Adil Rashid, who opens the face and rolls it towards third man. There will be no run. Jeremy Coney's alongside me.
What are you doing?
Well, up to something.
Yeah.
Slower, low full toss. Worked nicely past mid-wicket. Can't beat the mid-honors around to his left. So just a single. I'm too excited about eating wicker. Sheets 2. 162
it can do things to your tongue.
Yeah, and I thought we'd get some more information about cricket and the Chathams, and rather ominously,
you're making that up, aren't you?
Christus texted and said Chathams. That was it. That's
Chathams.
Yeah, Chathams.
That's good.
Santner bowling to Brook, turning comfortably away forward of square on the onside for a single.
I see they just got some medical equipment there too the other day. I saw on the news. Yep, very important. Good on you. I hope that's helping.
Type of medical?
They take pictures of the insides.
Oh, X-rays?
Yeah, well, it could be X-ray. I don't know. Could be something else.
Well, that was helpful, Jerry. Thanks.
Yeah, I like to add to things.
Shorter of length, quicker through the air. Defending is Rashid. No run. Dan writes, standing on the kitchen, sealing up double glazing windows. Well,
okay.
Then he goes, drinking Pilsner.
Oh, nice.
Nice. Very slow through the air, beating the outside edge of Rashid. And under the bat, and Latham didn't take it cleanly. So standing on the kitchen, sealing up double glazing windows, drinking Pilsner, reminiscing about the Mantis maiden ton v the Poms at the Basin.
Oh, dear. Oh, no. Who's it from? Dan. Dan the man. Well, didn't get many of them, Dan.
Defending Rashid past the bowler for a single, 164 for the loss of 8. Dan, of all the things you could be reminiscing about,
you need to be concentrating on your window, Dan.
I actually think he's drinking the double glazing and using the Pilsner to seal up. I think he's got it around the wrong way, hasn't he?
I think he's having to drink the Pilsner because he's reminiscing about a maiden ton. He needs something stronger and a double.
Is it good knock? 170 odd?
Not double glazing, but he needs a double Pilsner.
Does need a double Pilsner. Double breakthrough for Jacob Duffy earlier after a very ugly opening spell from the Mount Maunganui end. He switched around and he did break up that partnership importantly for New Zealand. 2 for 34, but he was punished last ball by Brook. He starts a new over, bowling to Rashid, who's squared right up. He's the diminutive leg spinner. He's got an important job to do here with the bat. Defends from the crease line. There's going to be no run.
Yep, Rashid can bat. And if he starts to go along with Brook and do exactly what Overton did, then New Zealand could be chasing over 200 here. So let's just see how we go. Duffy's got a chance before Rashid gets in.
Rashid gets the ball away, backward to square for 1. Just 166 for the loss of 8 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Afternoon, Daniel and Jeremy. I'm listening to you both while planting spuds in the garden as you do on your Labour weekend. Question for Jeremy.
Yeah.
There is a myth that you used to practice the toss. Is this true?
No, it's a myth.
Asks Rich.
It's a myth, Rich. Never tried to do that. I did once at a club game. We tossed 3 times.
For the wicket, Duffy rolling the fingers over, slower ball. Roll 2, short third man by Brook, no run.
I remember we were playing another team called Kilburnie, and I didn't see the toss at all. He just took it up and sort of picked it up, the coin, right up before I could even do anything. I said, I don't know what he said, we'll bat. I said, no, I'm not having that. I didn't see that. You can't. He said, best of 3. so it took a bit of time.
Leg by is there, yeah, indeed, as Brook trying to scoop the ball. Sees it hit his backside, gives his rump a bit of a rub. He's fine, 167 for 8.
But I must say, I did at one stage, I did do exactly the same myself when I was tossing at Multown.
It was Zahir Abbas.
That was Zahir Abbas, and and all the people were running across the ground at this stage trying to get into the ground and running at right angles to where we were, and then the tear gas hit poor old Zahir.
He wore glasses famously.
Yes, he did.
Short wide of off stump. That could be a wide. Isn't called.
And so Zahir, when it hit him, it affected him, and he went down. When the coin was up in the air, heads, wheel, bat, off I went. And leaving poor old Zahir on the ground, I've got to say, I didn't feel too bad about it.
His eyes are stinging, his glasses are fogging up.
Everybody was eyes were stinging.
And you wandered off.
Yeah, and choking, and some people were vomiting as they ran past, and their families were scattered.
Clipped to mid-wicket, taken. On the front foot, trying to roll the wrists, but on this drying surface, Duffy's found the right pace, and that might mean another slower ball. He's got a third. Rashid gone, 9 down, 166 for the loss of 9 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Yeah, it was a slower ball. He's run the fingers over it. It's a roundabout off stump, and Rashid has tried to just flick that through the leg side, but he's picked out who stood there for a long time, Michael Bracewell. I mentioned that he was in a catching position. He's got a little bit deeper as the innings gone deeper itself, but he's taken the catch to his right quite comfortably. He's got a big set of hands as Michael Bracewell, and a very sort of accurate catcher. So 166 for 9. Last man, Luke Wood, coming out to bat now. He swings the ball quite nicely. When he's been bowling here in New Zealand, he's enjoyed his time here. But now, of course, looks like a left-hander as he's coming out. And so now, we could see a bit of action here from Harry Brook, I think. I
hope so.
Yeah, if Luke Wood could actually just hang in there for a while, Brook could make merry.
166 for the loss of 9. Rashid. A lot to do, and unfortunately he got nowhere near what was required as far as length of time, even if he was getting the odd single here and there, which he was. 4 off 12, in fact. He needed to stay. There's still 20 overs remaining, 20 overs available to England. Harry Brook might just open up here. Pay attention, Jerry. Here is Mitchell Santner. Put down your Weka recipe for later. Santner from around the wicket, quick through the air. Brook defends, looks, catches the eye of the New Zealand captain, starts to chew on that gum just a little bit harder. Readjust the gloves. Long off, long on. Deep square. Deep cover as well. Into the pads of Brook, who's now going to turn down singles. Yes, he's turned it towards deep square. Young fields, no run.
I think we should get a recipe coming in. If someone could send us in a Weka recipe, then we could actually give it a crack, couldn't we?
Yeah. 8833.
And the sounds, they're in the Marlborough Sounds. Anyway.
Pushing forward. Defending, no run.
I would quite like, because I'm sure there'll be some people there who really know how to make Weka pie.
Well, the Royal Society of Weka of New Zealand would be outraged at it. Scandalous.
Oh, look.
Description of...
Don't bring that up.
Type of meat. Brook backs away. Bails out of a big stroke and just pushes into a gap at mid-off. We'll take the run on this occasion because it's getting late in the over. Brook moves closer to 100. You'd think on the surface it's drying up. I think it's coming on as quickly as we saw in the T20s here. England are well short. They need another 80, wouldn't you think?
Oh, yeah. You'd like to, certainly. I mean, you did all the study of the stats, didn't you?
No, I just read a message.
Yes, you did. You sent me them all. They're about 30 pages. Okay. You did?
One likes to prepare.
Yep. Well,
I'm glad you didn't read a word of them.
No, that's...
167 for 9. The left-hander Wood comes forward and defends. There's no run. What was your favourite bit then?
Not opening it. Yeah.
Mitchell in its slip. Over the wicket goes Santner. Left alone by Wood. That is the end of the over. 167 for the loss of 9. 31 overs have been bowled. Tom Bartlett with a Weka recipe up to this.
Hi, I'm Jason Field from Kinetic Access, your garage door specialists on 385 Nielsen Street, Penrose. While we've been dominating garage doors, gates and fences for 35 years, we're delighted to be stepping into new opportunities as Kinetic Access to give you better options. Our new garage door and motor package makes smart technology standard with no extra cost. No add-ons, no premiums, just smart. Built in. For unmatched quality, better value and more choice, Kinetic Access is the place to go. Check us out at kineticaccess.co.nz.
Welcome back to Bay Oval in Mount Maunganui, where England are 167 for 9. Harry Brook not out, 86. Great innings from the England skipper, and he's got number 11 with him, Luke Wood. Jacob Duffy continuing from the Papamoa Hills end, and straight away Brook has tried to play. He's tried to walk across, play one of those ramp shots, and it's been a slower ball, and he's just sort of tripped it out to square leg, and he's opted against taking the single early in the over. 167 for 9. Hello, John. We're going to see more of this?
Yeah, we're going to see funny games time as Brook tries to manipulate some sort of total. And I think they're still well behind what some sort of total is.
So Duffy into his 6th over. He's taken 3 wickets. Here he is, bowls to Brook, gives himself some room. It's another slower ball, but it's not taken cleanly by Latham, and so Ravindra has had to sprint after it from fine leg inside the circle. And nothing's happened because Brook hasn't taken any. He could have got 2 there, John.
That was a disaster.
Shambles, that is. 167 for 9. Now, I want to describe the field here. This is, what have we got here? On the offside, 3rd man up inside the ring. Backward point is Kane Williamson. Extra cover is Daryl Mitchell. Mitchell Satner is at mid-off. Ravindra up inside the ring. On the offside, here is Harry Brook picking the slow one. He just heaved it up over extra cover, and that's gone all the way for 6 runs. A big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. Harry Brook into the 90s. He's 92 not out. England 173 for 9.
That's a poor ball from Jacob Duffy going wide, where you got your whole of your offside up and allowing him a free hit over cover off the slower ball. So he's trying to avoid getting hit to the onside, but there's no one in the circle on the onside except fine leg.
Harry Brook 8 runs away from a century and waits and tees off. That is the number 1 driver, and everybody can just stand and watch that one as it disappears beyond the number 5 lighting tower. 6 runs over mid-wicket from the bat of Harry Brook, who goes to 98. Back-to-back 6s, back-to-back big barrel boundaries. 179 for 9.
Actually, Michael Bracewell there lost that completely, so I think he was slightly relieved that it actually went well over his head.
It's gone 40 or 50 metres over his head.
Yeah, he just has lost that completely into the sun.
So Harry Brook to 98. Inside of a second one-day international 100. The England captain, 179 for 9 in the 32nd over. The run rate at 5.65, and Harry Brook is going to try and hit his way to a total here for his team. Duffy in, it's a full toss, and Brook gets under it, slaps it behind square and into the crowd for 6 more, and it's a second one-day international 100 for the England skipper. He's 104. He has carried his team on his back today. Gets a warm applause from the Bay Oval crowd. Many England fans on their feet, the flag of England flying on the embankment. Harry Brook not out 104, and England 185 for 9.
Actually, the mastery of his batsmanship throughout this innings has been something really worth watching. I mean, he's a lovely striker of the ball, but the way he's manipulated the more inexperienced New Zealand bowlers in particular, almost getting them to bowl where he wants it.
3 successive 6s. Duffy, what's the answer? This time he goes wide of the crease, and it's too wide. Brook can't reach it, and umpire Raza signals wide. 186 for 9. Jacob Duffy under pressure.
Even the delivery, really, if you got your offside up and he's gone wide line, he's only got to get a touch on that, and it's going to race away for 4 too. So it's not the sharpest of bowling, really, in terms of tactically. Field, he's got the hit on the onside, which he's finding very easy if he gets his arms free with back of a length. goes full, he goes offside, and he can pierce that ring field.
Jacob Duffy just trying to get out of this over. It's cost him 19. Into Brook, he gets a bit of width, throws his hands at one, and out to Will Young, who's sweeping on the offside, and that brings the end of a good over for England. 20 from it after 32. They're 187 for 9 with Harry Brook not out 105.
Celebrate these hot deals only at Big Barrel. Scrumpy 1.25 litre range, a hot 2 for $22. Jules Taylor range or Ellen Scott Cecilia Sparkling Brut or Brut Rosé, $21.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Sun out at Bay Oval as we head towards 5 p.m. local time. 187 for 9. England 105. Harry Brook 105, the England captain. But he's only got Luke Wood left with him. Mitchell Satner, no wicket for 19 from 6 overs. Trying to finish off this England innings. Harry Brook on strike. Satner round the wicket from the Mount Maunganui end. Slow, and it's swung hard from Brook out to deep square. They won't take the single as Will Young collects it a couple of times on the bounce. 187 for 9.
We might think it's, playing silly, not taking runs, but to be honest, Brook's really done this on his own anyway.
Waits again as Satner comes round the wicket to the right and gives himself some room, tries to thrash it. Can't beat folks at backward point. Another dot ball.
He's dominated the batting innings, obviously, but the ability of others to go with him hasn't been great.
Satner flatter to Brook, who comes down the wicket and then just checks and defends instead back down the offside, and Satner collects.
Well, still 17 overs up his sleeve. He certainly can afford to play the field.
Satner into Brook again, plays the reverse sweep this time and gets it up over the top of those two players inside the ring, trickling towards the boundary. Folkes does good work, diving and flicking it back. And Duffy collects and fires it in, and they will only get 2 runs. 107 for Harry Brook and 189 for 9 England.
Excellent pace fielding. Folkes chasing it down, scooping it back. Duffy just been in there to be able to collect that scoop back. Keep it down to 2, but they probably would have only have taken 2 anyway.
A sweeper outside the circle on the offside. Long off, long on. And square leg on the boundary. Everybody else up inside the ring. 2 behind square on that offside. Here is Brook, goes back, hits on the bounce to Williamson, who's on the inner ring. Stepping outside the ring, and good fielding from Kane Williamson. Collected it and fired it back to Satner, and there's no run. 189 for 9 with 1 ball left in this, the 33rd over of the England innings.
New Zealand fielders just come in a couple of yards in the circle. See if they can actually prevent the single and catch Wood on strike.
Stacked offside field as Satner goes around. Brook gives himself some room and swings hard, and will just take the single to deep square. Young moves to his right, and they get 1 run. Harry Brook retains the strike. He's 108, and after 33, it's 190 for 9.
Almost be tempted to let that go for 4.
They have a crack at Luke Wood.
Yes. Is that ethical?
Would have felt wrong, but
I would have tripped.
Just because it feels wrong doesn't mean it is wrong.
I would have made it look as though I was playing into the sun. No, I haven't picked that up.
Sorry, Skip. Raise the hand. Did you ever do that? Did the ball ever come at you in your career and you thought, I'll just let this one go away, kick this one over the boundary?
I just couldn't bring myself to do it.
Yeah, and that's what you were asking Will Young to do out here.
Yeah. No, I didn't ask him to do it.
No, that's you. Very good. What are you, a lawyer?
You got to be careful as a coach these days. Asking anybody to do anything.
Right, Matt Henry is going to come back into the attack. He bowled 8 overs on the trot from the Mount Maunganui end at the start of this game. 2 for 34. He's coming back from the Papamoa Hills end, the railway end, to try and finish the job for New Zealand. 190 for 9 England. Harry Brook's on 108. And here is Henry over the wicket to Brook. And Brook tries to swing, and it's gone straight up in the air, but it's caught the top edge, and it's gone all the way over the wicketkeeper's head for 6. Harry Brook. Highest one-day score now. He's up to 114, and England edge towards the magical 200 mark. They're 196 for 9.
That's amazing, because it's actually a slow ball from Henry as well. It's just travelled. It's a serious piece of wood he's got, because that's just the top edge.
It's almost tried to sort of play another paddle shot or ramp, whatever you want to call it. It's like a sweep, and it's just caught the top of the bat, and it is flowing. Starts the over with a big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. Here's Henry bowling to Brook this time. He's outside the off stump, gives himself room, and Henry goes full, and Brook can't catch up with it.
He's lucky to get away with that, Henry. And sometimes when you are the senior bowler, just get a couple more inches width than anybody else.
Well, I'm pretty sure Jacob Duffy, the previous one, bang on exactly the same line, and Hassan Raz's arms were out pretty quickly. Henry starts his run again, bowls to Brook. This one's down the leg side slower.
Just not going to get away with that.
Not going to get away with that one. It was slow and wide down the leg side, so umpire Raza does signal wide. 197 for 9.
Just get a tad rattled at times, the New Zealanders, with Harry Brook. Well, not surprising. He's as clean a hitter of a cricket ball as I have seen.
Does seem to enjoy New Zealand, doesn't he? Came out here in the Test series a couple of years ago, got that big 170 on. T20s. Now one-day cricket. Short from Henry. And Brook plays it late, plays it into Rachin Ravindra, who's up inside the ring at third man. That could have flown off for 4. Ravindra gets down and cuts it off. It's a dot ball, 197 for 9.
Yeah, he's done really well there. That wind had him fast to his left. Got his body in behind it. Just made sure he bunted it forward.
So Harry Brook just making some running repairs to that bat of his. Gets his glove off. Now he's going to put the glove back on. Maybe a little bit of loose wood. And he sets himself again, and now Henry says, well, you made me wait, I'll make you wait. I'll just have a quick chat to the skipper. No change to the field. 197 for 9, midway through the 34th over at Bay Oval. Here's Henry over the wicket to Brook, and Brook gets it all short outside the off stump, waves the bat through to Latham, and you can hear the voice on the audio mic. That was Harry Brook who was discussing there. Not happy with that.
No, he thought he had missed out on an opportunity with the short one. And able to flick it over third man with Ravindra up in the circle. Probably was given the ideal length. He just missed it. He hasn't missed many.
Was given a life by Rachin Ravindra behind square, playing a sweep shot. Difficult catch, but one Ravindra, I'm sure, like to have taken. Here's Henry, and Harry Brook's gone whack over square leg, and that's gone 20-30 metres beyond the boundary as well. Another maximum off the bat of Harry Brook, another big barrel boundary. He's 120. England go past 200. They're 203 for 9.
And it looks as though Henry is going to bring everybody up to try and prevent the one. So he's going to bring everybody up into the circle. They're going to go, right, we are going to get wood on strike no matter what. So I'm going to give you a free hit.
So it's 4 or dot?
Correct.
Or 6 or dot?
4, boundary or dot. Big barrel, boundary or dot.
Very good.
Is that one more off the list?
Very good. Very good, Braces. You can stay. Commercial guys will be happy. Here's Henry. Last ball of the 34th over. He's bowling to Brook, and Brook just goes whack. You don't care if the fielders are inside the ring. That's gone further than the last one. That's over square leg as well. So he will be on strike at the start of the next over. 209 for 9 England score. Harry Brook 126 not out from 95 deliveries.
Now who's going to bowl it? That's the thing.
It was Satner, wasn't it, before? But
it was Satner. It's just whether Satner is going to go to one of his quicks.
Nathan Smith is sprinting in, having had some kind of signal, and it might be Smith who's taken off the hat and glasses. Yes, it is.
Now, is this the stage of the game where we look at 2 balls?
Yes, it is, 34. So that's where the umpires have come together. They have disposed of one, and now I assume they're going to show... Does they show Mitchell Satner?
Yes, they did.
And he selects the one he wants to continue with, and the other one gets pocketed.
Which he did. Now, what one would you take? The one that's been battered against...
The concrete?
The concrete, and therefore, as Jeremy said, get reverse swing, and it's a soft ball. Or, because you need 1 wicket, are you going to go for the newest looking one, and hopefully you get something out of the wicket?
So Luke Wood is on strike, and Nathan Smith is hunting the final wicket. Right arm over the wicket to the left-hander. Driving is Wood, and he's got runs. He may get 4 of them because Will Young is chasing after it. No, he won't, and they'll just take the single. Harry Brooks says, I'll have the strike back. So that was positive from Luke Wood, who's underway with a single. And New Zealand have the same problem they had at the previous over. Harry Brook is back on strike at 210 for 9.
It's an amazing shot because he's absolutely whacked this, and it's the only ball that hasn't looked as though it's going to get to the boundary.
And it was flying too, John, as it hit the 30-yard circle. It was going, and then it just stopped.
That's what happens when you bat down the order. You don't get the best bats off the shelf.
Yeah, well, Harry Brooks obviously got a monopoly on those. 126 not out, the England captain. And there's a conference going on at the top of Nathan Smith's mark with Mitchell Satner, Matt Henry and Smith. They're making changes to the field. At the moment, there's deep backward square and a man in front of square on the onside. Ravindra is at fine leg, but he's not on the boundary. He's about halfway to the boundary. In fact, he might be walking inside the ring. Duffy is back at third man. There's a sweeper. And then both mid-off, mid-on are back in. No, now we've got changes. Duffy's coming up inside the ring. Daryl Mitchell's going back out to almost, what is that, John? That's almost backward point on the boundary. Yeah, or a wide third.
It is a very wide third man.
So here is Smith. Harry Brook waits. Here's Smith. Bowls to him. Well, he's just walked in front of it, walked across it. Hasn't got all of it, Harry Brook, but effectively he's gone inside the ball and whacked it over fine leg, and it's carried onto the advertising hoardings for 6. He's 132. England up to 216 for 9.
It's a clever shot. Deliberately pulled it finer than he normally would. So he's getting some sail with the wind rather than hitting into it and trying to get it over square leg. He's actually got inside of it and helped it over fine leg, which is Ravindra, who's up in the circle. Very clever cricket.
The New Zealand bowlers under pressure here. 216 for 9, the England score. They were 166 for 9. So there's a partnership of 50 of 26 balls between Harry Brook and Luke Wood, who scored just 1. He's faced just 3 balls. This is a dominant partnership from Brook, who waits now for Smith and then carves this one through the offside. Not going to get 4, or is he going to get 4? There's a juggle on the fence, and we'll have a look at the replay there. It was hit crisply by Brook. He's got back for 2. Player coming across from the sweeper was Zach Folkes. There was a bit of a bobble, and it might just be 2. 218 for 9. On the replay as he goes hunting for it before it hits the boundary rope. Yes, he's just kept it in. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, how close is he to the boundary? That's a bit of a mess from Zach Folkes.
Yeah, pick the bones out of that. The TV umpire, Paul Rifle.
I'm going to need a few different angles.
Yeah.
So there's obviously a delay while we wait here for Paul Rifle to review this. It was a sliding stop from Folkes, but as he slid, he tipped it back towards the rope, and then when he went after it to try and retrieve it again, he dived on the ball, and then it's just whether or not he's touched the rope in the process of sliding forward and then onto the ball, very close to the Toblerone, as it's sometimes called. And he gets up and fires it back. But good luck working that one out.
I'm going to say he's all right.
And I think Sean Haig's going to say you're all right too. 2:18 for 9. We will continue. Harry Brook 134. 9 runs off the first 3 balls of the 35th over. In goes Smith, bowls to Brook, and he's standing tall and trying to work it on the onside. Ends up just going back down the pitch to Smith. 2:18 for 9.
It's really good challenge for Nathan Smith, this sort of stuff going forward. To his cricketing experience, and he's been out of the game for a long time with this abdominal tear injury.
5.4 overs, no wicket for 44. Smith in again. Brook just lifts this one up over extra cover. It's going a bit more square though, so Smith's able to Folks is able to collect it on the bounce, and they get back, or they get through for 1. So Luke Wood will have 1 delivery to navigate. 2:19 for 9.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to navigate that 6th ball of the over than it is from the start. So New Zealand made that big mistake by allowing him off strike early. And then Brook gets a free pick on a wicket that's flattened out nicely.
2:19 for 9. 1 ball left in the 35th over, and Nathan Smith's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Wood, and Wood's playing late, and he's cutting square behind point, and Ravindra won't get there from third man. Played it late, Wood. Perfect result for England. Wood gets 4, a big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals, and England go to the end of the over. 223 for 9.
Hi, I'm Jason Field from Kinetic Access, your garage door specialists on 385 Nielsen Street, Penrose. While we've been dominating garage doors, gates and fences for 35 years, we're delighted to be stepping into new opportunities as Kinetic Access to give you better options. Our new garage door and motor package makes smart technology standard with no extra cost. No add-ons, no premiums, just smart. Built in. For unmatched quality, better value and more choice, Kinetic Access is the place to go. Check us out at kineticaccess.co.nz.
Bay Oval in Mount Maunganui is the venue. The first one-day international between New Zealand and England. New Zealand, at one stage, England 10 for 4 and then 56 for 6. Harry Brook is almost single-handedly ensured they've got something to bowl at. He's not out 135 from 99 balls. He's got number 11 Luke Wood with him. 223 for 9. They've got 15 overs remaining, and Mitchell Santner's going to come back into the attack from the railway end, Papamoa Hills end. Long off, long on back, mid-wicket back, deep square leg back on the offside. Santner bowls, and it's swung hard by Brook on the bounce to square leg, and they won't take a single. The score will remain 223 for 9.
So coming from this end now, Brook has the hit with the wind off Santner to the onside. Santner will find it harder to turn the ball into the breeze. They tend to drift the ball back into the pads.
Santner in, floats one up. Brook swings hard, it's in the air, it should be caught, and it is caught out on the square leg boundary by Nathan Smith. So Harry Brook's brilliant knock comes to an end. He's the last man out for England. Caught Smith, bowled Mitchell Santner for 135, almost single-handedly carrying England on his back. The upshot is, though, England having bowled out for 223 in the 36th over, that Harry Brook should get a very warm reception, because while everybody else was falling around him, he continued the attacking style of play that he's become famous for. He's a brilliant, brilliant cricketer. A highest one-day score, and he's getting the applause he deserves as he leaves. 135. England bowled out for 223.
I admire more the cricket smarts of Brook, almost more so than the ball striking. The ball striking is tremendous. He has that reputation. But for a young man to dominate an innings like that and give England a chance, I don't think it's much of a chance. I think they're well below par for this wicket. Or it should be, 15 overs still to bowl. So New Zealand are holding all the cards, but that was an innings to admire in terms of cricket intelligence. You'd be disappointed the way it ended, but, man, something to watch.
Mitchell Santner won the toss earlier this afternoon. He asked England to bat, and England's been bowled out for 223. Jamie Smith bowled off the first delivery of the game by Matt Henry for a duck. Ben Duckett caught Latham, bowled Folkes for 2. Joe Root bowled Folkes for 2. Jacob Bethel bowled Folkes for 2. At one stage, England were 10 runs, 4 wickets down. Harry Brook continued on throughout the innings since then. Josh Butler caught Latham, bowled Henry for 4. Sam Curran didn't last very long. He was caught Latham, bowled Folkes for 6. Jamie Overton provided someone for Harry Brook to bat with. Overton 46 from 54 deliveries, batted for an hour before he was caught by Mitchell off Duffy for 46. Bryden Cast was caught Williamson, bowled Duffy for a first ball duck. Adil Rashid 14 minutes, 12 deliveries for his 4 before he was caught by Bracewell off Duffy, and the last man out was Harry Brook. Caught Smith on the square leg boundary off Santner for 135. England 223 all out and 35.2 overs, 17 extras in that innings. The New Zealand bowling figures, well, wickets-wise, Zach Folkes, 4 for 41. He bowled 7 overs on the trot, 4 for 41. Great display from Zach at the top. Matt Henry was good, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 53. Nathan Smith, 6 overs, not rewarded, 49 runs conceded. Jacob Duffy was expensive, 6 overs for 55, but he took 3 wickets. And Mitch Santner finally ended the resistance from Harry Brook with 1 for 22 in his 8th over. So the England total, 223. And I suppose, John Bracewell, as we summarise that first innings, New Zealand will be delighted with the way they started. They used the conditions they hoped they would be able to at the start, and to have England 56 for 6 would represented a pretty good start. But Harry Brook almost single-handedly has got England to a score that they might feel that they could defend if they bowl well.
Yeah, they've got to bowl very well. I'd say the odds are well in New Zealand's favour. Just going back to the New Zealand bowling, folks exposed England's lack of ability to play in swing to the right-handers and outswing to the left-handers. Technically, he exposed England and opened the game up. I mean, he may have gone for 5 point something and over, but he opened the game up for New Zealand and put the odds well in their favour. I think Brook has made it competitive, but I don't think it's enough, and it shouldn't be enough on this surface.
Well, you talked about those left-handers. Ben Duckett caught Latham, bowled Folkes for 2. Jacob Bethel, another left-hander, bowled Folkes for 2. Sam Curran, the all-rounder left-hander, caught Latham, bowled Folkes for 6. So there are 3 left-handers that he outfoxed.
He basically opened them up. Technically, he opened them up. They went to the first part of the swing and got themselves squared up and nicked off and bowled. But they were opened up, and that's a technical issue that they don't get exposed to with continual white ball cricket. No one swings the ball like that, and if they do, they don't do it often enough. So technically, that's something that they really need to look at. If I was Australia and I was Mitchell Starc, I'd be going, wow. Swinging the ball into the right-handers, away from the left-handers. Wonder if I could do that.
He probably can. He's good enough. We all know that, Mitchell Starc. Upshot from the Bay Oval as the clock ticks to 5 minutes past 5. England batting first have been bowled out for 223 and 35.2 overs, with Harry Brook the star of the show for the home team, the captain. 135 of 101 balls, 158 minutes. He has carried England to a score, as John Bracewell suggested, perhaps not enough, but at least it's something, when they were 56 for 6 and in danger of just not putting up anything that would challenge the New Zealanders. At least this will require New Zealand to go out and bat for some time, and looking forward to seeing what they can do. Play due to resume at 5:30. We'll take a short break here on Sport Nation. England, the target has been set. New Zealand need 224 to win game 1 of the 3-game ODI series. Back on Sport Nation in just a moment. It's 6 minutes past 5.
Since the 1970s, Roundup's seen it all in the Kiwi backyard. The paisley prints, the short shorts, the backyard cricket, the conversations with the lawnmower, the barbies, and the outdoor lifestyle we still love today. We've been helping Kiwis keep weeds down year after year with a product for every job, from paths and lawns to those hard-to-kill weeds. Roundup makes it simple. Roundup, part of Kiwi backyards since 1976. To banish weeds now, reach for the Roundup.
From over the wickets, here's a slog sweep and he's bowled!
This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
Celebrate these hot deals only at Big Barrel. Maestro de Bell Tequila 700ml and Dictator 12-year-old Rum 700ml $64.99. Jim Beam 1125ml $52.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store. And there's a diving catch inside the ring. What a catch!
You're listening to live coverage of the Black Caps on Sport Nation.
Since the 1970s, Roundup's seen it all in the Kiwi backyard. The paisley prints, the short shorts, the backyard cricket, the conversations with the lawnmower, the barbies, and the outdoor lifestyle we still love today. We've been helping Kiwis keep weeds down year after year with a product for every job, from paths and lawns to those hard-to-kill weeds. Roundup makes it simple. Roundup, part of Kiwi backyards since 1976. To banish weeds now, reach for the Roundup.
This is Black Cap Matt Henry, and you're listening to live coverage of the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Celebrate these hot deals only at Big Barrel. Old Monk Dark 700ml $39.99. Hard rated 10-pack cans, a hot 2 for $50. Tiger Crystal Ultra 24-pack bottles $42.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Welcome back to Bay Oval in Mount Maunganui. We are in the innings break of the first one-day international between New Zealand and England. Mitchell Satner, the New Zealand captain, won the toss and sent England into bat, and England have been bowled out for 223. 35.2 overs in the innings. Harry Brook, the top scorer for England, the captain, 135 from 101 deliveries, 9 fours, 11 sixes, striking out 133. He was the standout in the innings by some distance. Matt Henry dismissed Jamie Smith off the first ball of the game when he bowled Smith for a duck. Didn't take long. Ben Duckett, Joe Root, Jacob Bethel all falling for 2 off the bowling of Zach Folkes, who ended up with 4 wickets. At one point, England were 10 for 4. Harry Brook, Josh Butler and Sam Curran took them to 56 for 6 at another stage. Jamie Overton, he came in and scored 46, providing at least someone for Harry Brook to bat with. 46 from 54 deliveries, 6 fours and 1 6 for Jamie Overton, but he was dismissed, caught by Daryl Mitchell on the second attempt. Braden Cast didn't trouble the scorers. Adil Rashid stuck around for 12 deliveries and Luke Wood was left not out 5. But in terms of the England card, well, there's only one name really on it, Harry Brook. 135, 9 fours, 11 sixes. Jamie Overton, next top scorer with 46. But everybody else was in single digits. 0, 2, 2, 2, 4, 6, 0, 4, 5, 223 the England score, 35.2 overs. Best of the New Zealand bowlers, Zach Folkes, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 41. Matt Henry, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 53. Jacob Duffy was expensive, went at 9s, but took 3 wickets, 3 for 55 from his 6 overs. And Mitchell Satner, the captain, dismissing his opposite with the second ball of his 8th over, 1 for 22. So England, the target has been set. New Zealand will need 224 to win this first one-day international. Of course, it's the first of 3. Hamilton and Wellington to follow over the next week. But in terms of tonight, on a glorious night in Mount Maunganui, good crowd in. The embankment has been pretty well populated all afternoon. sun is shining, which makes a welcome sight after the rain that has impacted the cricket season so far this year. Good crowd in, and they've seen a good bowling performance from New Zealand. They've also seen one of world cricket's great entertainers, Harry Brook, smash the New Zealand bowlers to all parts, 135. And so when play resumes in around 19 minutes at 5:30, New Zealand will need 224 to win this first one-day international. Will Young and Rachin Ravindra slated to open the batting. Kane Williamson back in the team. Daryl Mitchell, Tom Latham, veteran wicketkeeper batsman, also of course returns to the 50-over team. Michael Bracewell, Mitch Satner, Zach Folkes, Nathan Smith, Matt Henry and Jacob Duffy. And if between the 11 of them they can get to 224, New Zealand will go 1-0 up in this series. Just recapping, New Zealand won the toss, inserted England and bowled them out for 223 in 35.2 overs. Harry Brook, the only real England player to trouble the scorers of any great note, 135. Good support from Jamie Overton, but what a performance from Harry Brook, because if it wasn't for him, England would not have got anywhere near 223. So the target, 224, play to resume in around 18 minutes time. It is a lovely evening in Mount Maunganui. Crowd have enjoyed the action so far, and now the chase will be on shortly. We'll take another break here on Sport Nation. When we come back, we'll take in some of the highlights of the first innings.
Hi, I'm Jason Field from Kinetic Access, your garage door specialists on 385 Nielsen Street, Penrose. While we've been dominating garage doors, gates and fences for 35 years, we're delighted to be stepping into new opportunities as Kinetic Access to give you better options. Our new garage door and motor package makes smart technology standard with no extra cost. No add-ons, no premiums, just smart. Built in. For unmatched quality, better value and more choice, Kinetic Access is the place to go. Check us out at kineticaccess.co.nz.
25mm, $52.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store. When it comes to New Zealand sports turf, nobody knows it better than PGG Wrights and Turf. They've been in the industry for over 40 years, proudly supplying customers right across the country. From stadiums to golf courses, bowling greens to landscaping, even through to revegetation and erosion control, their highly skilled team are well equipped in every aspect of the turf and environmental markets. So, for your next turf project, talk to New Zealand's experts. PGGWrightsandTurf.com.
The Silver Ferns are back to take on an old foe. Get ready for an unmissable series of world-class netball. The Ferns go head-to-head with their fiercest rivals, Australia, for the Consolation Cup. You won't want to miss a moment in Aotearoa, with Hamilton and Christchurch hosting two massive games. So get ready for some epic Silver Ferns netball action. The Consolation Cup, Silver Ferns versus Australia. Be part of the crowd and grab your tickets now at silverferns.co.nz.
The Ashburton Trotting Club brings you the ultimate race day lead up to Cup Week. It's Magic Monday at Ashburton Raceway. Tomorrow, get along and enjoy the thrill of high-class harness racing. Watch the Cup horses in the Ashburton Flying Stakes. The top trotters and the 2- and 3-year-olds battle it out on one of the best tracks anywhere. Free entry, entertainment for the kids, plus be in the draw for dual sulky drives and Cup Day tickets. Magic Monday, tomorrow at Ashburton Raceway.
Here at Sport Nation, we've been there for plenty of big moments.
Lydia Ko wins the Open. Lydia Ko wins the Open. She's done it. Emotional scenes at St Andrews. Over the top, Sam Whitelock. Sam Whitelock, you are magnificent. Sam Whitelock has forced a penalty, and the game will be over. Always bet on black.
And we plan to be there for a whole lot more. It's Sport Nation, the Kiwi voice of sport.
Helping to keep your horses and dogs on track and race ready is what Garrett's Horse and Hound has been successfully doing for over 20 years. They are the go-to for the largest range of specialty equine and canine products you'll ever need, including monthly specials and industry-leading advice. Garrett's Horse and Hound will have you bolting out of the gate, because it's never been easier to shop their extensive range of products in-store or online 24/7. Visit horseandhound.com.au today.
Dairy farmers, you're more than a number with Open Country.
Yeah, we're treated great by Open Country. Love supplying them. You're not just a number.
feel like you are a true partner in the company, which is, it's really cool, enjoyable to supply.
Since 2004, Open Country has supported local farmers and invested in New Zealand's dairy industry. To find out why more than 1,000 dairy farmers choose to partner with Open Country, visit talkmilk.co.nz.
My rideshare just cancelled on me.
Should have called Blue Star Taxis. Your local Blue Bubble partner, Blue Star Taxis, are your dependable ride, and they never have surge pricing. With professional drivers who'll provide a safe, comfortable ride, you can better rely on Blue Bubble Taxis nationwide. Download the Your Ride app for easy bookings on your smartphone from Google Play or the App Store today.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or visit yourride.nz.
It's 6 more to Mitchell.
Welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary. This is the Black Caps against England, the one-day international series on Sport Nation.
Summer of Cricket from Bay Oval, Mount Maunganui. If you're just tuning in for the very first time and waiting to listen to the last few overs of the English innings, you're a little bit late. It has come to an end rather too early for any English fan, I'm sure. But boy, oh boy, has to be said, in 35.2 overs, we saw a heck of a lot of cricket. The New Zealanders on top early with the ball. A brilliant Harry Brook innings, including 9 fours and 11 sixes. He really was a one-man wrecking crew, making 135. He could not find enough support. England bowled out inside 36 overs for 223. Let's listen back to the highlights of the first innings. Matt Henry has the ball. Ben Duckett's at the non-striker's end, and Henry's bowling to Jamie Smith.
So we're all set to go. Matt Henry has the ball. He's going to start from the Mount Maunganui end, and he's bowling to the England opening batsman, Jamie Smith. First delivery, and it's gone straight through him. What a start for New Zealand. What a start for Matt Henry. And New Zealand strike with the first ball of the game. Jamie Smith being bowled. England 0 for 1. Duckett taps the bat a couple of times and waits as focuses into him again around the wicket. Edging, taken by Latham, is it? Yes, it is. It's 2, and it's Duckett. Lured forward, and he did get that little bit of nip, and it caught the outside edge, through to Latham, diving to his left, and Folkes has a wicket. Ben Duckett is out, and England in the second over are 4 for 2. So far, the New Zealand fans are smiling as Folkes, but Fuller and Roots tried to drive it, and he's been bowled. It was Fuller from Folkes, and Root just couldn't help himself, in England in big trouble now. 2 overs gone. They are 5 for 3. Zach Folkes coming round the wicket to the left-handed Jacob Bethel is swinging the ball, and he's swung it past the outside edge, and it's knocked out the off stump. Folkes has 3, and England slumped to 10 for 4. Bethel goes.
From over the wicket, he drops short, and this has launched a long way back over mid-wicket. Beautiful pull stroke on the up. Violent off the bat. He's 18. 29 for 4. Big barrel boundary. Can we get Bartlett back? Here's an edge brilliantly taken by Latham. Low and to the right. He's taken another. 5 down. Butler goes for 4. 33 for the loss of 5. 38 for 5. And now he pulls again over mid-wicket. This is straighter than the previous, not as long. Same result. Over the rope. Signage into the fans. Another 6, 44 for the loss of 5. Got to pitch it up, Zach, at that pace. He starts again in the outside edge. Gone. Brilliant by the New Zealand captain to keep him on. Not the best shot, I would say, from Curran. He just couldn't resist. He wanted to touch, and he feathered an edge. It's 56 for the loss of 6. Curran goes.
Excellent condition, as you'd expect. Here's Smith bowling, and it's swung hard. It's in the air from Brook, and he's got the top edge, and it's flowing down all the way for 6. Harry Brook goes to 50. Another one-day international half-century for England's captain. Raises the bat. Got a little bit lucky with that one, but he'll take it nonetheless. 50 from 36 deliveries. 84 for 6. Deep backward square out on the fence for Duffy. Bowls to Overton. Swinging hard, but he's hit it so far in front of square, and it's gone over the advertising holdings for 6. A big barrel boundary. Bigger range, bigger deals. England's 100 comes up at the end of the 17th over 100 for 6, with Brooke 55 and Overton with that 6 now unbeaten on 18.
Another slow ball. Oh, here's a chance. Taken on the second attempt. Juggling catch by Mitchell. Well disguised slower ball. Overton trying to turn it onside. Hit high on the bat and leaping and grabbing it eventually was Daryl Mitchell. The breakthrough comes. So important. The 7th wicket falls. He has been joined by Cass. Here's another one. First ball steered to backward points. Williamson holds on to it. Soft dismissal. Right. Cass comes and goes. Been nice to see you. Nice. And it's 8 down. Clipped to mid-wicket, taken. On the front foot, trying to roll the wrists, but on this drying surface, Duffy's found the right pace, and that might be another slower ball. He's got a 3rd. Rashid gone, 9 down, 166 for the loss of 9.
Duffy in, it's a full toss, and Brooke gets under it, slaps it behind square, and into the crowd for 6 more, and it's a second one-day international. 100 for the England skipper. He's 104. He has carried his team on his back today. Santner in, floats one up. Brock swings hard. It's in the air. It should be caught, and it is caught out on the square leg boundary by Nathan Smith. So Harry Brooks' brilliant knock comes to an end. He's the last man out for England. Caught Smith, bowled Mitchell Santner for 135. Almost single-handedly carrying England on his back. The upshot is, though, England having bowled out for 223.
Plenty of action at Bay Oval. 223 all out England. Brooke 135. Henry 2 wickets. Folks 4 wickets. 4 for 41 to be exact. Jacob Duffy finishes with 3 for 55 and Mitchell Santner 1 for 22. Right, let's power around some other venues for some live sporting action. The Silver Ferns in a must-win game against the Australian Diamonds. Guess what? They're doing exactly that. They're into the 4th quarter, and New Zealand, would you believe, have a 53-42 goal lead. You can listen to live coverage of that on our app. Mark Stafford, Brooke Lever providing commentary. So just go online, check out the app, and that is there. Elsewhere, if you're unaware, Fabio Wardley crushed Joseph Parker's dreams of a shot at an undisputed heavyweight championship. The fight dubbed All or Nothing, well, ended up with Parker getting nothing because Wardley proved his durability to absorb some punishing blows before stopping Joseph Parker in the 11th round. Truly nice guy. We wish him the very best as to what is next for Joseph Parker. Game 2 of baseball's World Series, utterly dominated by Mr. Yamamoto of the LA Dodgers. He pitched a 9-innings complete game masterclass, 4 hits, just 1 run conceded, 8 strikeouts as the Dodgers leveled the series at 1 apiece after winning by 5 goals to 1. A-League action, of course, Auckland won yesterday. Well, the Wellington think about drama. They conceded a goal in the 41st minute to Vidic. The Brisbane Roar and Wellington took the lead into the half. Nagasawa levelled things up on 76 minutes, and Armiento, as he did in round number 1, in it again for Wellington, scoring in the 96th minute of that game. So the Wellington Phoenix also securing their first win of the season. And quickly, I think we've still got time in the New Zealand women's competition, domestic competition, the National Women's Domestic Tournament. We've got the Central Hinds have won by 1 wicket, chasing 83. They were 9 down. The Wellington Blaze have lost to the Central Hinds. The Hinds winning by 5 wickets, chasing down the total required there with 6 balls remaining using Duckworth Lewis. They finished 102 for 5 after 17. And Northern Districts and Otago Sparks. Northern have won that game by 57 runs with the Northern District side making 174 for 3 and Otago could only muster 117. Here at Bay Oval, New Zealand will require 224 to take a 1-0 series lead. We will be back with a run chase shortly here on Sport Nation.
been so impressive, but this time he's hit square of the wicket.
You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against England, the one-day international series, live from Bay Oval in Tauranga on Sport Nation.
Since the 1970s, Roundup's seen it all in the Kiwi backyard. The Paisley Prince, the short shorts, the backyard cricket, the conversations with the lawnmower, the Barbies, and the outdoor lifestyle we still love today. We've been helping Kiwis keep weeds down year after year with a product for every job, from paths and lawns to those hard-to-kill weeds. Roundup makes it simple. Roundup, part of Kiwi backyards since 1976. To banish weeds now, reach for the Roundup.
Hi, I'm Jason Field from Kinetic Access, your garage door specialists on 385 Nielsen Street, Penrose. While we've been dominating garage doors, gates and fences for 35 years, we're delighted to be stepping into new opportunities as Kinetic Access to give you better options. Our new garage door and motor package makes smart technology standard with no extra cost. No add-ons, no premiums, just smart. Built in. For unmatched quality, better value and more choice, Kinetic Access is the place to go. Check us out at kineticaccess.co.nz.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
Go! Big barrel, you local liquor store.
Celebrate these hot deals only at Big Barrel. Scrumpy 1.25 litre range, a hot 2 for $22. Jules Taylor range or Ellen Scott Cecilia Sparkling Brut or Brut Rosé, $21.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big barrel, you local liquor store.
The Silver Ferns are back to take on an old foe. Get ready for an unmissable series of world-class netball. The Ferns go head-to-head with their fiercest rivals, Australia, for the Consolation Cup. You won't want to miss a moment in Aotearoa with Hamilton and Christchurch hosting two massive games. So get ready for some epic Silver Ferns netball action. The Consolation Cup, Silver Ferns versus Australia. Be part of the crowd and grab your tickets now at silverferns.co.nz.
Dairy farmers, you're more than a number with Open Country.
I think Open Country do listen to what farmers have to say. I think of the greater collective, they're doing what's best for all the farmers involved with Open Country and the direction of where Open Country want to head. So they are really good at listening and acting on what needs to be done. Just always there for you as a farmer, which is all you can really ask for.
More than 1,000 dairy farmers choose to partner with Open Country. To find out why, visit talkmilk.co.nz.
Why is it when you ask most builders if your job's on track, they'll say,
Sure.
But how can you be sure their sure is as sure as your sure? Easy. Don't just be sure, be guaranteed with a fixed price and an ironclad completion date from Generation Homes. A Generation Homes property isn't just a comfortable, stylish place to live. It's built to a fixed timeline and fixed price. Generation Homes, making building easy. Generation.co.nz.
The Grand Tour Racing Festival is here, and this season it's bigger, bolder and louder than ever. LoveRacing.nz, together with major partners Spades and Smirnoff, bring you New Zealand's most iconic mashup of thoroughbred racing, music, fashion and festival energy. Headline acts Example and Saatchi, supported by a stellar lineup of local DJs, will bring the non-stop vibes to race day. Gather your crew, grab your tickets and get ready to make it grand. The Grand Tour Racing Festival. Book today at thegrandtour.nz.
Are you looking for a new home to bet on your favourite sports like the NRL, football or the UFC? Bet is giving new customers $100 in bonus cash when you sign up and deposit $25. Download the Betcha app today. Max bonus $100. T's and C's apply. R18. Bet responsibly.
It's 6 more to Mitchell.
Welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary. This is the Black Caps against England, the one-day international series on Sport Nation.
We talk your sort of positives and work on from the New Zealand bowling effort earlier. One slip, surprised?
No, because the ball's coming back in a little bit. But, I mean, I take it from the point of view what you're saying is that we've got to get wickets while the ball is still new. You might have a leg slip, you might have a sort of a tightish mid-wicket.
Ball nips back a long way. Firstly from the hand, then off the seam, and Young is really hurried as he defends along the pitch.
He doesn't want New Zealand, obviously, Brooke, to get away with the sort of start. And so it becomes just a forlorn effort for the rest of the bowlers, because sometimes you can get away, can't you? And so, but yeah, of course, the thing he also doesn't want is he doesn't want to see a catch go wide of that first slip. The first slip, I've got to say, is covering about 1.5, isn't he?
He really is. And again, it was high action. He releases, noticeable swing out of the hand. It's two leg side. First runs of the innings down towards long leg. Rashid Fields, one without loss, chasing 224.
But yeah, I think, the pleasing thing as far as New Zealand are concerned in that first innings will be that, Henry and Folkes picking up those early wickets so quickly and putting, England on the back foot very quickly. After 10 overs they were 5 for 45. So they've got half the top order out, and there's some decent players in there that they've, I think Stark will be interested watching all the way that Folkes was able to get the ball swinging back into those right-handers and away from the lefties.
Two slips for Ravindra, who gets his innings underway. Glorious flick shot into his pads outside of leg stump, and had to reach for it for a touch, but man, it's sweetly timed. The first big barrel boundary. Bigger range, bigger deals, 5 without loss.
Yeah, it didn't actually move at all and just carried on its way, really. It didn't swing back in for Luke Wood, and so it was just clipped away. It was in the air and just in front of square by Ravindra's. Got to be careful. There is a man there who's just a few, I would say probably 2 metres away from that.
That's much better, and almost taken a backward point. It was full, it swung away, and Ravindra couldn't resist, and he got it up just enough to get runs down towards the backward point region, but certainly not in control.
I think that might have been, was it Duckett who was there, or was it Bethel? It might have been Bethel, was it? I don't know, but Duckett, just a short man. The guy had certainly leapt at the opportunity and just couldn't quite get the hand to the ball. It was over the top, but it was the right line just above him.
And again, gets through his overs very quickly, goes wider of off stump, angling back into Young, stares to Bethel. In that point region, no run. The end of the first over, it is 6 without loss. Ravindra, early scare. I think it may have just grazed the middle finger of the left hand. 218 runs away after that first over. New Zealand 6 without loss.
So 2 aerial shots from Ravindra, and but he's off the mark. He's on 5 from 2. Just going back to those other pleasing things from New Zealand, I thought the catching of Latham behind the stumps, Daniel. I don't know what you felt about that, but tumbling to his right and taking a low catch to his right in one glove, taking the others that were also fairly low catches and being pretty accurate generally. I don't think there were any buys by New Zealand, and so I thought Latham's effort in the field, he was having to gather some pretty nasty little returns to the New Zealand throwing, hasn't been brilliant. And of course there was a catch dropped. You'd have to mention that. That's not a good thing. That was a concern. And obviously bowler 3 and 4, certainly a concern.
Bryden Cast to bowl for the Mount Maunganui end. His first ball's wayward down the leg side wide, rightly adjudged, and it's 7 without loss.
And I think perhaps I've missed Santner's effort too. 7 overs, 7.2 overs, 1 for 22 at the time when Brooke was actually moving into attack mode. I thought that was a pretty good defensive effort from him as well. So there we go. That's where we are in the game. New Zealand should, he underlines, get these runs, 224.
Tall, lean figure of Cast bowling into the pads of Ravindra, pitching outside of leg. Cast knew it. He was really unenthusiastic with that appeal. The cordon in behind, but beating the inside edge, something for Ravindra to think of. 7 without loss it remains. Carson is 28th one-day international, 30 wickets, an average of 40. Not great numbers. Has also been expensive, going at 6.5 runs and over. Of course, he will have fond memories of coming to New Zealand. Great test. Was it Christchurch? Double bag load. Charging in again. High leap on delivery. Flicked uppishly from outside of leg once more by Ravindra. Gee, it sailed a long way down towards Wood at fine leg. I think Ravindra just watched it a little bit longer than he normally would, wondering, I haven't hit it down his throat, and landed 5 metres in front, 8 without loss.
He's playing quite aggressively, Ravindra, isn't he? That's 3 shots now.
Well, you saw the one in Christchurch. Glorious for Nick off third ball.
And
he's
approaching at this stage. He doesn't have to be loose if you want to be attacking. Doesn't mean loose.
2 slips for the right-handed Will Young. He's 1 off 4. He'll play at his own pace. Cerebral play. He waits. And he drives elegantly through point for 4. Oh, I've got an opera clap next to me from Jeremy Coney and executive producer Brad Lewis. It was a very opera-type clap, wasn't it?
Oh,
lovely. Very nice. Pass the wicker pie.
Oh, okay. I was pleased.
Best pleased with that.
I just thought it was approval. Approval, really. It was a lovely square drive, wasn't it? Cass moving the ball away, back into Ravindra, beat him and hit him on the pads earlier this over, this time to the right-hander. Nice stroke.
From over the wicket, he continues onto the front foot. Can't repeat the doses. Young just shorter of length, so no power as it goes into the point region. Bethel Fields, there is no run. We've got to thank Wally, not our Wally, I assume this is a different Wally. You requested a wicker pie recipe earlier?
Oh, definitely I did.
I'd
love to know that.
Wicker meat is a bit manky, I think.
Oh, well...
Would you like to retract that statement?
No, because that's how I do feel generally about wickers. Yeah.
Cass, and again, bold, full, smashing into off stump. It's a rip snorter, and England have the wicket early that they needed, defending this modest target. And Young goes bowled for 5. It's 12 for the loss of 1.
Oh, it's a comprehensive dismissal too. Into the pads really before Young was actually looking to be ready for it and play and use his bat. It's into the pad just as he's looking to play the ball to the leg side, and it's come off the pad and into the stumps. Probably was going to be LBW as well, but off the pads, as I say, angled in from Cass, just beaten really for a little bit of pace. And so New Zealand, while they've got away, the first over or so in their 12, they've lost their first wicket, so that'll bring Kane Williamson in. It's been quite a while since he's played for New Zealand. He's been playing for Middlesex in various competitions, decided not to play for New Zealand in some of the games. He's back now with the ODIs rather than the T20s. And let's see how he goes and how he handles this. It'll take him a while.
Seems like everyone's happy to have him back. Just got a message from my wife suspecting I'm missing you dreadfully. All it read was, so happy Williamson's back.
Oh, right.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Anyway, 12 for the loss of 1. Cass, is he a little bit quicker than...
Oh, he is. He's strong bowler. And he hits the deck pretty hard. And, Young was defeated. He was surprised with the pace.
So Kane Williamson, the right-hander, waits. Cass, tall man, bounds in, gets it outside edge, first ball. Williamson goes, 2-2 for Cass. Strap yourself in. What a start. England on fire. 12 for 2. Cass has 2.
I'd like to see the line of this. It's a nice little... We know it's a faint little edge. You could see it from where we're sitting. We're sitting behind the place where Williamson is batting. And I think he had to play that, but it's just moved away nicely. And it was a defensive stroke. I don't think he could leave that. It's tight enough that he has to play. And so he goes. New Zealand now 12 for 2. Hoi. Here we go, folks. As you say, strap in, Daniel.
12 for the loss of 2. England with 5 for 3 at the end of the second over. New Zealand miles ahead, Jerry. 12 for 2. Earliest over comparison in the history of one-day international cricket. But brilliant stuff from Cass. And Daryl Mitchell arrives. And surely that he would have wanted. The target is 224. So run rate is not a concern. England need wickets. They've got it. Back to Wally's message before we lose it. The best wicker pie includes the feathers.
The feathers?
Being marinated overnight in garlic and onion puree.
Goodness. What about the meat?
That sounds manky to me.
Yep. Do they get caught in your throat, Wally? You can't. You can't. What about the beak? What do you do with the beak and the claws?
Pick the feathers out of your teeth with? I don't know. Wood starting a new over. Ravindra driving, finding a gap. No power nor timing, but into a gap means they can amble back for two. So Ravindra playing his game, confident, aggressive. He's 8 off 5. It's 14 for 2 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Yep. He is playing aggressively. He's looking for runs, isn't he? You just sense that. So the bowlers will know that. There is now, with the ball moving away and had the 2 wickets, Wood now has 2 slips. And they've increased the cordon.
3 out. We're on the offside as Ravindra comes forward to a ball on middle leg, pushing up towards mid-on. There won't be a run as Sam Curran's in quickly to field.
Yeah, I think it was Wood that got him in that innings you were talking about too, wasn't it? He has got the ball to swing away quite appreciably here in New Zealand. He had it going very nicely in Auckland too, in the T20 that was rained out.
Yeah, good breeze for him, isn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, this is nice.
Girls fly across in great numbers once more. Wood arrives, bowls onto the front foot, pushing forcefully up towards mid-off. There's no run as Brooke tumbles, prevents the run. 14 for 2. It will remain on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Young gone for 5, bowled Carson Williamson. What a beaut first ball to any player.
Yeah, it was. It was close enough, as I say. I think you had to kind of play that. But it just moved away enough to go from the sort of an outside middle of the bat to the edge. And a fateful, villainous little edge as it went through as far as Williamson was concerned.
Here's another good bit of bowling from Wood. Back of the length, nibbling away, trying to play down the line was Ravindra. Through to Bartlett. 14 for the loss of 2. Kane Williamson gone first ball. His first golden duck in one-day international cricket.
Okay. Well, there's something to forget.
It's 3 today. It's been 3.
What? Three first ballers.
3 first ballers.
Jamie Smith, and then Cars himself. Yeah.
Ravindra waits, head on his shoulder, and he pulls away wide of mid-on. Picking up length very quickly. Not out of the middle of the bat, but it's crept out to the boundary for a big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. 4 more to the New Zealand total. 18 for 2.
Saw him practicing that this morning into the net, and he's looking for that sort of length, I think, that he can get away and hit over perhaps the infield. Was it over the infield? Yes, it was. And so even though he didn't actually get it powerfully, it was safe enough.
Wood, last ball of his second over, none for 12, 57 on his back, and he bowls a ball that lifts outside of off stump, hitting high on the back, going down and through the gully towards third man for a single. The end of the third over, Ravindra 13, Mitchell yet to face a ball. New Zealand have lost Young and Williamson, chasing 224 and 19 for 2.
It's so impressive, but this time he's hit square of the wicket.
You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against England, the one-day international series, live from Bay Oval in Tauranga on Sport Nation.
When it comes to New Zealand sports turf, nobody knows it better than PGG Wrights and Turf. They've been in the industry for over 40 years, proudly supplying customers right across the country. From stadiums to golf courses, bowling greens to landscaping, even through to revegetation and erosion control, their highly skilled team are well equipped in every aspect of the turf and environmental markets. So, for your next turf project, talk to New Zealand's experts. PGGWrightsandTurf.com.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
Go
Hi, I'm Jason Field from Kinetic Access, your garage door specialists on 385 Nielsen Street, Penrose. While we've been dominating garage doors, gates and fences for 35 years, we're delighted to be stepping into new opportunities as Kinetic Access to give you better options. Our new garage door and motor package makes smart technology standard with no extra cost. No add-ons, no premiums, just smart. Built in. For unmatched quality, better value and more choice, Kinetic Access is the place to go. Check us out at kineticaccess.co.nz.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Celebrate these hot deals only at Big Barrel. Maestro de Bell Tequila 700ml and Dictator 12-year-old rum 700ml $64.99. Jim Beam 1125ml $52.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Nothing beats a Kiwi summer. Good mates, great weather, and the buzz of live cricket. This season, the Black Caps are taking on England in a T20 and ODI series across the country. The sun's out, the vibes are high, there's no better way to be part of it than at the cricket. Get amongst it this summer. Grab your tickets now at nzc.nz.
The Grand Tour Racing Festival is here. 4 cities, 9 premier race days. It's the hottest party in town with an epic mix of beats, vibes and non-stop entertainment. Grab the gang, get all glam and make it grand. Book today at thegrandtour.nz.
It's 6 more to Mitchell.
Welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary. This is the Black Caps against England, the one-day international series on Sport Nation.
Pitched outside leg and he's rightly trying to turn it off his pads. We'll have to get a replay. 19 for 2, relax New Zealand. Ravindra now gets it, runs through, extra cover, thrashing back foot stroke. He stands and appreciates his own work. 23 for the loss of 2 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, Harvey Norman TV deals.
Rachin Ravindra is playing some heavy strokes, isn't he? He's up on the toes there. He's actually both feet off the ground as he sort of cuts that. And he's in position so quickly it goes through extra cover. Instead of going square, perhaps it's a little bit straighter. Now we're replaying. It looks as if it might have hit the back leg, is it? Yes.
Just grazed the thigh pad.
Just the thigh pad, yep.
It's a good umpiring from Haig. Good decision not to review from England. Casto has his tail up, full, angling back in once more to the left-hander who's late as he defends.
That's a good delivery as well.
That is the end of the over. 4 gone, chasing 224. New Zealand are 23 for 2.
When it comes to New Zealand sports turf, nobody knows it better than PGG Wrights and Turf. They've been in the industry for over 40 years, proudly supplying customers right across the country. From stadiums to golf courses, bowling greens to landscaping, even through to revegetation and erosion control, their highly skilled team are well equipped in every aspect of the turf and environmental markets. So, for your next turf project, talk to New Zealand's experts. PGGWrightsandTurf.com.
Summer of cricket from a sunny Bay Oval. 224 is the target. New Zealand have lost Young for 5. Williamson without scoring first ball. Ravindra 17. Mitchell yet to face a ball. He faces his first ball from Wood. Left arm over. Drops his length short into the hip of Mitchell and he works it down toward Rashid at long leg and there's a single.
Nice little start for Mitchell. Just slightly short. Get a chance to see it. Doesn't get the opportunity to swing because it is short and just off the hip. Thanks very much, Luke. That's a good start for me. I like that. Single down to fine leg. Lovely to get a little one on the hip early on.
Wood, none for 14. He bowls 4. He's got a wicket here. Caught it second slip. Rachin Ravindra again. Loose. Trying to be aggressive. Healthy edge. Gobbled up in the cordon. 24 for 3. Ravindra goes for a run of ball 17.
It is loose. You're dead right. We've been sort of half saying that all the time. He's looking to play that sort of back where it came from, but the movement has taken it to Jamie Overton, who's standing at about a sort of a fine gully or maybe fourth slip. and it goes straight to him, and he takes it two-handed. Nice, comfortable height. Well done, Wood. You've got Ravindra out twice now, and you've got the Wood on him, actually. So Ravindra goes 17 off 17. Played aggressively, but loosely. Now Latham. So New Zealand in some trouble here. While this ball is still moving and they continue to lose wickets, that ain't a good sign.
The ball is still moving, and Wood was up until then, I thought he'd bowled better than none for 14 off 2. He gets his rewards. You just feel a little bit more nervous energy around this venue. So another left-hander to target with Wood, natural ability to shape it away, keep 2 slips in. It's a big cordon. Butler's a large keeper. Overton, giant figure at second slip. Pointer, cover a mid-wicket long leg and third man. Latham wait on as a call as he plays conventionally with a straight bat, pushing back past the bowler, but not past, mid-on, no run. 24 for 3 it remains on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Well, New Zealand have got Bracewell next to come in. He needs some runs, doesn't he, really? And batting at number 6, then Santner, then to focus. So you're down then towards the lower end of the batting for New Zealand.
Latham waits, shadows creeping across this venue. Early afternoon, early evening. Here's a good stroke to get off the mark. He pushes back past the bowler. He tumbles down, can't get down in time, and Harry Brock won't overhaul. And Tommy Latham starts with a big barrel boundary. Bigger range, bigger deals. Nice crisp stroke for 4.
Yep, just holds the shape nicely. The opposite of Ravindra, actually, who's had a flashing kind of blade, using a big arc to play his shots and got a little bit loose. Latham looks much tighter there with that stroke. It's just more of a punch, really. Beats the bowler in his follow-through.
Latham now turns the ball from the thigh to square leg, no run. Thought maybe it was past the bat and into the thigh pad. Remains 28 for the loss of 3, chasing 224.
Yeah, but misses out there, doesn't he? That was just a clip off the pads down to fine leg for a single. I was talking about Mitchell doing the same last over. And he's just missed it, gone into the pads.
Last ball of the Wood over, short wide outside of off stump. Thank you, Sean, for your message. How I've missed cricket on the radio throughout winter. Thank you, gentlemen. Enduring a homebrew beer while building a urinal for my wedding after the break.
There's some work going on in the building, isn't there?
And Tom Bartlett.
Since the 1970s, Roundup's seen it all in the Kiwi backyard. The paisley prints, the short shorts, the backyard cricket, the conversations with the lawnmower, the Barbies, and the outdoor lifestyle we still love today. We've been helping Kiwis keep weeds down year after year with a product for every job, from paths and lawns to those hard-to-kill weeds. Roundup makes it simple. Roundup, part of Kiwi backyards since 1976. To banish weeds now, reach for the Roundup.
New Zealand need 224 to win. They're 28 for 3. Bryden Carr starting a new overs, bowling to Daryl Mitchell, defending to Gully. Won't score. He's 1. Latham is 4. Target is 224. And New Zealand have lost Will Young, Kane Williamson, and they have also lost Rachin Ravindra in the last over. 28 for 3. Evening, Braces.
I haven't even finished my pork burger.
Is it still in your mouth?
Still spitting it into the mic.
Yes, Cars. 2 slips in. Is it short outside the off stump, and Daryl Mitchell just drags the bat towards his body, and it's through to wicketkeeper Joss Butler. 28 for 3. Delicious burger that did look, though.
Yeah, it was very nice, but I got to take gherkins out.
Oh, not a gherkin.
Don't like the gherkins.
Gherkin. I'm anti-gherkin too.
Yeah.
Not on the gherkin train at all.
No, don't get it.
Although the pork, they are tasty, those burgers, aren't they? Here at the Bay Oval. Great food out the back. The food trucks.
They've got a lot more food trucks than they had last year.
So I reckon they'd go really well with Sean and his wedding with the homebrew. Could be a good combo. Here's Cass over the wicket to Mitchell. This is wide, very wide, too wide.
Anyway,
Sean Haig.
In the meantime, McHardy and Coney picked up another threefer.
Yeah, they're good at that, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, it shows they know there's no bias.
No, not just New Zealand.
Yeah.
Take wickets for both teams.
Yeah, for anybody. Had to call us in with a bit of an emergency. Oof.
Well, it's been a good start by the England bowlers. Right, Cass, 2 for 10 into his third over. Operating from the Mount Maunganui end, bowls to Mitchell, forward. Loud call from Daryl Mitchell of no as the bowler comes across to his left to cut it off, and the score remains 29 for 3.
I had a little chat to Tim Southey in the break.
Looking good, resplendent in his England kit.
Yep. He's got teeth as good as Luke Wood's. It's beautiful and white, pearly. But I asked him about Luke Wood. I said, is he interested in red ball cricket? And he says, no, too hard. He says he's got all the skills. And he says, I've talked to Brendan about it. But
not interested at this point. Here's Cass into Mitchell, fending this time. Ball back of a length, blends it to forward a point where Ben Duckett does the fielding, and there's no run. 29 for 3.
And I suppose that, this new generation, they go, well, if I bowl 4 overs and I make him my money, because I was trying to work out why would people sort of not want to play Test cricket? And it's, in the end, it's economics. How long can I stay on the field without an injury, keep earning?
Change in the field. One of those slips has moved to a leg slip position. Here is Cass into Mitchell, and it's down that leg side, and he just tucks him up, manages to turn it just behind square where Overton, who's in that leg slip position, trots across to cut it off, and they get through for 1. Mitchell's underway, he's 1, and New Zealand now 30 for 3.
And all the franchise are providing that out for them economically. So if you play in a Test match for New Zealand, around about takes up a month. Now, this sounds really good money. You probably walk away with 30 grand for that month. You play 4 weeks in a league, and you're walking away with in excess of 100,000.
Let's see the maths. Latham on strike as Cass comes round the wicket to him, and he's driving nicely, elegantly too. And the dive at mid-on, good bit of fielding there. Diving across, I think Sam Curran moving to his right. And he cuts it off, but Latham gets through for 1. 6 overs have now been bowled by England. New Zealand in pursuit of 224. A 31 for 3. Daryl Mitchell 1, Tom Latham 5. The equation for New Zealand, 193, 3 more to win. So 264 balls to do it at 4.39. So run rate shouldn't be an issue. England, though, will be out to bowl New Zealand out.
Yeah, and they're having a go at that. They're attacking. They're bowling a good length. Finding a little bit of variable in the wicket. Wood is bowling a great line. He's keeping the ball full. So they're decided they're going to attack this. They can't defend it. They're going to attack it.
Luke Wood continuing from the Papamoa Hills end. He bowls a ball outside the off stump, and Latham offers no shot through to Joss Butler. 31 for 3.
So 2 slips in. So I always like to see that with a little bit of swing. As it gets colder, we'll probably get less out of this ball. Might get a little bit more out of the surface, though, as it gets colder and the surface gets cold.
Still the 2 slips in for Wood. There's also a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg, third man outside the ring. Luke Wood into Latham. This time he's drawn into the shot, and the ball nips away into the gloves of Butler. Just going back to your point, Braces, about Luke Wood and not wanting to play Test cricket and the economics of it. How does that make you feel as someone who played Test cricket? You know, just from a purely pragmatic, wouldn't you want everyone to experience the... I suppose this is where the game's at, isn't it?
Correct.
What people want, what they don't want.
For me to say something as an amateur, and we were amateurs, you know, I would never impose that on these guys.
Wood into Latham. This is down the leg side. That'll be a wide. 32 for 3.
You know, and be one of those guys. So in my day, I mean, we enjoyed our time as amateurs, and we probably behaved that way at times too, both on and off the field. These guys, they can't afford to do that. It's a business for them. For us, it was an occupation or an adventure. Well, it wasn't a job.
Wood into Latham. This is clipping. He's clipping behind square, and it's going to fly out towards the boundary. Fine leg will not be able to cut it off. It's a big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. Latham goes to 9. New Zealand 36 for 3. Nice looking shot from the New Zealand wicketkeeper batsman.
Yeah, Tom's obviously been out of the game for a while. I thought he kept very well. He looked as though he's been training really well. He's come in, his first four down the ground. It was a lovely straight drive, full face. He's a good cricketer.
Field remains the same for Latham as Wood comes into the left-hander short. He's pulled this one. Hasn't quite timed it as well as he'd like, but it's still heading out towards the boundary. It'll probably beat them all, will it? No, it will not. This time, fine leg comes all the way across to deep square, brings it, collects it just a metre inside the rope, and Latham gets 2. It's 38 for 3. I suppose just going back to the Wood thing and your take on the test versus the current, or the professional versus the amateur, is that Luke Wood seems to have all the skills for a red ball. I suppose is my point.
He's got some beautiful red ball skills. If I was thinking about the technical deficiencies of the Australian batting lineup.
Here he is bowling to Latham. This time catches the thick outside edge, flying down towards the third man boundary. But Adil Rashid's down there, and he's got it and fired it back in. Good bit of work from the England third man fielder, and they get back for 2. 40 for 3. Latham's up to 13.
I think he has got a skill that would expose Khawaja going across the crease, Smith going across the crease, Green, who plants his front foot, Head, who also likes to stay offside of the ball. So he's got 4 foot in the first session.
Here he is bowling to Latham, this time up on his toes, ending from the crease, and that ends the over. 7 bowled, and New Zealand are 40 for 3 with Mitchell 1 and Latham on 13.
Hi, I'm Jason Field from Kinetic Access, your garage door specialists on 385 Nielsen Street, Penrose. While we've been dominating garage doors, gates and fences for 35 years, we're delighted to be stepping into new opportunities as Kinetic Access to give you better options. Our new garage door and motor package makes smart technology standard with no extra cost. No add-ons, no premiums, just smart. Built in. For unmatched quality, better value and more choice, Kinetic Access is the place to go. Check us out at kineticaccess.co.nz.
Bay Oval in Mount Maunganui is the host for Game 1 of the 3-game ODI series. New Zealand need 224. They're 40 for 3 at the start of the 8th over. Cast into Mitchell. Outside the off stump, no shot offered through to Butler. Latham 13, Mitchell 1. New Zealand running at 5.58. They need 224. If you're just joining us, England bowled out for 223. Highlight of their innings, Harry Brook, England captain. Last man out for 135.
And one of the smarter 135s that I've seen, given he had absolutely zero backup from his team, apart from Overton and Luke Wood at the end.
46 for Jamie Overton, and Luke Wood only scored 1 run, but shared in a partnership of 50 for the 10th wicket. Here's Cast bowling to Mitchell. Mitchell pulls in front of square, finds the gap between Rashid and the fielder at mid-on, and that's off to the boundary for Daryl Mitchell's first 4. He's up to 5, 44 for 3. Big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals.
The other thing about Luke Wood is, I mean, you've seen that ball there, nearly got charged down. We had a couple that have been 2s, and cut off. Harry Brooks struck the ball so well that it made this outfield look like lightning. So I've been quite interested that actually New Zealand have hit the ball, and some have been chased down and some have been cut off. He gave us none of that.
He also put 11 over the fence, so didn't give the outfield a chance to be involved. But you're right, John, it was the timing off the bat. He does time the ball. Well, he's a powerful hitter.
Now this, if we remember back, is Braden Cass. In a nutshell, he must have the worst feet in Test cricket.
I'll give you some context if you're listening and wondering what's going on here. Braden Cass has taken off his shoes at the top of his mark, and he said, I'm not wearing these anymore. And he's handed them over to one of the England support staff that's run out 2 new pairs to try it on. And you're right, because in England last year, he was constantly calling for new shoes.
In New Zealand, I think he missed the test. Because he couldn't bowl anymore.
In the the game at Hamilton, which New Zealand won, you're right, he basically had to wave the white flag because he couldn't go anymore.
Because his feet were gone.
Not to make light of it, of course, it's probably quite debilitating, but it's become a thing for Braden Cass, isn't it?
I tell you, this is in confidence, so no one else listen.
So that's just between me and you, isn't it?
Yeah, just you and I. He was actually contemplating cutting his toe off. It was giving him that much trouble.
Wow. So is it just to explain what that means?
Well, it means that somebody comes along with a saw.
Not the cutting of the toe.
Cuts it.
So no surgery, you're going to do a home job. I've got a couple of saws at home you can borrow. You're talking about when he plants his front foot, so it's his left foot.
Yep.
It's the pressure that goes on the shoe. But there's plenty of bowlers that do that, John.
On his big toe.
It's so, whatever's happening to him.
A lot of bowlers get their big toenail removed.
Right, so there's no pressure.
So and just get it permanently taken off.
Yeah, right. So it doesn't grow back. It's just gone.
Yeah. That's the most drastic thing that I've heard. Actually, I'm actually going to take the whole toe.
I'm not even going to have one. Well, just an update if you're wondering why we're still rabbiting on, is that England support staff ran on the field with 2 new pairs of shoes. Now he's run off the field to get another 2 new pairs of sneaks. Now he's running those ones on. Braden Cass is he's walking around with socks on. So while we're waiting for him to get his shoes sorted out, we'll take a short break here on Sport Nation. The score is 40-3.
Since the 1970s, Roundup's seen it all in the Kiwi backyard. The paisley prints, the short shorts, the backyard cricket, the conversations with the lawnmower, the barbies, and the outdoor lifestyle we still love today. We've been helping Kiwis keep weeds down year after year with a product for every job, from paths and lawns to those hard-to-kill weeds. Roundup makes it simple. Roundup, part of Kiwi backyards since 1976. To banish weeds now, reach for the Roundup.
Welcome back to Bay Oval, where Braden Cass has got himself a new size 14 shoe. He's tying them up, and we are away again. Daryl Mitchell waits. We're in the 8th over. Cass is into Mitchell, squared up, manages to guide it down to Luke Wood at third man. Takes 1 run, and 1 is all he'll get. 45 for 3.
And at this time of the year, he's got a sock full of only hungerweed. For all those in New Zealand who've run across barefoot across parks in the north part of the North Island from about Gisborne up, you'll know all about getting prickles in your feet as a kid. Braden Cass wouldn't have had any idea what he was standing on.
He seems to have recovered. He's coming round the wicket now to Tom Latham. Into Latham. Latham clips on the onside, won't get a single as Jacob Bethel comes up from mid-on. 45 for 3. Is it just the big toe? Is it any other part of the foot that could...
Yeah, my understanding is it's the big toe just getting... And he's got holes in all his boots, so he's had them cut out.
Yeah. But that doesn't obviously ease the pressure on your foot, even though you've got no sock, no part of that, your sock basically poking through.
Just some people have bad feet, you know?
Gas into Latham. This is down the leg side. Gets his hands out of the way. It was very close. England players slightly perplexed as to why the umpire has wided it. Sean Haig's been pretty ruthless. Wasn't very kind in the first half of this game, and that's a wide, 46 for 3.
Yeah, and this is a hard game to play at Test match level and ODIs if you got bad feet. It's a lot of days on your feet and a lot of days thumping them down.
Gas in again to Latham. Full outside the off stump, no shot offered by the New Zealand wicketkeeper batsman. 46 for 3. Yeah, I'm just trying to work out, if you think about Cast and the Ashes, if he was to play all 5 Test matches, he is going to bowl something like, I'm going to guess, something like potentially 35, 36 overs per Test match. Possibly, if you're bowling 18 in each innings.
Well, if Australia bat well, it could be 35 overs an innings.
So if you're so let's say he's 40 on average, times 5, 200 overs. Your feet are going to be killing you at the end of that. Cast around the wicket again to Latham. Taps this one on the head, but won't get a single as Bethel's in from the gully this time. And that ends the over. 46 for 3 is the New Zealand score. That's after 8 overs. Mitchell 6, Latham 13. The target 224. England bowled out earlier today for 223. Harry Brock 135. Top scoring for England.
Big innings this for Daryl Mitchell, isn't it? Sort of, it feels as though it's been a while that, one, he's had a lot of time to bat. He always seems to be that crisis guy. He's got time on his hands to get a good innings in, which I kind of don't like to say it, I haven't seen for a while.
He missed out in the T20s against Australia and obviously the very rain-affected series against England. He's on strike now to Wood, and he's trying to turn this one on the onside. Can't catch up with it, takes it on the pad, and in is Bethel and Duckett to do the fielding, and there's no run. 46 for 3. Yeah, he didn't score against the Australians. No score of any great note against in the 3-game series against Australia. Obviously only one chance in the series against England. So, and then you go back to Zimbabwe. I don't recall him making a significant contribution on that tour. Could be wrong. Might be being unfair. But you're right. He would like to start the summer with a score. Waits for Wood. He will score here as he turns this one behind square to Adil Rashid and takes one. He's 6, Daryl Mitchell, 47 for 3 New Zealand.
Yeah, because it's, you know, when you're talking about selection and selections options, his name doesn't sort of come up. You know, it's just penciled in. And I think we've talked about it before. He's sort of like he's a banker in that middle order. But I can't recall the last time he got a significant score.
Yeah, 9 scores of 9 in the recent series against England and Australia. And T20 cricket is another single to Tom Latham, turning the ball behind square from Wood. 48 for 3 New Zealand. They need 224. So we're going back, 9 in the game against England in Christchurch that they played. 9 in one of the games against Australia. 34 in the opening game against Australia. 80 in the test match against Zimbabwe at Bulawayo. And then missed out a couple of not outs in Harare. So hasn't actually had a lot of batting. There's been 4 games where he didn't get a bat and a couple of not outs. Waits again for Wood, pushing to cover. Duckett does the fielding. 48 for 3. So perhaps it's when you're talking about not getting a score, that's true. Factually correct, but there's a lot of reasons for that, some of which are beyond his control.
Yeah.
The 80 against Zimbabwe in the Bulawayo test match, his last sort of decent score as far as I'm aware. Johnny didn't play in the 100 or any of that stuff. So
I think he's had quite a refreshing winter, which I think is good, because I think he's played continuously for probably the last 5 years in all formats as well as around the world.
He's an all-format player for New Zealand as well as franchise cricket. Gets a delivery and swings down the ground, and it's lovely when Daryl Mitchell plays like that, hitting down the ground through the line. Got a good piece of it too. 2 bounces into the fence for 4. 11 to Daryl Mitchell. New Zealand's 50 comes up. They're 52 for 3 in the 9th over. The target 224.
The other good thing about that shot, which is a lofted straight drive from Daryl Mitchell, is actually his poise afterwards. It's no shimmer of regaining his balance. It's a very balanced shot. Hasn't tried to overhit it. Deliberately aimed for that 1-2 bounce 4. Getting it outside the circle. Nice shot.
$11 from 13 for Mitchell. It's not quite ready for Luke Wood. Bit of movement behind the bowler's arm. Now he settles himself with 1 ball left in the 9th over. Here's Wood, left arm over the wicket, bowls to Mitchell, slightly squared up, catches the outside edge as he guides it down to third man. Fielding is done down there, and they are through for 1. End of the over. That's 9 overs that have been bowled. New Zealand need 224. They're 53 for 3.
When it comes to New Zealand sports turf, nobody knows it better than PGG Wrights and Turf. They've been in the industry for over 40 years, proudly supplying customers right across the country. From stadiums to golf courses, bowling greens to landscaping, even through to revegetation and erosion control, their highly skilled team are well equipped in every aspect of the turf and environmental markets. So, for your next turf project, talk to New Zealand's experts. PGGWrightsandTurf.com.
Bay Oval in Mount Maunganui is the venue. The first one-day international. New Zealand 53 for 3 as Cass continues to Mitchell. Start of the 10th over. First delivery played up to mid-on. Fielding's done by Sam Curran, and there's no run. Mitchell is 12. Latham is 14. The target 224. England dismissed earlier today for 223.
The other thing about Daryl is probably, the fact that he is always there. You tend to actually not necessarily notice his contributions unless they're big or they're out of a crisis.
Cass, right arm over the wicket from the Mount Maunganui end. Yorker length, dug out by Daryl Mitchell. Fielding done by Rashid at mid-wicket. No run, 53 for 3. Well, he's sort of pretty much played every game since Ross Taylor retired at 4. There hasn't been many. He hasn't been injured, has he?
No, I can't recall him being injured. He damaged one of his fingers at one stage.
Yeah, you're right. But he hasn't had, it's not like he's had an extended period away from the team or regular selection in a really crucial position for New Zealand. He's on strike as he turns a ball behind square. And Smith does the fielding and they get 1. 54 for 3.
Yeah, so when you get a guy who's, kind of that good and kind of that regular, you're actually looking for those big scores, aren't you, rather than those partnership scores that he's often part of. We go back to at the start of his career with him and Tom Blundell tend to bail New Zealand out of some deep holes on that tour of England.
54 for 3. Cass is now going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Latham, and he goes to play close to his body, catches the inside edge, and it flies between wicket-keeper and short fine leg, and it's 4. It's a big barrel boundary for Tom Latham. Fortuitous. He's 18. It's 58 for 3.
It's just that angled bat from Tom Latham that of a left-hander often chops on. Just gets a little close for him for the angle of the bat. Should be playing it with a more vertical bat than that one at 45. He gets in half-cut position and just gets a bit tight on him and gets the bottom edge. Seen him chop onto the stumps several times.
Cast round the wicket again to Latham. This time it's a beautiful delivery. Lured him forward. He had to play to it, and then it nipped away past the outside edge into the gloves of Joss Buttler.
This is a very good ball from around the wicket. Opening up Latham in the same way folks opened up the left-handers. It's done the same thing from around the wicket. More seam than swing. Oaks tended to get swing, but they seamed that into the wind, so it's a very, very good delivery.
It's a good spell this from Bryden Cass 2 for 23 into his 5th over. Round the wicket again to Latham, and Latham this time playing more confidently and guiding it down to third man. Smith does the fielding, and that ends the 10th over. 10 overs bowled in the innings. 59 for 3 New Zealand. Mitchell 13, Latham 19. Target 224 for victory in this first one-day international. England bowled out for 223 earlier this afternoon.
So Brooke has the same problem that Satner has, hasn't he? He's got his 2 top-order bowlers who bowled extremely well, made breakthroughs, got them back into the game, put some pressure on. When do I make a change? And it looks as though he's going to go leg spin early.
Adil Rashid has come forward to take the ball. And after we've seen 5 overs each from Wood and Cass, 1 for 34 from Wood, 2 for 24 from Bryden Cass, and Adil Rashid, veteran leggy, long career with England. Adil Rashid at 37 made his debut in 2009. He has more teams on his CV than you could imagine, and he's starting in from the Papamoa Hills end, the railway end, bowling to the left-handed Latham, who straight away goes to the sweep and just laps it round the corner. Chase for 2 England players, and the New Zealand batsman will get through for 2, and that is all they will get. Latham 21 and New Zealand to 61 for 3.
Yeah, he's had a long career already. What's he played? 19 test matches as well?
155 one-dayers, 134 T20 internationals, as well as a first-class career that takes in 175 games, as well as obviously List A and other T20s. It's a long career for Adil Rashid. Successful 1-2. Here he is bowling to Latham, this time spinning the ball past the outside edge. 61 for 3.
It's interesting to see how much turn he does get. He's not a big turner of the ball, but very, very clever in his changes of pace and angles.
Slip in place for Rashid as he comes in again, and Latham's looking to sweep, and again there'll be a chase for Harry Brook, who will give it up and allow Smith to come around from fine leg, and again Latham will be back for 2 runs. 63 for 3, Latham to 23.
Both Joe Root and Joss Butler deciding that if the moment Latham goes down, they are going to go to the leg side and attempt to catch that. So they both rushed over there. Got reasonably close to it, really.
Rashid in again. Latham, though, this time stays back, goes back and punches. Picks the spin, plays it out to the sweeper. And 1 more to the New Zealand total. Latham 24, New Zealand 64 for 3. Just tempted in those situations, aren't you, Braces, to put a leg slip in and say, well, keep doing it.
Yeah, you're right. Just get attacking with it.
If you know that, and also Latham's history, you know that it's a shot he likes and he can play well.
He does paddle sweep really well. You almost got to try and force him to play the hard sweep. And if he plays the hard sweep, you can get under his bat with the LBW shout.
Mitchell on strike as Rashid is into Daryl Mitchell. Turns this one to square leg. They scamper through for a quick single as Curran is in and fire. In fact, that's Luke Wood who's come in and fired it at the stumps, but Latham was comfortably home. Mitchell to 14 in New Zealand on to 65 for 3.
And that's sort of like the dilemma that Harry Brook's got to come through. He's go, what am I prepared to spend to get a wicket that gets me in the game, or keeps me in the game, and puts pressure back on New Zealand.
Rashid into Latham, tosses this one up, and Latham's forward, won't beat Luke Wood at backward point, and that will end the first over from Rashid. It cost them 6 runs. 11 have now been bowled by England, and New Zealand chasing 224 are 65 for 3.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
Stay cool and save big. The summer ready sale at Chemist Warehouse is on now. Find 50% off the Dr. Lewin skincare range, 40% off the MCO Beauty body mist range, 25% off the Bondi Sands tanning range, plus 25% off the Aven SPF and hydrants range. Hurry, sale ends Wednesday.
65 for 3 at Bay Oval in Mount Maunganui. Glorious evening. Lights are on. Sun's out still. Blue sky. Just very light, puffy cloud. But it's a great evening. Finally, after all the rain we've had, particularly in the T20 series between these two teams, this one should not be weather interrupted as he reaches for the table to touch wood. 65 for 3. 224 is the target. Mitchell 14. Latham 24. And Cass is going to continue. Wood was replaced at the Papamoa Hills end, but Cass is going to continue at the Mount Maunganui end. He has 2 wickets already as Mitchell drives a full-length delivery out to the sweeper. Running around is Curran, firing it back to Butler, and Mitchell takes 1. 66 for 3.
It's good fielding out there on the sweeper. He's probably Bethel's 20 yards in. So because the hit is into the wind, it's always going to slow it down a little bit. So he's well off the fence. So the difficulty about fielding out that side now is how low the sun is.
Cast round the wicket to Latham. Full hit on the pad. Big appeal. Up goes the finger from Sean Haig. And Tom Latham is going to come down and have a little chat to Daryl Mitchell. They were very confident, the England players, and Latham's not interested. He's off.
Yeah, I think it feels as though he's got himself a little bit planted on off stump there and played around it. It's a great line from Cass around the wicket. Yeah, she's straightened and she's taking out. Probably going to take out middle, I would say. And his only saving grace is with whether he would have got a little bit of edge on it, but he obviously doesn't think he did, and he's wandered off.
24 from 24, and Tom Latham is dismissed, and New Zealand lose their 4th at 66. Midway through this 12th over. Big wicket. Tom Latham and Daryl Mitchell were just starting to rebuild that New Zealand innings after the loss of the 3 wickets, Williamson, Young and Ravindra. And Latham's gone. 66 for 4, and Cass 3 for 25. 5.2 overs. Been a standout with the ball as the big England quick had a few issues with his feet. New pair of boots and walking around in his socks there for a while, but he seems to be good, and he's taken 3 wickets. He's keeping his team in the game as Michael Bracewell heads out to the centre.
Yeah, he's just finding anything that's in the wicket, isn't he, by keeping the ball up there and bowling at them. He's given himself a chance. He's certainly given his team a chance. This is a very full ball. Tom Latham just going around that pad. But it's the fact that from around the wicket he's got the ball to straighten, pitching off, hitting middle. That's a very, very good delivery indeed. Just a lapse in concentration from Tom Latham, really.
Yeah, looked pretty good up to that point, hadn't he, Tom?
Yeah, just closed the face on it. So limiting your chances of actually getting bat on ball.
So Michael Bracewell, plenty of work for the New Zealand all-rounder to do. It's on strike as Cass comes round the wicket to the tall figure and turns this one to mid-wicket. Bethel does the fielding and there's no run. 66 for 4. Mitchell's at the other end on 15. And Bracewell out there to join him at the dismissal of Tom Latham. Young, Ravindra, Williamson, 5, 17 and a duck respectively, and Latham 24. So a couple of starts there. They need Daryl Mitchell to dig in here potentially. Michael Bracewell coming in at number 6. Handful is Cass this evening as he comes in again to Bracewell. Gain defends to Bethel just in front of square on the onside, no run. 66 for 4.
Yeah, that's good length as well, keeping Michael Bracewell pinned on the crease. He will use the crease like a number of the New Zealand batters, like Mitchell tends to walk at them at times, try and upset the length. So guys just don't sit on them.
Harry Brook, England captain, made the decision to replace Luke Wood at the railway end, but keep Cass going, and it's paid a dividend. Here's a short delivery to Bracewell, who swivels and swings down to wide fine leg where Luke Wood is fielding. And he is underway with a single. Bracewell 1, Mitchell 15, 67 for 4 New Zealand.
He just let him off the hook there, really, didn't he? Just dropped it short, but it was sort of like only about mid-drift.
Oh, it's a no ball too.
It's a free hit.
So Mitchell will get the chance to swing freely here. Cass clearly overstepping.
I think he bowled a no ball in all the T20 games too, didn't he? So he does tend to overstep.
This is his first one today. But you're right. Just occasionally has the habit of extending too far. So now England, Harry Brooks come across to have a little chat about how they can mitigate the opportunities here for Daryl Mitchell. Field is leg side heavy, square leg, man behind square on the fence, and a fine leg. Third man also on the boundary. Everybody else up inside the ring. Cass over the wicket to the right-handed Mitchell. Gives himself some room. Heaves the ball high and hard. Doesn't get all of it. So going back is Rashid at mid-on. And all it is a single in the end, all that effort. But one nonetheless. 69 for 4.
He's absolutely clothed that, isn't he? He managed to get over Rashid. Swung as hard as he possibly could. You would have expected it to have kicked on, but as soon as it hit, it just stopped.
Rashid actually almost ran past it.
Yeah.
That's how quickly. He got there so quickly, almost shocked himself at 37, how quickly he got there. So the free hit only cost England 1. The 1 ball left in the 12th over, 69 for 4. Bracewell back on strike. Slip and a leg slip in place for Cass. Bowls to Bracewell and clamps down on this one. Can't beat Ben Duckett. Throw at the stumps, and Bracewell had gone a long way out of his crease and then got sent back by Mitchell. Fortunately, Duckett couldn't find the stumps and no damage is done. End of the over. 12 bowled, 69 for 4 New Zealand.
Since the 1970s, Roundup's seen it all in the Kiwi backyard. The paisley prints, the short shorts, the backyard cricket, the conversations with the lawnmower, the barbies, and the outdoor lifestyle we still love today. We've been helping Kiwis keep weeds down year after year with a product for every job, from paths and lawns to those hard-to-kill weeds. Roundup makes it simple. Roundup, part of Kiwi backyards since 1976. To banish weeds now, reach for the Roundup.
Target is 224 for New Zealand to go 1-0 up in the 3-game one-day series. They're 69 for 4 after 12. 13th over is being bowled by Adil Rashid. This is leg spinner down the leg side, and umpire Raza says that's a wide. 70 for 4.
Yeah, that's that little slider that he bowls. Just lost control of it. Dangling down the leg side.
Rashid still has the slip in place. Joe Root tosses this one up, and Daryl Mitchell happy just to lean on it, turn it into the onside, where Duckett does the fielding, and there is no run. Just saw a replay of that run-out attempt. Michael Bracewell might have got back if the ball had hit the stumps.
Touch and go, though, wasn't it?
Wasn't a lot in it. Good bit of work, good awareness from Ben Duckett behind square. Here's Rashid into Daryl Mitchell. This time he's flicking with the wrist. Duckett diving to his left, gets it off.
So the ball 2 is the over. Rashid bowled at 71 kilometres per hour. I don't know if you can bowl that slow.
It's about as slow as it gets at the international level. Rashid in, tosses this one up again, turning at the wrist is Mitchell, but good work from Luke Wood behind square at fine leg. Cuts it off and there's no score. 70 for 4.
That's all you can. That's 70.9.
It's just quite floaty and loopy, isn't it, as you watch it come out of the hand of Adil Rashid. He's a wily old fox. Here he is again. A bit flatter this time. Mitchell goes back and punches. Good fielding from Harry Brook, who's in at cover, but had to track to his right to cut it off and did so. Another dot ball. This is a good over, apart from the wide from Rashid. 2 balls left. Mitchell's gone off to square leg for a think about things. Sets himself again. He's on 16 from 24. Rashid is in quickly and Mitchell driving. This time he will score a run down to long off. And take his score to 17 at 71 for 4 New Zealand.
Yes, they always said that the shorter forms of the game were going to kill slow bowling. But the art of slow bowling has really come to the fore. Mitchell Satner also does it very well. But it takes courage.
When done well, though, it's quite something, isn't it, to outthink someone. And batters these days, John, they seem to love pace on the ball, and even with the, like a slidey spinner or someone like Adam Zampa who can flick it through at speed. 2 slips now, a leg slip and a regulation first slip for the left-handed Bracewell, and it's another beautiful delivery from Rashid, spinning the ball away from the left-hander into the gloves of Butler. And that's an over that cost Rashid just 2. The 13th completed. 71 for 4, the New Zealand score. Mitchell 17. Bracewell won that target. 224.
Yeah, it's turning into now a reasonable target, isn't it? I mean, so New Zealand's rate 71, 13. I think around about equal with England at the same time. We could check up on that. It'd be interesting. It's just what we're New Zealand at the same time. England 6 or 70, I think, around about the same.
Yeah, they were 56 for 6 at one point after, just trying to think what overs that was. I'll check on that. So now is there going to be a change at the Mount Maunganui end? Yes, there is. Jamie Overton's coming in his 8th one-dayer, taking just the 7 wickets, 3 for 22 is best. Got runs with the bat, so should be feeling pretty good about life. He is going to operate with a slip. Joe Root has stayed there. Dil Rashid's just coming behind square. Fine leg still in place. Deep square out on the fence. Sweeper on the offside. Third man. Regulation position. Ben Duckett at backward point. Here's Overton. First ball of his spell. Bowling to the right-handed Mitchell. And he's tried to swing this one and clothed that as well. And it's just fallen in front of Rashid, who is behind square on the onside. And lucky he didn't get all of this, Daryl Mitchell. It might have gone straight down Rashid's throat.
Yeah, that's Jamie Overton. He runs in, he bowls, tries to bowl a heavy ball. Can bowl a bit predictably short. On his day, he's very dangerous, but you get him on a flat wicket sometimes, and it's...
Here he is again, bowling Mitchell, angling the ball back towards the body, but was too far down the leg side. It's a wide, 72 for 4.
So his natural length is just back of a length. And some people just have a natural length where they get their timing right, hitting a certain length, and it becomes heavier. And then when they try to go full, they just can't get the same levers on the ball, and it tends to float full and does little. So it's easier to line up.
Overton, and again it's that back of a length delivery that Mitchell's able to just turn comfortably in front of square. Rashid has to move across to his left. They get through for 1. Mitchell 18, 73 for 4.
And I think that's heavy. That heavy length is the thing that Brendan McCullum was so interested in for him for the Ashes series, and hence the disappointment that he's actually decided to retire from red ball cricket and concentrate on the white ball and the white ball circuit. I think Brendan thought that he was probably going to be one of those assets that you need in Australia. Big, tall guy with a heavy ball, bowling back of the length hard.
Bracewell on strike as Overton comes round the wicket. Defending is Bracewell. Bowler does his own fielding. 73 for 4. Yeah, the England bowling unit, if you like, when they look to the Ashes, there's a lot of speed there, and you can see why Brendan McCullum might have wanted someone like this. He's a big lad.
Well, history says that, that pace is a successor, and is one of the reasons for succeeding in Australia.
Round the wicket again goes Overton, bit of width for Bracewell. Good bit of fielding though by Duckett at backward point. 74 for 4.
Bouquet.
You happy to do ball by ball now, John?
Yeah, it's a French family.
Every English player's going to have a French name by 10 o'clock tonight. Here's Overton in again to the right-handed Mitchell. Turns this one front of square will take a single as mid-wicket comes across to do the fielding. 75 for 4, 19. Bracewell 2. Required rate just 4.12. So run rate not a problem this stage for New Zealand. Just need a partnership to steady the ship. Target 224.
Let's have a look at this field that we got set. He's coming back over the wicket to Bracewell with the slip. Backward point. Catching cover.
Overton into Bracewell, but Fuller edge and dropped. Does it drop by Root at first slip? Not sure if it carried. Certainly the bowler thought it did. No one seems too disappointed. It might have dropped in front of Joe Root. Just wait to see on the replay, but that's the end of the over anyway. It's the 14th over. It's time for drinks. New Zealand 75 for 4. The target 224 back at Bay Oval in just a moment.
Time for a drink. It's the drinks break on Sport Nation Cricket.
Hi, I'm Jason Field from Kinetic Access, your garage door specialists on 385 Nielsen Street, Penrose. While we've been dominating garage doors, gates and fences for 35 years, we're delighted to be stepping into new opportunities as Kinetic Access to give you better options. Our new garage door and motor package makes smart technology standard with no extra cost. No add-ons, no premiums, just smart. Built in. For unmatched quality, better value and more choice, Kinetic Access is the place to go. Check us out at kineticaccess.co.nz.
This is Black Cap Matt Henry, and you're listening to live coverage of the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
Since the 1970s, Roundup's seen it all in the Kiwi backyard. The paisley prints, the short shorts, the backyard cricket, the conversations with the lawnmower, the barbies, and the outdoor lifestyle we still love today. We've been helping Kiwis keep weeds down year after year with a product for every job, from paths and lawns to those hard-to-kill weeds. Roundup makes it simple. Roundup, part of Kiwi backyards since 1976. To banish weeds now, reach for the Roundup.
Time for a drink. It's the drinks break on Sport Nation Cricket.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
The Grand Tour Racing Festival is here. A celebration of New Zealand's top thoroughbred racing events featuring headline acts, Example, Saatchi and more. Gather your crew, grab your tickets and make it grand at thegrandtour.nz.
Sport Nation.
Celebrate these hot deals only at Big Barrel. Old Monk Dark 700ml $39.99. Hard rated 10-pack cans a hot 2 for $50. Tiger Crystal Ultra 24-pack bottles $42.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Welcome back to Bay Oval in Mount Maunganui, where drinks are leaving the field. 75 for 4 New Zealand. That's after 14 overs. They need 224 to go 1-0 up in the 3-game one-day series against England. England dismissed earlier this afternoon for 2-2-3. Harry Brook 135, the last man out. 9 fours, 11 sixes for the England captain. Pretty much a lone ranger. Jamie Overton's 46, the only real support. Everybody else dismissed for single figures. But in reply, Bryden Cass, 3 wickets at the top for England. Will Young, Ratchin Ravindra, Kane, Williamson, all dismissed. And the New Zealand scorecard also sees Tom Latham back in the hut too. So 75 for 4, 14 overs got. The equation, New Zealand need 149 more to win from 216 balls. And Adil Rashid is going to continue from the railway end, tosses one up. And it's driven firmly by Mitchell, but Harry Brook does the fielding at cover.
So we must go back to that last ball before drinks, which we will do after this ball.
Slips to in place for Rashid. Daryl Mitchell, it's Joe Root. Joe Root is the subject of the incoming discussion. It's short by Rashid, and it's cut well by Mitchell. Chase for the sweeper to cut it off out there. and does so. Get back for 2. 77 for 4.
So when you put a plan in place and it comes off. So Overton was immediately round the wicket to Bracewell. 3 or 4 deliveries.
Daryl Mitchell waits as Rashid is in. Pulls his length back a little bit. Trying to steal a single here by tapping one on the onside. Duckett's quick but not quick enough. They get through. 78 for 4.
And then deliberately comes back over the wicket with the design of going across Bracewell rather than coming into him. Gets it right in the right place. Gets a thick outside edge. Carries all the way to first slip. Best hands in the team. And it goes down.
Ooh. Joe Root.
I didn't want to name names, but
I'm happy to.
Yep. Okay. Joe Root.
He's such a good slipper. He's such a good slipper.
Very good slipper.
They've got the leg slip back in for the left-handed Bracewell. This is down the leg side, and he's flicked it past that player. Brook, who's at leg slip. The ball flying down towards the boundary. He's not going to go all the way to the boundary. Harry Brook collects and throws in the one motion, and they get back for 3. Bracewell 5, 81 for 4.
It's almost like a golf green later in the day, when it starts to slow down when it gets cold. And your putts are all of a sudden 2 foot short, and it's not a gimmick.
You're talking about earlier today, it seemed that everything that England hit, once it got onto the outfield, particularly off the bat of Harry Brook,
it was absolutely rapid.
And now it's a different...
They're running things down.
Field. Daryl Mitchell, 22 not out as Rashid is into him. And he plays a sweep. Sweeps hard. It's a good-looking sweep shot. Diving out on the square leg boundary is Bethel, but he can't haul it in. It's a big barrel boundary. Bigger range, bigger deals. Daryl Mitchell to 26 and New Zealand to 85 for 4.
It's a great shot from Daryl Mitchell to get that behind. Came at him very slowly. So you've got to hit the ball hard. Bethel made some great ground. Reads the ball really well.
Looking into the sun over there too as Bethel, as Rashid is into Mitchell. This time he's trying to drive but squirts the ball behind square. Wood can't collect it cleanly and they get through for 1 run. 15 overs bowled. Mitchell 27, Bracewell 5 and New Zealand 86 for 4. The equation 138 more to win from 210 balls.
Scoring at a reasonable rate, Mitchell. 29 off 33, so he's keeping the strike ticking over. It's a vital partnership, this, isn't it? I mean, you don't want to be putting a curse on these two, but both these guys need a good innings. They need a long innings. Probably Bracewell, probably more than Mitchell. But it's a really good chance to establish themselves on this side for the rest of the summer.
Overton will continue from the Mount Maunganui end. First over cost him 4. He had the drop catch, last ball of his first over. Root is back in play at second slip as first delivery of the 16th over is defended by Daryl Mitchell. Bowler collects 86 for 4.
Not a great day for Joe Root so far, is it? I wonder if he'll have a bowl. Canny little bowler, but so far he's put down a catch and got bowled through the gate.
Just the 2 runs today for Joe Root. He came here hoping to see Kane Williamson and Joe Root do something special. A little bit disappointed. Ball back of a length to Mitchell, defends. This time on the onside and there's no run. 86 for 4. Yeah, you're talking about the partnership being crucial. Braces with Bracewell and Mitchell at the wicket. Mitch Satner slated to come in next. Zach Folkes can hold a bat. Nathan Smith's a good batter. Matt Henry can hold a bat. There's a few to come. I don't want too many for the lower order to have to score. Overton in again to Mitchell. This time he will score as he clips the ball to mid-wicket. And mid-on has to do the fielding. 87 for 4. Mitchell 28.
Yeah, I regard Henry as a hitter. Nathan Smith, I think he's a guy that has that potential to be an all-rounder of some quality. But he's coming back and he's young in the game. So he's kind of learning to deal with those sorts of pressures. They don't come natural to everybody.
So here's Overton. He's got a chance at Bracewell. He's angling across and bowls to Bracewell. He smashes it in front of square. One bounce and into the fence for 4 runs. Michael Bracewell, it was there to hit. Got into good position quickly and smashed it through mid-wicket for 4. New Zealand 91 for 4 with that big barrel boundary. Bigger range, bigger deals.
Actually, if you don't get the ball up high enough, which he didn't, he only got it up around about chest height, which means that he's got a free hit in front of the wicket there because there's no one defending that area. You've got Bethel, who's 20 yards behind square, and that's for the high bouncer, top edge.
Overton passes umpire Haig again. Full driven nicely by Bracewell. A good athletic stop from the big fast bowler. Got the left mitt down and prevented any more addition to the score. 91 for 4. Bracewell stays on 9.
That's a nice shot from Bracewell there. That's on the front foot. Same ball that went across him. He nicked off earlier, but he's got across to that one. Hasn't tried to overhit it. Got the face coming back into the ball rather than going across.
5 runs off the second over from Overton. Bowls to Bracewell, gets a bit of width and throws his hands at it, but backward points on the fence. And so it's just the 1 run. End of the over. 16 now bowled. 92 for 4 New Zealand. They need 224 to win.
Celebrate these hot deals only at Big Barrel. Scrumpy 1.25 litre range, a hot 2 for $22. Jules Taylor range or Ellen Scott Cecilia Sparkling Brut or Brut Rosé, $21.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Beautiful evening in Mount Maunganui in New Zealand in pursuit of 224 and 92 for 4 after 16 overs. Adil Rashid is continuing his leg ease from the railway end. This is hit flat by Bracewell, tossed up by Rashid, well picked by Bracewell, and he pierced the player at cover and mid-off. Nobody moved and it flew down to the boundary for 4. So a positive, proactive start to the over for Michael Bracewell. He is up to 14 and New Zealand are 96 for 4.
Not a bad delivery from Rashid. Threw the ball up and wider. Michael Bracewell stepped and hit. Lovely shot.
Slips to in place, tosses it up again, invites him to play the same shot, but he's more watchful this time. Bracewell plays it to Luke Wood, who's just behind point. No run scored. 96 for 4.
I'm sorry for those Jeremy Coney fans out there who are anxiously waiting him to come in. He's just caught short.
Rashid over the wicket to Bracewell, tosses it up again, drives beautifully again, and he repeats the dose from a couple of deliveries ago. Not quite as well timed, but good enough. Jamie Overton, no chance at mid-off to chase after it and haul it in. So 2 big barrel boundaries in the over, bigger range, bigger deals. The New Zealand 100 comes up. 100 for 4. Michael Bracewell to 18.
Lovely extra cover drive. He hasn't overhit this one, just leant on it. But his gapping very good.
Rashid again tosses another one up and Bracewell defends. And there's no run. 100 for 4.
Just threw the wrong one at him that time. I think Bracewell picked that.
So a good partnership developing here between these two. 34 so far for the 5th wicket. Rashid into Bracewell. This one's leg-sided, so he's able to tap it just to the right of the square leg umpire, and they'll take 1. 19 Bracewell, 101 for 4 New Zealand.
It's just Rashid's little flipper that he bowls out of the front of the hand. He just got it offline a little bit. It's the one he's looking to get the pad involved in it.
Shadows starting to creep across Bay Oval as Rashid continues to Daryl Mitchell to drive, but can't beat Duckett, who's almost at a mid-wicket position in close, and that ends the Rashid over. 4 overs, no wicket for 28 for Adil Rashid. New Zealand after 17. 101 for Mitchell, 28. And Bracewell, a couple of big barrel boundaries in that previous over. He's 19 from 17. The equation, 123 from 195 balls.
Jamie Overton still coming in from the mount end. Downwind, crosswind. What's he bowled now? Has he bowled 4 overs? 3? He's only bowled 2 overs.
2 overs for 10.
Okay. Yeah.
So he's going to continue. Joe Root still in that slip position. Luke Wood was signing some autographs down at fine leg. He's had to turf the pen back as he heads a little further behind square. Here is Overton bowling to Bracewell. Holds and waits and guides it past the diving ducket at gully and takes a single to start the 18th over. He's 20, 102 for 4 New Zealand.
Yeah, now that the 100's up, that New Zealand are probably feeling a little bit more comfortable. 123 runs required. On a fast scoring ground with the ball that's getting a little older. England is still trying to keep their positive options, keeping Joe Root. They've got really no choice. They've got to keep that slip in. Just in case, trying to force wickets.
Overton over the wicket to the right-handed Mitchell. Short, and he's pulled the ball with no great velocity or no great power out to the square leg fielder, and they take 1 run. 29 Mitchell, 103 for 4 New Zealand. I feel like they're just doing what they need to do at the moment. Braces not having to force the issue, the New Zealand team, are they?
No, they've got a lot of overs in hand, haven't they? I mean, this is not about, because of the nature of the ground, the wicket, it's fast scoring, way players play now.
Overton bowls to the left-handed Bracewell. Again, playing this one late, and it chops into the ground, and Joe Root moves to his left in the slips to cut it off.
Jerry's back. I hope he washed his hands. He's had a weka pie.
Yeah, that's good.
He's been for a weka pie, and he'll give us an update on it.
Excellent. Looking forward to that. Jerry Coney standing by.
They tell me they can go through you quite quickly.
Overton bowling to the left-handed Bracewell. It's short, and it's pulled forcefully by Bracewell, but he picks out Bethel, who's about 10 yards in from the fence. At square leg, takes 1.
Where on the park wouldn't you want to field today? And that would be exactly where Bethel is, with the sun just finishing off, and it's straight into his eyes. And he's got that whole area to himself.
Yeah, he's standing in front of tower number 5, which is just to the right of the end of the main pavilion here, as Overton bowls to Daryl Mitchell. The sun has been dropping slowly in the last half an hour, and would not be easy for him to see one that gets skied out there. Braces.
An absolute nightmare. Well, it's actually the flat one that's going to get him. Just hit him fair between the eyes. Same thing happens at Hagley Oval. You're one side of the field and you go, wow, that's, you're just not going to see it.
Last ball of the 18th over. Overton into Mitchell. Slightly cramped for room. And there is no run scored. End of the over. Mitchell 29, Bracewell 21. And after 18, New Zealand are 104 for 4. They need 120 more to win from 192 balls.
When it comes to New Zealand sports turf, nobody knows it better than PGG Wrights and Turf. They've been in the industry for over 40 years, proudly supplying customers right across the country. From stadiums to golf courses, bowling greens to landscaping, even through to revegetation and erosion control, their highly skilled team are well equipped in every aspect of the turf and environmental markets. So, for your next turf project, talk to New Zealand's experts. PGGWrightsandTurf.com.
The summer of cricket on Sports Nation with Adil Rashid to bowl with ever-increasing shadows, starting with a wide short one, cut away forward of one into the cover region, diving stop by Duckett. 104 for the loss of 4. New Zealand need 120 runs from 191 balls. Bracewell and a runner ball 21. Mitchell 29 not out. Flourishing drive, very full, went under the blade and through to Butler behind the stumps. Young on for 5. Williamson first ball, caught behind without scoring. Ravindra gone for 17. It was 24 for 3. Then Latham made 24 off 24 before He was LBW by Brydon Cass, his third wicket. Here's a beautiful googly that pitches and beats the outside edge of Bracewell, who's gone back to a ball he may have gone forward to. Jeremy Coney rejoins our coverage. Nice tense position this game.
Yeah, it's a battle, isn't it? And both these batsmen trying to establish themselves to make a significant kind of part to this game for their team.
Rashid, very full, clamping down at the last is Bracewell. No runners, it trickles to the onside.
Yep, Bracewell defeated a couple of balls ago with that front of the hand delivery again. It was a wrong one. It is a wrong, and you're right. Oh, that was the last one. That was the very slow one. But the one before, he was beaten off the pitch, just skidded on.
Very full once more, driving nicely past mid-off. That's a long chase for Overton. Slides, gathers, and they'll come back for 2. Bracewell moves to 23. It's 106 for the loss of 4. So you're telling me I picked a googly. Can we clip that up and send that to Smithy, please?
No, the googly was the second one, yeah.
Cody's looking very confused.
I don't think you've done it quite yet.
Smithy was giving me lots of grief for
was he?
An inability to
see it.
Pick a googly. I called it off a replay. That was enough for Smithy to lance me. Here is another googly pitching outside of leg, spinning into the pads of Bracewell, turns it around the corner and gets a single. 107 for the loss of 4.
That's cheating a wee bit, isn't it? Seeing it off a replay from behind.
Just trying to tell the listeners. Information is power. The end of the over. 117 runs away. Mitchell 29, Bracewell 24. Good partnership building here for New Zealand. Lovely evening, isn't it? You just take that cutting westerly breeze. It is quite cold on the eastern side of the ground. The western side heavily populated because at least there you have some shelter from the wind, but now you're in shadow. The fans have been entertained. They saw Harry Brook earlier play just one of those.
A stunner. Was on 11 sixes. 11 sixes, 9 fours. We've got the 4s as far as New Zealand because we're now 13. We're leading Harry at this stage.
2 more 6s required. Overton, short wide, slashed away into the backward point region, but straight at Duckett, and there is no run.
Instead of going around the wicket, the right armers, as Cast did when the catch was dropped by Root at first slip, he came back over the wicket and so angled it across Bracewell rather than coming back into him. And that's what's Overton. Oh, no, he's changing. He's coming now to try and come back in towards Bracewell. Bring the stumps and the pads into play. The one that got that Latham.
Once more, Bracewell finds Duckett at backward point, straight off the middle of the bat. Root remains at slip. Duckett at this backward point position, then a mid-off. Third man, deep point. Long leg, deep square. 2 inside the circle on the onside of mid-wicket and mid-on.
How much will that drop of Root's count here? Bracewell has to make that matter.
Drives through point out to the boundary rider for a single, moving to 25. 109 for the loss of 4, chasing 224. How many was Bracewell on? Do we know? Remember, you'll have it scribbled down somewhere.
Well, it was off Overton. Was off Overton? Was it?
Sorry, I can't read that. Marinated overnight with garlic and onion puree.
Yeah, young, bold Cast. Right. That's quite right. Yeah, he was dropped in the 14th over.
Yeah, just on drinks. Partnership is 42 off 50. Overton, no wicket for 14. Halfway through his 4th over, bowling very straight to Mitchell. Drops it into the onside and good run. Mid-on, rather awkwardly. In was Cass. Couldn't flick and hit the stumps, and Mitchell was home. Anyway, good running. Mitchell to 30, 109 for 4.
Yeah, in the end, safe run. He tread water a wee bit for a while, did Mitchell, until he got going and underway. But at least Cass, when he fielded racing in, he was almost sort of straight side to the stumps. So he only didn't get a look at 3 stumps. He only got a look at 1, if you like, and he had to hit those. He missed them. There you are. He was on 2.
Back over the wicket. Driven, palm it off. Nicely timed. It's just a little half pressed forward. Strong man, Michael Bracewell picks up a big barrel boundary through mid-off. Lovely stroke. 113 on the board now.
Yeah, he was on 2 runs from 8 balls. This is Bracewell, and he was dropped.
It was off Overton, who has conceded 6 runs off this over. Tall right armour, shuffling across the stumps. Bracewell flicking it off leg, down towards Wood at long leg, and Overton thought he was going to have a big shout for LBW there. Bracewell picks up the run. The end of the 20th over, chasing 224. New Zealand are 114 for 4.
Hi, I'm Jason Field from Kinetic Access, your garage door specialists on 385 Nielsen Street, Penrose. While we've been dominating garage doors, gates and fences for 35 years, we're delighted to be stepping into new opportunities as Kinetic Access to give you better options. Our new garage door and motor package makes smart technology standard with no extra cost. No add-ons, no premiums, just smart. Built in. For unmatched quality, better value and more choice, Kinetic Access is the place to go. Check us out at kineticaccess.co.nz.
Change of bowler coming from the railway end, the broadcasting end. It's going to be Sam Curran, left-arm medium pacer, into the attack for the first time. New Zealand 110 runs away. Bracewell has caught up to Mitchell. 30 off 31, Mitchell 30 off 41. Mitchell's hardly faced a ball in the last 4 or 5 overs. In fact, just 5 balls faced over the last 5 overs for 2 runs for Daryl Mitchell. The run rate's not the concern. So Curran, tidy bowler, isn't he? 33 wickets at 41. Coney just above 6. Wouldn't expect him to get any movement at this stage now. Jeremy, unlike the other left-arm quick.
On changes of pace a lot, doesn't he? He's got a lot of variety. He's got the one that comes straight out of the hand and straight and very slow towards the batsman. He's been working on as well. Slightly hunched run up.
It's nice and close to the stumps, and now it's Bracewell to glide a ball down towards third man. Bracewell to 31.
So it's 51 run partnership now between these two. So they are starting to play the way that New Zealand need them to. They need to. Both of these players need a good, particularly Bracewell, I think, has not quite been getting the runs, or maybe getting in and getting to the pitch and getting to the wicket at times when New Zealand, it's a hopeless cause and he has to go for it.
Immediately around the wicket to Mitchell. Flicks the ball through square leg for a single. 31 to Mitchell, 116 for the loss of 4. The Shadows winning the fight, covering most of the wicket itself. Awkward for the likes of, I think that's Bethel out there at deep cover. He's looking straight into that setting sun.
Yeah, as the sun gets lower and lower, that's going to be harder and harder there. But he's got a chance. Both these players have got a chance to really put a marker down here.
Leg side wide, pushing it down the leg side was Curran. And one more to the New Zealand total, 117 for 4 in pursuit of 224. Earlier today, England 223 all out inside 36 overs. Smith without scoring. Duckett 2, Root 2, Bethel 2, Butler 4, Curran 6. They were 56 for 6 at that stage. Forward press once more from Bracewell, gets an inside edge. It goes through square leg. He's going to come back for 2. Throw to the non-striker's end if it hits. I think Mitchell is out, and he looks back to Bracewell. Don't know if he expected a shout. Your end. 119 for 4. Let's check the replay.
That was tight, wasn't it? It was an inside edge that went away. Bracewell decided very early, and certainly Mitchell was not really ready for it. He didn't turn and go. He actually stopped and waited, and Cast noticed that very smartly there coming in to take that, and that was well gone. It had hit the stumps. Yes. I wonder if Curran had got back.
Curran's back into the crease. Bowl short, and it's pulled away. Uppersley on the bounce towards Cast again at long leg. A single. 120 for the loss of 4. Bracewell 34 off 34.
Sometimes feel that that's still worth doing sometimes as a bowler. You know, you get back to the stumps, or you as a mid-on, you see that the chance is there and you race in to try and get closer to the stumps. It would have been a tricky one because it was pitching almost beside the stumps, so that would have been a difficult ball to gather. But nevertheless, sometimes you can really throw it short deliberately and get it to bounce it in, and even then I think they might have had a run out there. But they don't seem to, nowadays the players feel that that's needed. They tend to say, well, if you hit the stumps, you hit the stumps.
Catching short mid-on goes in right in front of Daryl Mitchell. Bracewell, the non-striker. Mitchell faces up to Curran, angling in from around the wicket. He defends, no run. Also catching mid-wicket here. That's a field of someone who might go to his slower balls. Although they're getting Wood out of there. No, you can't catch there, mate. Jamie Overton says, I gobbled one up at second slip, son. Let me go in there.
Besides, I cover so much area.
I'm a big boy. He is quite a unit. Mitchell onto the front foot, nudging into a gap. Another run. New Zealand is doing this in ones. 121 for the loss of 4. Partnership worth 55. End of the Curran over. 7 runs off it. And the bowling figures for England. Luke Wood, 5 overs, 1 for 34. Cast, 6 overs, 3 for 28. Rashid, 5 overs, none for 31. Overton, 4 overs, no wicket for 20. So Curran, the 5th bowler used, coming in the 21st over. Young made 5, Ravindra 17, Williamson without scoring, and Latham the last to go, LBW for 24 when the score was 66 in the 12th over. No need for New Zealand to change the plan, the tempo. Another half an hour of this, Jeremy. England might have to get the team to take a few risks.
Yeah, I guess they've got another couple of part bowlers, haven't they? You could call Root and Bethel, perhaps, in that order, I would have thought.
Bouncer from Overton. Mitchell allows it through to Bartlett behind the stumps.
Seamers have got the wicket, so haven't they?
Santner, the lone spinner, got the prize scalp of Brook as he holed out at deep square leg, looking for 6 number 12. Overton from over the wicket, short wide of off stump, played down into the gully, diving stop. Good fielding from Adil Rashid away to his left hand side. No slip, third man, backward point mid off. Also a deep point that is Bethel was crept in about 10 metres, although he's just been asked to go back a yard or 2. Now you've got a line of 3 right on the circle on the onside. And 45 degrees. Square leg just in front of square and a mid-wicket. Overton bowls back of a length, dropped this time to the offside. Nice work by Mitchell. You can tell they are trying to not allow Daryl Mitchell to play down the ground. Back of a length, it's not shorter, it's the motor. They actually got no mid-on or long-on. Mid-wicket, forward square leg and on the 45.
No. So it means you're going to be bowling a shorter length, doesn't it? Straight away to the batsman. No long on, no mid on.
But unless you Harry Brook. Harry Brook would hit there, wouldn't
he? Yes, he would.
He'd back away and just slap.
Yeah, he likes that. Yeah, he would bunt it down there, wouldn't he? Very baseball-y kind of thing.
Continuing over the wicket. Short to Bracewell, who smashes this one. Low, and it's landed on the rope. Wow, that travelled quickly. Big barrel boundary. How big, though? How big? Sean Haig just waiting for it. And it just skimmed the grass before it hit the rope. So 4 runs to Bracewell. And New Zealand's wait for the first 6 of the innings continues.
one of those shots he was practicing this morning. I think that's hit that on the full. That's hit the Toblerone on the full. It moved it quite dramatically.
126 for 4. New Zealand need now 98. Make that 97 as Bracewell pushes forward of point for another single, moving to 39 himself off 36 balls. He's played a very assured innings.
Yeah, I repeat, I wonder if that catch, it cost New Zealand a lot when they dropped Brooke. And this might just cost England as well. Just shows you, doesn't it? It's just a comfortable slip catch, really. Nice shin height.
Shin height, exactly.
And where the hands are waiting anyway.
Shadow's completely encasing the ground now as Overton, in his follow-through, does his own fielding as Mitchell defends, and Overton can't slow his big frame and actually has to put his hands on Daryl Mitchell, and not sure if Mitchell liked that. The end of the over, 22 bowled, 127 for 4.
He didn't like it at all. Keep your hands away from him.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
Stay cool and save big. The Summer Ready sale at Chemist Warehouse is on now. Find up to 40% off Swiss vitamins and skincare, 35% off NYX Cosmetics range, 20% off Nivea Sun range, plus 20% off the Neutrogena Sun range. Hurry, sale ends Wednesday.
Curran to continue as he runs away from us in the broadcasting position. From over the wicket, the left arm medium pacer bowls to the left-handed Michael Bracewell. Turns the ball through square leg to move to 40, 128 for the loss of 4 wickets. See if he'll go into that vast array of variations and pace on predominantly as he starts the spell into his second over. None for 8. Curran twirls the ball in his hand at the top of his mark. He'll go around the wicket to Mitchell, and again we'll have a short mid-on catching and a short mid-wicket. Oh, straight bat and pad at the same time, so Curran goes up. It would have missed leg stump. No bat, in fact, according to umpire Raza. A leg by added to the New Zealand total. .129 for the loss of 4, chasing 224. Short cover in for the left-hander Bracewell. He plays with a straight bat, pushing up towards mid-on. Overton Fields, no run. Brooke biting his nails and mid-off the captain. He'd love a wicket right here. Curran. Wait is the call. He bowls to Bracewell, who pushes to duck it. Swiftly around to his left to field. No run.
Yeah, New Zealand just doing this in singles, aren't they? They're just picking up the odd boundary here and there. Couple of twos, but mainly in singles, just with 4 men, 5 men inside the circle. There are gaps there. Anything on leg stump, it's a single for the left-hander.
Bouncer pulled away forward of square towards the boundary line. Just a single, 131 for the loss of 4 as Bracewell moves to 41.
And this is where it's costly that England were dismissed in just so few overs. New Zealand now, even though they're not scoring half as fast as England did or Harry Brooke did, they really only need between 3 and 4 runs and over to get themselves to this target. And that's because they may use up all the overs remaining, which is about sort of 27 overs left, I think, something like that.
There's a short ball slow one that defeats Mitchell, trying to run it down, horizontal bat towards third man, ending the over. 23 gone, 130 for the loss of 4. If they bowled too short, do you think England should have pitched it up?
Generally, I think they've, as it hasn't moved as much, you do pull your length back a little bit, don't you? When the ball is doing something, you want to be pitching it up and be prepared to go for a few runs, as long as you're picking up and beating the edge of the bat either side. Do you think they have?
I'm just thinking the 4 dismissals have all been fuller.
Yeah.
Food for thought. You can ponder that because you're out of here,
Rashid has been reasonably full, isn't there?
Where's a spinner, I guess? Talking more about the quicks. Thank you, Jerry. Good to see you. Go marinate those feathers, please. I'm expecting big things. And we gather again for game number 2. Rashid's coming back into the attack. Spin back into the attack. Spin back into the commentary position. Hello, Braces.
I like your comment about short.
From over the wickets, leg spinner. It's too much width to Brace. He's light on his feet and gathers another run through point, moving to 42, 131 for the lost 4. Someone's not going to agree with me. They feel uncomfortable.
No, because I think New Zealand bowlers' second spells bowled too short as well. I think Smith and Duffy bowled far too short. And they negated any seam or possible seam that was still there.
Root at slip. They really need a wicket. England reverse sweep straight to point, and they've dropped it. Luke Wood, to be exact. And that again is straightforward, John Bracewell.
Yeah. I'd like to give him the excuse of the sun, but the shadow's all over the ground now, so it wasn't the sun. I think he just... Probably the lights haven't fully taken over, and the shadow of how dark the bank is at the moment.
Mitchell dabs to the onside. They'll hurry through. Good run. Bracewell responds. 132 for the loss of 4. Should be 5 down.
Sort of offering an excuse it's not there, really, because at this level that should be taken.
Yeah, I'm sure if you were coaching the side, you wouldn't be saying those things.
No, not at all. It's the reason why I had to give it up. Anger management.
So much happier these days. From over the wicket, Rashid bowling to Bracewell. Too short, wide of off stump, but he's carved it away, beating the cover. Long chase from the deep point. In fact, mid-off, that's Karshi. Throws himself around the big man. He gets there, keeps it in the field of play. New Zealand come back for 2 more. Bracewell to 44. 134 for 4.
Actually, I just finished Dr. Kerry Evans's book. It's a red brain, blue brain mentality. I found
30 years too late.
Shock, horror that I spent most of my time in the red brain.
Yeah. Wow, what a revelation.
Didn't need to spend money on a book.
Exactly. We could have all told you that in 3 seconds. Around the wicket, a googly play with a straight bat by Bracewell to the bowler, no run.
Yeah. But let's get back to the short book.
Are you in the blue or the red right now?
Oh, no. Once I started meditating, I did see a bit of blue.
Oh, wow. Meditation? What music do you use?
No, just the mantra.
Tantric on the front foot, pushed into the cover region. There is no run. And that is the end of the over. Braces, you've put me in the blue zone. Thank you. The end of the over, 134 for the loss of 4.
Hi, I'm Jason Field from Kinetic Access, your garage door specialists on 385 Nielsen Street, Penrose. While we've been dominating garage doors, gates and fences for 35 years, we're delighted to be stepping into new opportunities as Kinetic Access to give you better options. Our new garage door and motor package makes smart technology standard with no extra cost. No add-ons, no premiums, just smart. Built in. For unmatched quality, better value and more choice, Kinetic Access is the place to go. Check us out at kineticaccess.co.nz.
Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation, live from Bay Oval. The lights now starting to take effect.
So let's look at this field here for Curran. What would that suggest you should be bowling?
Full and slower balls, I would have thought. Short, pulled away, forward of square, out towards deep square. There is a single, 135 for the loss of 4. John's referencing the short catching mid-on, who's a yard, 2 paces in front of the non-striker.
And very straight.
And a catching mid-wicket.
Yeah, which indicates that you want the ball to be chipped in the air, either through a change of pace or full driving in the air, because it holds in the wicket.
Now a short cover for the left-hander, Bracewell.
Yeah, also full.
Curran bowls slow, full, driven to the bowler. That was very slow.
Yeah,
love to see the speed ball radar on that.
Yeah, he has got that super slow ball, doesn't he, that he bowls, and I think it got picked up. Somebody picked it up in at Hagley Oval, didn't they, and just put it out of the park. It's almost too slow.
Top of his mark, slightly angled approach, left arm over the wicket. It's nice and close to the stumps. Here's a pace on bouncer. Wide though, got the height all wrong. Bracewell didn't follow it. 88 runs away, New Zealand, 154 balls available, 136 for 4.
Yeah, but the difference between when you bowl second and you are defending a small total and you choose to bowl short, you got to question it, because you actually got to try and get the opposition out. The game will be over if they do not bowl them out. They will get this total. It's not about 50 overs.
And the short ball that's powerfully pulled away. One bounce to the fielder in the deep. Another single to Bracewell, moves to 45 or 46. Well, the first 6 wickets in the England innings, bowled, caught behind.
Yeah, all very full.
Curran halfway through his third over. Again, he'll have the short catching mid-on. Short mid-wicket. From around the wicket, slightly fuller, targeting the top of off-stump. Mitchell from the crease defends, no run.
So the 2 catching guys on the onside, as I said, a straight, just on the next pitch over, and a catching mid-wicket with the mid-on in between them. So that is the indication that it is the slower ball. Trying to get Mitchell to topple over a little bit. That's why he's coming around the wicket.
And once again, bowls slower, wider of off-stump. Mitchell trying to thrash it through the offside, had to wait. Skewed it off the bat. And that will allow them to come back for 2. Good running. Ran the first one hard, Mitchell. That earlier scare. 139 for 4.
So we just had a little message come through saying that Curran's slower ball, or moon ball, 56.2.
K or miles? That's from Gary. That would be in miles per hour, won't it? You good at conversion? No,
not unless
that will get you in the red.
Not unless I see lights.
Orange, slow down. Last ball of the over, short and pulled away nicely backward of squares. Pierce the field. Well, it's out down there. Rashid has actually paddled it away from the man coming from deep square. That will see New Zealand come back for a third. A little untidy.
Yeah, no,
little untidy. 90 Ks, I knew that. 90.1232254 from memory.
Yeah.
At the end of the over, 124 for the loss of 4. 82 runs required after this break. Tom Bartlett.
When it comes to New Zealand sports turf, nobody knows it better than PGG Wrights and Turf. They've been in the industry for over 40 years, proudly supplying customers right across the country. From stadiums to golf courses, bowling greens to landscaping, even through to revegetation and erosion control, their highly skilled team are well equipped in every aspect of the turf and environmental markets. So, for your next turf project, talk to New Zealand's experts. PGGWrightsandTurf.com.
142 for 4. So target is 224 for New Zealand. So they need 82 more to win. 150 balls to do it. 2 set batters at the crease. Adil Rashid is bowling from the Mount Maunganui end. And the first delivery of the 26th over has gone down for 4. Reverse sweep from Daryl Mitchell. Got down low, hit it along the ground this time. So no chance for Luke Wood to take have an attempt at a catch. And that is a big barrel boundary to start the 26th over. It's 146 for 4. Hello, Braces.
Okay, Tom, it seems like only minutes ago that we were together.
That's because it was only minutes before. Nothing like a couple of smarty pantsers in the boxes. Rashid bowls to Mitchell. He plays the reverse sweep. Big appeal from England. And they're going to come down and have a little chat. Got down low, Mitchell, and tried to reverse again. Took it on the front pad, and there's a conference going on here as the DRS timer ticks down, and Harry Brooks says, yes, we will have a look at that one.
It's the same call as Tom Latham. Well, we've got two, and we need a wicket.
To be umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I've checked the feet, fair delivery, front on first, please.
Voice of Paul Rifle, the television umpire, as we watch the replay of Rashid. Tossed it up nice and high. And Mitchell comes down and he hits the gloves.
Yeah, looks like it's come off the glove there. I'm going to go to Ultra Edge just to confirm that.
And have a check to see if somebody caught it.
Coming through.
Well, the England players have all headed back to their positions, so nobody obviously caught it.
Can you run that through? Make sure it wasn't the ball. Keep the ball going through.
Ball hits the gloves, goes up into the bicep of.
Okay, I'll go back on the field.
Mitchell.
Sean, you can stick your original decision. There's bat involved. Signal now, not out.
So confirmed by Sean Haig. A dot ball, and England lose a review. 146 for 4. Rashid into his 7th over. No wicket for 39. Still a slip in place. Harry Brook for Daryl Mitchell. There's Rashid over the wicket from the Mount Maunganui end. Bowls to the right-handed Mitchell, and he gets one on the pads, and he sweeps fine, heading down towards the boundary. Curran's quick across the outfield, flicks it back, and Root's gone after to help it, and they've got back for 3 runs, subject to confirmation. So 47 now to Daryl Mitchell. 149 for 4 New Zealand.
Just once again, just with the cold weather, just see how much the outfield has slowed up. Good to see the ground start pushing the Toblerones in a little closer. As they straighten them up after the skid in.
Sam Curran, we're just
gained another metre.
Having a look at the replay. Curran, unfortunately, he's hit the legs, have hit the Toblerone, said Toblerone, as he flicked the ball back. So it was a good attempt, but it's in the end going to be a boundary. A big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. And on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, Harvey Norman TV deals, New Zealand's 150 is up. 150 for 4. Daryl Mitchell 48. And Rashid at the top of his mark. And again to Mitchell, driving forcefully up through mid-on. Takes a single to Cass. 151 now for 4 New Zealand. Mitchell to 49. Well, New Zealand needed a partnership. They have got one in the form of Mitchell and Bracewell. Came together at 4 for 66 for 4. Here's Rashid bowling to Bracewell this time. Goes back and happy to defend to cover. Duckett does the fielding. There's no run. 151 for 4.
Yeah, slightly more measured there from Bracewell, just letting that one come onto the bat. Playing him off the back foot.
Sets again does Bracewell as Rashid bowls to him. Turns this one to mid-wicket. Harry Brook does the fielding, and that ends the Rashid over. 7 overs, no wicket for 44. After 26 overs at Bay Oval, New Zealand chasing 224, a 151 for 4. Daryl Mitchell 49, Michael Bracewell 48, and they need 73 more to win.
Yeah. 2 batsmen just taking a little bit of a break. That's a message coming out. Or whether they just want to regroup a little bit, figure out where they need to be. It's a pretty simple equation, isn't it? You just got to be across the line.
73 more to win, 144 balls. So run rate, not an issue for New Zealand. And they've got enough batting in the hut with the captain Satner to come next. Folkes, Smith, Henry, Duffy. At this stage, he'd rather be in the New Zealand dressing room, I suspect. Although England will believe if they can get one or both of these guys out with enough credit in the tank, who knows? Sam Curran continuing his 4th over, round the wicket from the Papamoa Hills end, bowls to Mitchell, and he's pushing up to mid-off. There's a throw at the stumps from Brook, hits the stumps, deflects down to fine leg, but Bracewell was comfortably in his ground. Single completed, 152 for 4, and Daryl Mitchell goes to 50. Another one-day half-century for Daryl Mitchell. Gets a warm applause from what's been a very good crowd at Bay Oval. Daryl Mitchell, good innings when we talked about, John, in our previous stint, the need for him to have a score to get himself going again in the season, does so.
Yeah, and it's been a very accomplished
review for a run out. They need the
partnership, so they're going to have a look at this, whether it was lazy running. We know that Michael Bracewell's been caught out lazy running in the past by Ben Stokes.
Especially against England, yeah.
Ready to make this decision. Big screen.
I think we had a family meeting about that.
I remember you very vividly. Well, I thought if I'd said anything to you, I thought I might have copped one. Poor old Michael. I don't think he spoke for about an hour after that, John. Which is, I know everyone will be wondering how on earth did that happen. It did. Here is Curran, bowls to Bracewell. He's tried to heave this one over the onside. Oh, brilliant bit of work down on the boundary by Rashid at Shaw at fine leg. Hard to describe this one. Bracewell walked in front of it, tried to play it on the down to fine leg, ended up getting the top of the bat and ended up squirting down to third man, and Rashid has done a great job of stopping this one from going into the boundary.
Yeah, he kind of got done by the slow ball, got through the shot too early and ended up dragging it onto the offside. So he got beaten by the slow ball there.
Got 2 in the end, so just come down for a little chat. Very athletic work by Rashid down on the third man boundary. Had to come across and dive. Did so. Curran in again to the left-handed Bracewell. Short and pulled hard. Pulled well. Finds the gap between square leg and fine leg and picks up a big barrel boundary. 158 for 4, and Michael Bracewell has a one-day international half-century. He's 51 not out. Partnership with Daryl Mitchell is a good one, but on a personal milestone, a third one-day international half-century for Michael Bracewell.
That's a very good shot. Got his hands above his head so he could come down on the ball. It's a good bouncer, well aligned, roundabout badge height on the helmet. So it's a good shot. Hit it hard. Gave the guy a square leg no-show.
50 balls for 51, Michael Bracewell, so going just a tick above 100 strike rate. Putting New Zealand in a strong position here. Another slower ball from Curran. It's tapped up mid-off. Throw at the stumps. It hits the stumps. It's cast. And they are celebrating England because they sense they've got the opportunity. It's actually Overton who's come up from mid-on, collected and threw in the one movement. Hit the stumps, and Michael Bracewell is not sticking around. He's going to be run out, and New Zealand are going to lose their 5th wicket at 158.
No, they didn't need that, New Zealand. He's going to be well short here, diving in. Correct hit from Overton. Very quick to the ball, quick release.
Now, just talking about the partnership between Bracewell and Mitchell. It had gone into the 90s, and Bracewell just tapping and running, and a good bit of fielding by Jamie Overton for England has kept them very much in the game. New Zealand lose their 5th. It's 158 for 5. New Zealand's equation 66 more to win from 140 balls. But half the team back in the hut as Mitchell Santner comes out to the centre to join Daryl Mitchell.
One thing about Mitchell Santner, the strength of his batting's got a lot better over the last few years. And in line with the captaincy, responsibility. He's always a very good ball striker. And he's never very consistent with it. He's starting to now get a lot more confident in how he goes about his business as a batsman. And I think he is a genuine all-rounder now.
He's out to join Daryl Mitchell. And that will enthuse the England fielders who looking up at that scoreboard as the run started to come down. still needing 6 wickets. This game will not go the distance. It will be won by England bowling New Zealand out, or New Zealand will get these runs. As Mitchell Satner, 33-year-old, comes out to join Daryl Mitchell, who's on 50 not out. Curran round the wicket to Mitchell. Can they create a double strike? First delivery to Mitchell after the wicket is defended to Curran. And it's a dot ball, 158 for 5.
It was a very good piece of fielding from Overton, wasn't it? He attacked the ball, picked it up in one hand, got rid of it early on the slide. He hit the stumps from side on, almost a 45-degree angle.
119 games, 350s for Satner, and one-day cricket. Is defending is Mitchell. The next delivery from Curran round the wicket, and that brings the end of the 27th over. No wicket for 24 for Curran from 4. New Zealand need 224. They're 158 for 5. Mitchell 50. Satner yet to score. Back in a second.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
Celebrating New Zealand's top thoroughbred racing events, the Grand Tour Racing Festival with major partners Spates and Smirnoff bring you an epic mix of beats, vibes and non-stop entertainment. Book today and make it grand at thegrandtour.nz.
New Zealand are 158 for 5. They need 224. We've had 27 overs at the same stage. England were 146 for 8. Of course, they went on to score 223 thanks pretty much exclusively to Harry Brook at the back end of the innings. He just plastered them to all parts. 11 sixes in his 135. Tremendous hitting. Got England to that 220 score. New Zealand needs 66 more to run it down. They've got 138 deliveries, and England are bringing back their premier quick of the night. Cast back into the attack, bowls to Satner, and the first delivery defending and guiding it down to third man. Curran does the fielding. There's 1 to the total. Satner's underway. He's won. It's 159 for 5.
I was just thinking before Michael Bracewell got run out, they actually just get them down into that partnership of a 50. The game's all over. This just changes the dynamic of it a little bit. 66 still needs another, really decent partnership. You're getting 50 runs with 5 wickets in hand. You sort of stumble across the line. You can still sort of get there unless there's a massive collapse, but just that extra 16 runs.
Cast in for his 7th over. Starts and bowls to Mitchell, and he's defending. And they're on. Good proactive captaincy, I suppose, from an England perspective. Harry Brook, he's identified, he broke the partnership, wants another one, preferably Daryl Mitchell.
Yeah, and Daryl's sort of almost gone into his box there, isn't he, for the last couple. He's just decided, wait on, I'll just
see this guy off.
Settle this down. Stop any panic. We'll just tick it over for a little bit.
Cast 3 for 29 in his first spell. Back for his second into Mitchell. Mitchell's driving. Beats Cast this time, but won't beat Brook. Comes across from mid-off. All of a sudden, there's a spring in the step of the England fielders, with Cast back into the attack.
Yeah, they just may think that they've still got a chance. Well, they have to believe that they've got a chance. 5 in the circle, so the guy's out to find leg square. Third man square on the offside.
Mitchell waits again for Cast. This is wider. He's able to punch it square. Work for the sweeper to do. Bethel. And 1 to Daryl Mitchell, who is 51. 160 for 5 now, New Zealand.
Moves across the ground beautifully, Bethel. Really stays engaged in the game, and starting to move off the shot rather than having sighted the ball. So he's given himself 1 or 2 yards faster than most other fielders. Gets around the ball, picks up cleanly. Lovely fielder.
Satner back on strike, and Cast coming round the wicket to the left-hander. Defends. Overton is in quickly, though. They won't want to take a single to him after sharp work to dismiss Michael Bracewell in the previous over. Good crowd has stuck around. Sunday night, Labour weekend. Of course, day off tomorrow. You're lucky enough to have one. You're laughing, John. Is that because you know that I'm working? Or here's Cast round the wicket again to Satner's beaten this time. He was committed to the defensive shot, and Cast went past the outside edge. 160 for 5 at the end of the 28th over. The equation for New Zealand, 64 more to win, 132 balls to do it. Daryl Mitchell 51 not out, and Mitchell Santner just recently joined him. He's on 1.
And I wouldn't laugh if anybody has to go to work and feed the family, Tom.
Thank you. Thank you.
Magnificent. I don't work on Mondays at all.
Is that golf day?
Golf day. But it's kind of, in that way, I never get that holiday.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, you aren't rewarded for working on a Monday when there is a holiday on a Monday.
And been massively, red flag me. Labour Day is my day.
Yeah.
Of all the days.
All the days that you should be celebrated. Luke Wood back into the attack from the railway end, the Papamoa Hills end. He's going round the wicket to Daryl Mitchell, who's defending the first ball up to mid-on. Overton does the fielding. 160 for 5, the start of the 29th over. New Zealand 64 more to win, 131 balls to do it. Run rate won't be a problem. England chasing 5 wickets. New Zealand another 64 runs to go, 1 up in this 3-game one-day series. We go to Hamilton on Wednesday and Wellington next Saturday. Wood into his 6th over, 1 for 34. Bowls to Mitchell. Happy to defend from the crease. Won't beat the player at cover. And 2 dot balls to start this over.
So this is the interesting thing about Luke Wood, is that whilst we're very impressed with him with the new ball and saying, oh, he's got red ball potential, kept the ball up, bowled well. What pays his salaries is what he can do when the ball isn't doing anything. It's the short form of the game. This is where he's supposed to be an expert.
He's into Mitchell, gives himself some room, hits hard, square. Sweeper is quite square, so only has to move a few metres to his left to cut it off on the boundary, and Mitchell goes through for 161 for 5.
So using angles, hitting the right lengths, extremely accurate, and those changes of pace. This is where the cleverness of his trade is part of his game, and I really like to see. So I'll be an eye on the speedball radar for a start off, and the angles and the fields that he sets, where he's trying to get hit, where he's trying not to get hit.
He's got Mitchell Santner, the left hander on strike, bowls to him short of a length, and Santner gets up on his toes, defends it, and there's a throw at the stumps. Good work from that player inside the circle, Curran, who collected it and chucked it at the non-striker's end with some speed. It broke the stumps, but Santner was home. 162 for 5. The New Zealand skipper is 2.
And it's really hard at this time. He needs to get wickets, and they need to get those wickets quickly before Santner starts to get the rhythm of the wicket and the pace of the deliveries that are coming at him.
He's at the non-striker's end as Daryl Mitchell waits, and Mitchell defends to point. Duckett cuts it off.
Mitchell's just trying to give him that time, isn't he? He's just decided just to box in here for a little bit and just give Mitchell Santner just time to feel more comfortable at the crease, feel part of a partnership.
Still a lovely evening at Bay Oval. Lights taking full effect now as Wood goes in and Mitchell walks across and gets his bat under the ball and scoops it up over the boundary for 6 runs. Daryl Mitchell been waiting and pondering the next move, walks across, flicks it over the top of fine leg and gets the maximum. He's 58 at the end of the 29th over. It's 168 for 5.
Since the 1970s, Roundup's seen it all in the Kiwi backyard. the paisley prints, the short shorts, the backyard cricket, the conversations with the lawnmower, the Barbies, and the outdoor lifestyle we still love today. We've been helping Kiwis keep weeds down year after year with a product for every job, from paths and lawns to those hard-to-kill weeds. Roundup makes it simple. Roundup, part of Kiwi backyards since 1976. To banish weeds now, reach for the Roundup.
Welcome back to Bay Oval, where the score is 168 for 5. Round the wicket is cast. It's a wide down the leg side, and Bryden Cast is not happy with himself as he fired that one from around the wicket to the left-handed Satner. Couldn't catch up with it, and it's a free one for New Zealand. 169 for 5 now. Daryl Mitchell up to 58. That was an impressive finish to the last over. John Bracewell with the old ramp.
Yeah, he's just taken a calculated risk there, and he squared up to it. Let the ball come on to him. Didn't panic, just let it come off the bat.
Cass attacking the stumps round the wicket to the left-handed Satner, who defends to backward point. Duckett doesn't score. 169 for 5.
It's almost to break the shackles, and then followed up with a wide first ball of the next over, and all of a sudden you're down into those 50s that we were talking about. New Zealand side will be looking to knock these off in groups of 10, plenty of balls in hand. And you go, oh, okay, the next group only have to get 40. That's only 10 each, guys.
Gas round the wicket again too, Satner. Again, he's angling the ball back towards the left-hander, trying to get it to nip away, and it does fly past the edge of Satner's back through to Butler.
So if you imagine that Mitchell Satner gets another 10 runs. So it's likely that Daryl Mitchell's probably going to get 15, 16, 17 runs during that period of time. And all of a sudden, you're 25 runs down and you're only 30 runs to get. And there's another no ball. So a free hit. Now that is a captain killer, really. That's...
Again, he's quite...
When you're trying to put that pressure on and you're trying to bowl in a partnership, one guy gets ramped for 6, you get a wide down the leg side, and then all of a sudden you bowl no ball. You go, well, we could be in the 40s after this shot.
So here's the free hit. Satner's on strike, and Cass is round the wicket to him. It's full, and Satner catches up and smacks it over point. One bounce, and into the boundary for 4. A big barrel boundary. Bigger range, bigger deals. Mitchell Satner gets his innings moving. He's 6. And New Zealand on to 170 for 5.
Actually, that's a great shot from Satner. You could see that he deliberately opened the face of that, got under it to splice it over point. Very clever, rather than trying to belt against the power. He's gone with the power and used it. Beautiful shot.
Just 50 more needed by New Zealand. Cast round the wicket to Satner. Good follow-up ball defended by the New Zealand captain. 174 for 5 is the score. And 50 needed from 123.
Yeah, it sort of changes the whole dynamic in a couple of balls, doesn't it?
Well, that that ramp and then the boundary in this over, it's just knocked 10 off. That you were talking about scoring it in 10s. They've done that in 3 or 4 balls. Cass into his 8th over, 3 for 36 as he goes round the wicket to Satner. Clipping this one. Nice timing from Satner, but good bit of fielding by Rashid, who cuts it off inside the circle. It's a little bit of a juggle, but he'd done the work of slowing a well-timed clip off his legs, Satner. Just one to him. He's 7, 175 for 5 New Zealand, and the equation is now below 50.
Good call there from Daryl Mitchell. He saw that he'd misfielded it, but Daryl Mitchell could see how far it had gone, whereas Mitchell Satner couldn't see that. He was blocked off by the body. It's a good loud call.
Mitchell 58 from 71 deliveries. Gas over the wicket to him. Cramp for room, tucks it behind square. It's a good loud call, and Satner responds, and they get through for 1 on the route throw. 176 for 5. Satner 7, Mitchell 59.
New Zealand cricket have got to be delighted with this crowd. Surely. Yeah, Labour weekend, everybody's standing out here to pump up the tyres of the caravan and mow the lawns, and they've decided to take Sunday off and come along here.
It's been a good crowd in. The embankment for large parts of the afternoon there was no room. It was full, and we're enjoying the sunshine. Cast round the wicket to Satner. Guides this one down to third man. Curran does the fielding, and there is a single to the New Zealand captain. That is the end of the over. 30 overs bowled. 177 for 5 is the New Zealand score. New Zealand need another 47 more runs to win. Daryl Mitchell's 59, Satner is 8, and it's drinks at Bay Oval. We'll be back on Sport Nation in just a moment.
Time for a drink. It's the drinks break on Sport Nation Cricket.
Since the 1970s, Roundup's seen it all in the Kiwi backyard. The paisley prints, the short shorts, the backyard cricket, the conversations with the lawnmower, the Barbies, and the outdoor lifestyle we still love today. We've been helping Kiwis keep weeds down year after year with a product for every job, from paths and lawns to those hard-to-kill weeds. Roundup makes it simple. Roundup, part of Kiwi backyards since 1976. To banish weeds now, reach for the Roundup.
There's a diving catch inside the ring. What a catch! You're listening to live coverage of the Black Caps on Sport Nation.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
Stay cool and save big. The summer ready sale at Chemist Warehouse is on now. Find 50% off the Dr. Lewin skincare range, 40% off the MCO Beauty body mist range, 25% off the Bondi Sands tanning range, plus 25% off the Aven SPF and hydrants range. Hurry, sale ends Wednesday.
This is Kyle Jameson. Download the Sport Nation app right now and catch all the action as the Black Caps take on Australia, England, South Africa and the West Indies this summer.
Big Barrel, you local liquor store.
Celebrate these hot deals only at Big Barrel. Maestro de Bell Tequila 700ml and Dictator 12-year-old Rum 700ml $64.99. Jim Beam 1125ml $52.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Welcome back to Bay Oval. Drinks leaving the field. New Zealand need 47 more to win. 20 overs to score them. So run rate not an issue. 177 for 5. So 5 wickets taken by England. If you're just joining us, just come in from a day, Sunday in the sun perhaps, hopefully. England dismissed for 223 in 35 overs earlier. New Zealand in reply, 177 for 5, so they need 47 more to win. Mitchell Satner is on 8 from 10. He's new to the crease. Daryl Mitchell, top scoring in this New Zealand innings so far. He's 59 not out, 72 deliveries, 5 fours and 1 6. And it's going to be Luke Wood to start his 7th over, the 31st of the innings. Figures of 1 for 42. The left armour into the left-hander, full, and Satner is defending the front foot. And Wood does his own fielding. 177 for 5.
So his options here now he's obviously got to get somebody caught. I think they still should have a slip in. And then you're buying a wicket with a hook shot, aren't you? And the pull shot, miss hit into the wind. But I think he's still got to look to nick a guy off, especially Satner. It's not really in yet.
Here's Wood into Satner. Again, it's a shortish delivery, but Satner, it's a comfortable height, just able to stand and defend. And the score remains 177 for 5. So there's a sweeper on the offside. Third man. Backward pointers Duckett. And we've got Joe Root in at a cover, but he's quite close in there. He's almost a catching cover there, isn't he?
Yes, but simple. And mid-wickets catching too, really, aren't they? They're tight. So they are offensive fielders rather than defensive.
Mid off, mid on, deep square and fine leg on the fence. Here's Wood into Satner. Ducks under it. It's taken on the body. They've gone up, England. Satner hasn't moved. The umpire hasn't moved. Initial thoughts were he took it on the body, but has it hit the gloves?
See, My initial thought was it hit him square on the head.
It's a short delivery. The umpires coming together.
Player review for court. Original decision is not out. Check the feet, fair delivery. Front on first, please.
Mitchell Sattner's grabbing his forearm where he's got the padding underneath his shirt.
So, looking at the replay, after hearing the voice of...
It's hit him on the forearm.
So that's clearly on the arm.
Comes straight off the arm. Can I just have Ultra Edge split screen to confirm that? Here we go. Yeah, there's clear gap between the glove and the ball. I'll go back on field.
Good bouncer.
Son, you can stick with your original decision, not out. No bat involved.
So now that's the end of their two reviews. New Zealand still have two. So tactically, that's quite handy.
And also good decision from the New Zealand captain to wear the arm guard, John.
Yes.
That could have been nasty.
Very.
Here's Wood into Sattner again. He's up on the tippy toes, defending from the crease. As Root sprints in from cover to do the fielding, and there's no run. 177 for 5, Sattner 8, Mitchell 59. And as John said, England have now burnt their two reviews. So 47 still needed by New Zealand. Luke Wood midway through his 7th over, 1 for 42. He's in again too. Sattner full delivery, and Sattner's just chipping this one down the ground. He hasn't timed it all that well, so he'll only get 2 as Mitchell scampers back to the non-striker's end after Jamie Overton sprinted after the ball down towards mid-on, and they do get the 2 runs. So Sattner's up to 10 and New Zealand on to 179 for 5.
I'm pleased Darryl Mitchell checked his sprigs there, because for a moment there I thought it was turning the Titanic. Mitchell was nearly at home base, and old Darryl just turning the tanker around.
Here's Wood in again to Mitchell Sattner. That's a short delivery down the leg side. He took evasive action to get out of the way, and it wasn't a wide. End of the over. 31 now bowled by England. New Zealand need 224 to win their 179 for 5.
When it comes to New Zealand sports turf, nobody knows it better than PGG Wrights and Turf. They've been in the industry for over 40 years, proudly supplying customers right across the country. From stadiums to golf courses, bowling greens to landscaping, even through to revegetation and erosion control, their highly skilled team are well equipped in every aspect of the turf and environmental markets. So, for your next turf project, talk to New Zealand's experts. PGGWrightsandTurf.com.
New Zealand need 45 more to win the opening one-dayer against England at Bay Oval. Cast back into the attack, or resuming the attack, is 9th over. 3 for 39, 179 for 5, the New Zealand score. Mitchell 59, Sattner 10. And Darryl Mitchell keen to get himself through here, John. It's been a good innings so far. Have a nice nod out at the end of the evening.
Well, I think Darryl Mitchell, I wouldn't say that, but I think he's one of those guys who enjoys the pressure of seeing a team across the line. Some guys really enjoy that. That's their thing. Here's another free hit. So it's kind of like it's like his DNA sort of thing. It's his signature.
So here's Cass, free hit for Darryl Mitchell. Bowls to him, gives himself some room, gets no timing. Hits it straight into the ground, and it's a dot ball. Anti-climax, 180 for 5.
Well, you get other guys who want it so much that they actually freeze in that environment of getting the team over the line. They tend to choke up a little bit, get a little bit tight. But I think sort of Darryl, sort of like it's what sort of makes him. I want to be that guy.
Well, he's that guy at the moment. He's 59 from 74 deliveries. As Cars is into him, he won't score this time either, as he Ball angled back from the tall right arm fast bowler. Mitchell tries to turn it on the onside. Doesn't get any timing.
And it won't bother him if it takes 100 balls.
He just likes the contest.
Yeah, it's the contest. Yeah. And I think that's the thing that's made him that rock in that middle order. It's one of the reasons why people don't question that he's in the team.
Waits again, does Daryl Mitchell, as Cass is in. It's a bit fuller and it's driven, and Cass gets his left hand down just in the nick of time to paddle it away to Overton at cover.
He also realises, Cass got 10 more balls. The most dangerous bowler, the most effective bowler on the night, he's got 10 more balls. That still leaves me with 102 balls.
Just a hesitation from Mitchell. There's some movement behind the sight screen. Now he's ready. Cass sets his... And now they're wondering why he keeps pulling away. Now umpire Razar's coming over to talk to Mitchell, it appears. Now he's heading back. Not quite sure what it's all about, Braces, but perhaps some chat behind the wicket.
I'm not sure if it would be behind the wicket.
Anyway, here's Cass again. Mitchell's ready. Defends this time to Overton at cover. Whatever it was enough for Mitchell to just consistently wait until whatever it was stopped. Then he leant over his bat and then he pulled out again.
I'd say there's more chance was in front of the wicket than Joss Butler, who's reasonably quiet, reserved sort of bloke, just gets about his business.
Ben Duckett's not far away.
Well, he is behind the wicket, so you got a point.
Cass in again to Mitchell, turning this one into the onside. Won't score. Roots in close at mid-wicket. So apart from the no ball, it's good over this from Cass. 180 for 5.
Yeah, I don't think Overton's short of a fight.
No.
It kind of looks like that guy that you got to frisk going through, see if he's got a knife in his sock.
He's quite an imposing figure too, isn't he, Overton? Here is Cass. Bowls to Mitchell. Down the leg side, it'll be a wide. 181 for 5. Just when I was saying it was a lovely over. Bowled wide down the leg side of the old.
What's the name of that little halfback played for Australia with the moustache?
Nick White.
Nick White. 2 aces in one sock and a dagger in the other.
Oh, he'd have been your classic first slipper, wouldn't he? Just giving you all sorts of advice on
silly points.
Everything.
Silly points. No, go in there.
Helmet on.
Jeez, he played good football
He's
this year.
a good competitor. Cass into Mitchell. He's happy to punch. Wants a single, but Overton's quick in the covers and Mitchell Satner rightly says no thanks. End of the over. Cass has bowled 9, figures of 3 for 41. And after 32, New Zealand 181 for 5. Mitchell is 59. Santner is 10. New Zealand need 43 more to win.
Question I've always wanted to ask, Tom. I've got to ask somebody.
I'm the right guy to ask.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Yeah, because you don't mind to get distracted by rugby. Do you genuinely think the Australian team got better?
Oh, you're opening up a can here. I think genuinely they did, but then are they still better? Have they gone up the mountain and are we sliding down the other side of the mountain?
Well, I watched the Japanese game last night.
That suggests that things are not as good as they could be. Back to the cricket. Luke Wood, left arm over the wicket to Satner, punching from the crease. Joe Roots at cover, no run. 181 for 5.
Yeah, and they flattered to deceive last night. So I just wonder if there's a tier at the moment developing. And South Africa are a long way ahead in tier 1. And everybody else is dropping down into tier 3. there's a vacancy in Tier 2.
They might fancy it, you think? 181 for 5 is Luke Wood over the wicket to Satner. It's short. He's pulled it in the air, and it's been dropped by fine leg. Heroic effort from Karth, who had quite a lot of ground to cover, and it was dipping just as he was getting to the ball. I think he got his hands under it, though, and Satner has got back for 2 runs. As we look on the replay, it was a shortish delivery from Satner, who just tried to swivel and pull. Didn't appear to time it all that well, but Cass, does he get there? I don't know.
Yeah, I think he did get there, but he just didn't have his hands right. So he'd made the ground. He'd put in the hard work.
Here's Wood. Foolish this time. Squirted out by Satner. He'll get a single because Brooks had to move to his right at mid-off. 184 for 5. Satner to 13. You're wondering what's happening in the Pacific Championship test between Samoa and Tonga, rugby league. Samoa 16 lead Tonga 0 in the second half of that Pacific Championship clash. Of course, New Zealand, the Kiwis, beat Samoa last weekend. And looks like Samoa on track to bounce back from that opening weekend defeat. Mitchell's on 59 as Wood goes around the wicket to him. He tries to turn it on the onside, takes it on the pad, and will go through for a single. Shy at the stumps from Root. And it is a single to Daryl Mitchell. He's 60, 185 for 5, 39 more to win for New Zealand.
And I think the Aussies hammered the Poms last night too, didn't they?
They did 26-6.
Yeah.
In the first of the Ashes tests over in the UK at Wembley.
I like the Pacific Championship. I like the way that all the Pacific Island boys want to go and play for their island. It could be the saviour of it internationally.
Satner waits. This time hits it flat on the bounce to backward square. It was short again from Wood. This time Satner got a bit more of it, but kept it a bit lower and trotted through for a single. 186 for 5, Satner 14.
Yeah, it's almost a defensive pull shot, isn't it? He doesn't really hit it. He's trying to swivel with it. Not in full control. While he keeps doing that, Wood's going to keep trying to bowl short and try and buy his wicket down there. Wood's teeth stand out under lights, don't they? Whoa.
Bright white. Here's Wood, round the wicket. Short delivery to Mitchell, but too short over his head, and it's a wide. 187 for 5.
Sort of almost reminded me of the Curtly Ambrose Dean Jones. Could you put a mouth guard on, please? You can't see the ball.
It's the warm white that you put in your lights. Curtly Ambrose. That's a name.
Oof.
Wow. Wow, what a player. Wood round the wicket to Mitchell. Short, thrashing, throwing the hands. He's going to get 4 because he's found the gap between third man and point on the boundary. It was short there for the taking. Bit of wood for Mitchell, and he said, thank you very much. He collects a big barrel boundary. Bigger range, bigger deals. New Zealand 191 for 5 at the end of the 33rd over. And they need just 32 more to win.
That's a very good shot from Daryl Mitchell. He got given the width and put it away over the top of the backward point, not giving point on the boundary any chance of getting round. Well controlled, waited his turn, got the ball, put it away, and we're down into the 30s.
191 for 5 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. And Wood bowled 8 overs. 1 for 54, and Bryden Cass is going to bowl out. He's going to bowl his 10th and final. 3 for 41. Round the wicket to Satner, who throws his hands at a wide delivery, catches the outside edge, flies down to third man to Curran, and they get 1. 192 for 5. Satner 15. New Zealand 32 to win. 101 balls to do it.
So Harry Brook taking the gamble. He's going to bowl. He's got no choice really, is he? He's actually got to bowl his best bowler out. Just hasn't been. It's like everybody in this match. Once that new ball's got a little bit softer, just hasn't had the same potency. We get to change of balls at the end of this over.
Gas over the wicket to Mitchell. Mitchell happy to respect England's best bowler on the night, defending to Overton in the covers. And it stays 192 for 5. Yeah, this ball change, this ball situation at 34. Just explain again, John, what this deal is.
Well, I don't know why it is, but I'll tell you what it is. At 34 overs, the umpires grab both balls, they give it to the captain, and they say, which one do you want to continue with? And then they put the other one in their pocket.
Gas over the wicket to the right-handed Mitchell. Down the leg side, it's a wide, 193 for 5.
So one ball's bowled 17 overs, and then the other ball has to complete all the overs. Now, it's never quite been explained to me why they want to do that. And I suppose the more I see it, or we see it, we'll sort of get an idea of how the season runs through and how it actually works out. Tactically, how do you use that ball?
Gas over the wicket to the right-hander. Mitchell driving elegantly. A chase for Harry Brook from mid-off, heading down towards the boundary. Brook will haul it in inside the rope. And Mitchell will get back for 2, 195 for 5.
And so I think in different countries it will be seen as a different advantage to the bowling team. Here, for example, we've got one used wicket. We've got 2, 4, 6, 7 other wickets, 8 other wickets available to us, but only one of them's been used. So you're not sort of going to get reverse swing.
Gas in again to Mitchell, wide of off stump. Going further away from wicketkeeper Bartlett, but inside the line.
So therefore, do you take the best of those balls that are available to you, the one that's in the best condition, it hasn't been knocked around a bit or it hasn't got any scuffs on it, or do you take the worst ball, which means that it's softer, the seam is a little bit more worn down, it's got some scuffs on it?
Mitchell waits again for Cass, who bowls to him, and he's defending.
And then why are you doing that? Is the question, is because if it's soft, I can't hit it as far. So therefore, if we're defending a large total, and we've still got plenty of runs in the bank, I'm going to take a soft ball that can't be hit for 6.
So each game situation will dictate which ball you may choose to do, or the skipper may choose to do.
Correct. The condition of that ball will vary as the season goes on, and as the runs or you are defending or attacking will dictate.
Gas, last ball of his spell, wide of off stump, through to wicket-keeper Butler, and that is the end of the over. Gas completes figures of 3 for 45 for England's right-arm fast bowler tonight. At the end of 34, New Zealand a 195 for 5. They need 29 more runs to win.
When it comes to New Zealand sports turf, nobody knows it better than PGG Wrights and Turf. They've been in the industry for over 40 years, proudly supplying customers right across the country. From stadiums to golf courses, bowling greens to landscaping, even through to revegetation and erosion control, their highly skilled team are well equipped in every aspect of the turf and environmental markets. So, for your next turf project, talk to New Zealand's experts. PGGWrightsandTurf.com.
Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation, coming to you from Bay Oval in Mount Maunganui. New Zealand need just 29 more runs to win this first one-day international against England. They're chasing 224 to win, and after 34 overs they're 195 for 5, so they've got 96 balls to get the last 29 runs. Daryl Mitchell's at the crease, unbeaten on 66. Mitchell Santner, the New Zealand captain's on 15, and Adil Rashid is coming back into the attack from the Papamoa Hills end, the railway end, or the broadcasting end, the salt works end, if you like. Bowled 7 overs, no wicket for 44. He's into the left-hander Santner, tosses it up. Santner goes bang over the top of mid-off, way over the top of mid-off, and into the embankment just to the right of our broadcasting area. It was tossed up by Rashid, and Mitchell Santner said thank you very much. He takes 6 runs to take his score to 21, and New Zealand go past 200, 201 for 5.
So I'm assuming by that shot they didn't take the soft ball. They took the hard ball because that went miles.
But if they took the soft ball, he's hit that right out of the screws of the bat, because that's gone good 20, 30 yards over the rope. big hit from the New Zealand captain. Here's Rashid in again, tosses it up, goes back this time to Santner, tries to play it square, and ball spinning back towards him and taken by keeper Butler. 201 for 5. 23 more needed by New Zealand.
But sometimes I also think the cricket committee think they have to fly all the way to Lords and make a rule.
Can't go there without coming away with something. Rashid into Santner. He swings again down the ground, and that's gone all the way too. He's targeted mid-on this time. Hit it a lot straighter, a lot flatter. Back-to-back big barrel boundaries in this over from Mitchell Santner. Bigger range, bigger deals. And on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, New Zealand heading towards victory in the first one day of the 207 for 5.
Yeah, 17 required.
Rashid into Santner, swings again, and he's got all of this one. This one's coming towards us, but it's hanging up. Overton's under it, takes the catch in front of us. And Mitchell Santner, couple of sixes, tried to repeat the dose. Just didn't get enough of it this time. Overton takes the catch. Rashid has the wicket. And with 17 more required, New Zealand are 207 for 6 now.
Yeah, he's just got the wrong in. He's got it on the outside of the half of the bat. Got a big piece of it, but it went higher than it went long. Very good catch. Overton looked very safe under it. Good fielder, big man.
Good innings from Mitchell Santner, 27 from 25. Came together with Daryl Mitchell when Michael Bracewell was run out, and just steadied the ship and has got his team to within 17. Nathan Smith has come out to join Daryl Mitchell. His first one-dayer for some time with that injury that kept him out of cricket. Good to see him back in the black uniform. And he's got a chance to try and see New Zealand home here. Plenty of balls left, 17 more to win. Good catch that, John, from Overton. Not easy when it's hanging in the sky like that, and he had a long time to wait, Overton. He was settled for quite some time.
Yeah, it looked as though it was a long ball, but it actually just ended up vertically dropping. It's like the wind caught it, and it just dropped. But he steadied himself under it, looked very safe under the ball. Big hands, nicely balanced. Got his stride length right, set himself. Very good catch.
Took it about a metre inside the rope. He also had Sam Curran in his peripheral vision. Never easy when
Sam wasn't going anywhere near it.
Nathan Smith out there. Here's Rashid bowling to Smith, and Smith's first delivery, he's driving square to the sweeper. He'll take one. He's off the mark. Nathan Smith, and it's 208 for 6. 16 more to win for New Zealand. Still the slip in place. Harry Brook is marshalling from the covers, and Joe Root in that slip for Daryl Mitchell. Rashid into his 8th over. Last delivery of it. Bowls to Mitchell. Mitchell's playing defensively back down the pitch. Rashid intercepts, and that ends the over. 35 gone. New Zealand needs 16 more to win. They're 208 for 6.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
All right, ad time, but worth a listen. Betch has now got boosted odds across the big ones. EPL, Champions League, NFL, NRL, cricket, UFC, and basketball all season long. Bigger odds mean bigger payouts on Betcha. Availability varies. T's and C's apply. R18, bet responsibly.
208 for 6 is the score. New Zealand needs 16 more to win. 90 balls to do it, so there will be a result here tonight. That's for sure, which is something considering the no results we've had in this spring season so far. A couple of washouts in the T20s against England, a washout against Australia here at Mount Maunganui. Nathan Smith on strike, and Overton into the attack. Short delivery, ducks under it, and that will be the bouncer for the over. 208 for 6.
Yeah, it hasn't been a bad game of cricket, has it? I mean, Brooks' innings going to stand in the memory for a while. You know, think about that, and you got to go, yeah, man, he's also a smart cricketer, not just a talented one.
Overton bowling to Smith, up on his toes, defending a good ball back of a length, and Smith confident to defend it. 208 for 6.
I think that New Zealand have got away a little bit with their frontline bowling. It's caused that much damage. That's kind of allowed Smith to come back into the game, Duffy, who hadn't had a lot of cricket either, to come back into the game, Latham to come back into the game. You know, a lot of guys, Williamson, a bit disappointing, but he's back in cricket.
Overton into Smith, and Smith is playing late. He's played it beautifully behind point, and it's going to go for 4. Bethel was backward of point, but he found the gap, and third man is too fine to cut that one off. So Smith has his first big barrel boundary, and on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, New Zealand 212 for 6. They need 12 to win.
Yeah, and I suppose, you know, and when you win, you can sort of hold those things, and you can carry them through, and guys can get confident because the team won. But, you know, you've also got Duckett and Root, who didn't get into the game.
Overton in again to Smith, defending. She does the fielding at cover. 212 for 6.
And you know, and so they sort of running out of cricket fitness. And I say by cricket fitness, it's one being part of a winning unit. It's getting that feeling for winning again, because they've got a big summer ahead of them. Those two guys in particular are going to get some stuff from Australia like you wouldn't believe.
Overton into Smith, and this one's gone past the outside edge. It was a good length delivery, and Smith waved the bat at it, flew past the outside edge into the gloves of Bartlett. 212 for 6.
Actually hurried up Josh Butler that. So he should really let that go. And so it's a good carry, heavy ball, cross seam.
$12 more to win for New Zealand. Overton into Smith. Squared up that time, and it's been intercepted by Bethel at backward point.
Yeah, so they'll be looking for a better performance when we go to Hamilton in the middle of the week. Smaller ground.
So into the over. 212 for 6 New Zealand, just 12 needed.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
The Grand Tour Racing Festival is here. 4 cities, 9 premier race days. It's the hottest party in town with an epic mix of beats, vibes, and non-stop entertainment. Grab the gang, get all glam, and make it grand. Book today at thegrandtour.nz.
Just 12 more needed by New Zealand at Bay Oval to go 1-0 up in this 3-game one-day series. England dismissed earlier today for 223, and in reply, New Zealand 212 for 6. Daryl Mitchell, the backbone of the New Zealand innings, he's 66 not out, and he's on strike as Adil Rashid continues. First delivery, sweeps in the air. There is a player out on the boundary at square leg, but a lot of ground for Bethel to cover, and so Daryl Mitchell's able to comfortably get home for 2. 214 for 6, so 10 more needed now by New Zealand.
Little drops on the window there.
There are, John.
The last thing you want, isn't it?
Here's Rashid, bows to Mitchell. So Mitchell comes down the ground and hits over the top. Straight down the ground for 6. So that'll help in terms of the racing with the rain. Daryl Mitchell goes to 74, and all of a sudden, just like that, New Zealand just need 4 more.
Wouldn't that break your heart? You have to go in there and sit down for 20 overs, come out and bowl a ball, so New Zealand can win the 50 ahead of the Duckworth Lewis.
So New Zealand just within a boundary of victory. Daryl Mitchell, 74 from 89. Here's Rashid bowling to him, bowls him a short delivery, and he goes back and tries to heave it over the top of Overton, but it just trickles up to Overton at mid-on. 214 for 6. 220 for 6 rather. 4 more to win. 82 balls to do it. And New Zealand poised. Rashid, the leg spinner, into his 9th over. Bowls to Mitchell. Mitchell goes back and swings it over the deep square. It's going to trickle 1-2 bounces into the fence for 4. And that will do it for New Zealand. They go 1-0 up in the 3-game series with a 4-wicket win at Bay Oval. They bowled England out for 223. And in reply, 224 for 6. Daryl Mitchell not out 78. Nathan Smith not out 5. And the win set up by the bowlers who've reduced England to 56 for 6. Harry Brook gave England some hope with his 135. But partnerships between Daryl Mitchell and Michael Bracewell, Daryl Mitchell and Mitchell Satner. And in the end, Mitchell finished the job. New Zealand win by 4 wickets. Thoughts of former Black Caps player and coach John Bracewell. And Brace is pretty dominant from New Zealand in the end, although there were some wobbles along the way.
Yeah, there were some testing moments, but once England were all out for under 250 on this surface, England had to bowl them out really quickly, and they made some inroads into that, but they were unable to achieve it. Daryl Mitchell did what Daryl Mitchell does. He seized the occasion, saw the occasion, took advantage of it, built a partnership with Michael Bracewell, which sealed the victory. But it was set up by an outstanding new ball bowling partnership between Henry
and Zach Folkes.
Who I thought was outstanding with his late swing, his control of that swing, and in particular, his bowling to left-handers from around the wicket. It's been a long time since I've seen a guy open left-handers up that well. In fact, I'd have to go back to when Freddie Flintoff did it to Gilchrist and turned bowling round the wicket, outswingers to the left-hander, a thing, by opening him up and really exposed some frailties to his technique. And he did that tonight. And if I were those left-handers, I'd be going, right, I need to get this sorted out, certainly before I start facing Mitchell Stark.
Thoughts there of former Black Caps player and coach John Bracewell reflecting on New Zealand's 4-wicket win at Bay Oval in the first one-dayer. New Zealand and England at Mount Maunganui. New Zealand won the toss and asked England to have a bat. They made the dream start when Matt Henry bowled Jamie Smith for a first ball duck. They then had England 10 for 4 with Smith, Duckett, Root and Bethel all back in the heart. Harry Brook came out. He combined really with only one other player in his team. That was Jamie Overton, who scored 46. But Harry Brook's 135, an absolute standout in England's total of 223. They were bowled out for 223 in the 36th over, with Brook the last man out for 135, 9 fours and 11 sixes. Matt Henry 2 for 53. Zach Folkes 4 for 41. That was what John was referring to, particularly lethal around the wicket to the left-handers. He dismissed Duckett, he dismissed Bethel, and he dismissed Sam Curran as well. What a performance from the New Zealand bowlers. And I think we can go down onto the ground to Daniel McHardy, who might have one of the New Zealand
It's a bit cold, I won't keep you long, but big bright smiles across. Nice way to start a series, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Great way to start the series. I thought Hennes set the tone with that first ball. It was awesome to see. And then Daryl, clinical chase in the end there.
Well, Matt Henry, we expect that from him. He's just in such great form. Really important toss to win, it seems. There was something there early.
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely a little bit in the wicket early, which was always nice as a bowler. Definitely big toss to win.
Tell me about your plan there, particularly to the left-handers.
Left-handers is, obviously they swing the ball away from around the wicket, just try and create that angle. And worked out today, which was awesome.
Do you think it's quite a unique aspect of your game that might be a bit unfamiliar to some?
Yeah, definitely. My action's a little bit funky, a little bit rogue in places. So, I think that's one of my biggest strengths is the funkiness of my action and the way, like, not many people really swing the ball in, which is, my biggest strength, I guess.
Gee, you got it to swing a lot of the right-handers, and that one getting Joe Root must have been a pretty good moment. I've heard he's quite good.
Yeah, that was awesome. It was always nice to take their best player out, which is cool.
So 65 for 6, you're well and truly on top, and then that guy Harry, but my lord, what a player. How do you bowl him?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I'm sure there'll be a few meetings the next couple of days and try come up with a plan. He looked like he was playing on a different wicket, didn't he? Seriously impressive knock. What stands out about him? Just looks like he has so much time and, backs his defence, obviously, and then looks to put lots of pressure back on the bowlers, which is, obviously a little bit daunting, running in, bowling to him, and he could hit it 30 metres over the rope.
Last one. The run chase, probably a little bit nervy at the beginning, too many wickets up top for your team's liking, but Terrell Mitchell loves the fight, doesn't he?
Oh, sure does. Perfect scenario for Daryl to get in the fight there, get in the battle, and what he does best is awesome.
Well bowled today, career best figures. I think list A figures too. We'll see you in Hamilton, all the best.
Awesome, thank you.
Well bowled today. Take folks there. Picking up 4 wickets, New Zealand have a 1-0 series lead, fellas.
Very good. Daniel McHardy talking to Zach Folkes. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 41. We've touched on him already, John Bracewell, but Zach Folkes really, he ripped the top off that England batting lineup, particularly when you look at Duckett and Bethel and then Curran coming down. It was all the lefties. Yeah, and it was outstanding bowling. It was exposed flaws in their technique, something they don't come across. But having said that, most teams have a left armour, especially in 2020 cricket. They're paid big, left armers, especially ones who can swing it. So it's not as though they haven't been exposed to that ball leaving them. I just think that the fact that it's around the wicket and coming from slightly wider to bend it tends to turn that shoulder in, and Jeremy talked about it in the first dismissal, where the shoulder gets turned in, for Duckett in particular. You can't control that hip, and so therefore you can't get at the ball. You can only go with your hands. So the nick-off is a classic, but the ball he bowled to Bethel in particular, the fully swinging one, beat him on middle stump, on the outside of the bat, closed the face slightly, but took the middle of off stump. That was a peach of delivery. You go, man, that's as classy a delivery as you can get. Nick-offs are nick-offs, but when a guy gets opened up and you take off stump the way he did, you go, man, that is a class delivery, unplayable. Or technically, you were lured into where the ball was, and you made it unplayable because you couldn't get back at it. Zach Folkes took 4 for 41, and under most circumstances, that would earn you Player of the Match, Braces, but he hasn't received Player of the Match because Harry Brooks, 135, has won that award. Well, to be fair, it should be then called Made the Match, because his innings actually made it into a match and therefore allowed it to be a contest, and the England fast bowlers nearly turned it into a contest. They certainly did. They took 6 wickets for New Zealand. We'll take a short break here on Sport Nation. We are reflecting on a 4-wicket win for New Zealand over England in this first one-day international. England 223 plays New Zealand 224 for 6. So a 4-wicket win for New Zealand. Back with more from Bay Oval in just a moment.
When it comes to New Zealand sports turf, nobody knows it better than PGG Wrights and Turf. They've been in the industry for over 40 years, proudly supplying customers right across the country. From stadiums to golf courses, bowling greens to landscaping, even through to revegetation and erosion control, their highly skilled team are well equipped in every aspect of the turf and environmental markets. So, for your next turf project, talk to New Zealand's experts. PGGWrightsandTurf.com.
This is Black Cap Matt Henry, and you're listening to live coverage of the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
Hi, I'm Jason Field from Kinetic Access, your garage door specialists on 385 Nielsen Street, Penrose. While we've been dominating garage doors, gates and fences for 35 years, we're delighted to be stepping into new opportunities as Kinetic Access to give you better options. Our new garage door and motor package makes smart technology standard with no extra cost. No add-ons, no premiums, just smart. Built in. For unmatched quality, better value and more choice, Kinetic Access is the place to go. Check us out at kineticaccess.co.nz.
Sport Nation.
Since the 1970s, Roundup's seen it all in the Kiwi backyard. The paisley prints, the short shorts, the backyard cricket, the conversations with the lawnmower, the Barbies, and the outdoor lifestyle we still love today. We've been helping Kiwis keep weeds down year after year with a product for every job, from paths and lawns to those hard-to-kill weeds. Roundup makes it simple. Roundup, part of Kiwi backyards since 1976. To banish weeds now, reach for the Roundup.
The diving catch inside the ring. What a catch!
You're listening to live coverage of the Black Caps on Sport Nation.
When it comes to New Zealand sports turf, nobody knows it better than PGG Wrights and Turf. They've been in the industry for over 40 years, proudly supplying customers right across the country. From stadiums to golf courses, bowling greens to landscaping, even through to revegetation and erosion control, their highly skilled team are well equipped in every aspect of the turf and environmental markets. So, for your next turf project, talk to New Zealand's experts. PGGWrightsandTurf.com.
This is Black Cap Matt Henry, and you're listening to live coverage of the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
Hi, I'm Jason Field from Kinetic Access, your garage door specialists on 385 Nielsen Street, Penrose. While we've been dominating garage doors, gates and fences for 35 years, we're delighted to be stepping into new opportunities as Kinetic Access to give you better options. Our new garage door and motor package makes smart technology standard with no extra cost. No add-ons, no premiums, just smart. Built in. For unmatched quality, better value and more choice, Kinetic Access is the place to go. Check us out at kineticaccess.co.nz.
Welcome back to Bay Oval in Mount Maunganui. It is game over in the opening one-day international between New Zealand and England. New Zealand have won by 4 wickets. They've chased down 224. England bowled out for 223 in 35.2 overs. Let's go down onto the ground and catch up with Daniel McHardy.
Hello. Joined now by the England captain, Harry Brook, rightly named player of the match. Congratulations. Startling career best, well, thus far. One-day score. But let's start from a team perspective. How did you judge your first hit out in the series?
Yeah, obviously disappointing to not get the victory, but I think we can take a lot of things from today and learn and move on and yeah, take them learnings into the next couple of games.
I spoke to Zach Folkes. He agreed it was a pretty important toss to win for them, wasn't it? Did nibble around in that first sort of 15-over period.
Well, we were going to bat, so yeah. I just said then the question would be, could we go a little bit harder with the bat and try and put them under even more pressure? I personally think so, and that's something we'll probably have a chat about, and like I said, we'll learn from that and take it into the next couple of games.
What's going through your mind at 56 for 6 and the calculus and trying to create something, because what you pulled off was brilliant to watch?
Yeah, it's either a do or die moment, really. I can't remember what the exact scores were when we were 4 down, but in them situations it's either you try and knuckle down and try and get yourself to a score slowly, or you try and smack it out of the park and get yourself to a score quickly. So yeah, I always try and take that aggressive option and, like I said, try and put them under as much pressure as possible.
What's it like when you're in a mood like that? You seeing the ball like a beach ball through binoculars?
Not really, no. I was just trying to bat properly. Folkes was hitting me on the thigh pad every other ball, which was annoying, but yeah, like I said, in them situations it's a do or die, and I always choose to go aggressive and try and take it to them.
You'd be happy with the bowling effort, modest total to defend. Gee, up top you put a bit of doubt in their mind, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely, and to take 3-4 wickets in the power play is an awesome start. It's a talking point for me and the coaches at the minute is how do we get wickets throughout the middle stage of an ODI game. It's something that we've got to talk about, work on, and try and figure out modes of dismissals and ways so we're going to get batters out.
Well, appreciate your time, well played, and see you in Hamilton.
Thank you, cheers.
Thoughts there of Harry Brook, the England captain. Disappointing from a team perspective. Personally, 135 off 101 balls 9 4s and 11 6s. Braces from an individual perspective, obviously that was quite something to watch.
Yeah, it was, but I was more interested in his language, really, where he actually talked about his bat as being more aggressive and putting the New Zealand bowlers under greater pressure. He didn't talk about technique. He didn't talk about anything. He didn't talk about toughing it through the hard times if it is doing a lot, things like that. He says, no, let's go at him harder. This is attitude. And it's sort of like it's a different language, isn't it? You got to have everybody on board with that, because if you get some doubters in amongst you, it starts a little cancer within your group. Oh, I'm not sure if I'm that good, or is he right? I have to nugget myself through this. My selection's under pressure if I don't get a score. All those sorts of things. But they have this language that they use universally through this side, through all formats. It's about taking the positive and the aggressive option, not the negative one. What they're struggling with is to find that aggressive option in their bowling unit once the new ball is gone. And that has been a problem for them for quite some time, not just now. Rashid just bowling slower and slower balls isn't the answer of getting teams out. That's saying you get out, you make a mistake. And today they needed to bowl a team out. So it wasn't, and Daryl Mitchell decided he wasn't going to make a mistake. And the moment he did that, they put on a partnership of 100 with Bracewell, and the game was over, because they got themselves through that middle period. And so England, he's right, England look a little toothless through that middle period. They kept having to go to Case to try and get a wicket. Overton bowled heavy and hard, but not really with the success that perhaps they need, because it's back of a length. It's back of a length, and it's easy enough to see off when you're defending a smaller total.
Thoughts there of former Black Caps coach and player John Bracewell. We are reflecting on a 4-wicket win for New Zealand over England in the opening one-day international at Bay Oval. England 223 all out. New Zealand 224 for 6 in reply. A 4-wicket win for New Zealand. We'll take a short break here on Sport Nation, and we'll have more analysis, more reaction after the break.
When it comes to New Zealand sports turf, nobody knows it better than PGG Rights and Turf. They've been in the industry for over 40 years, proudly supplying customers right across the country. From stadiums to golf courses, bowling greens to landscaping, even through to revegetation and erosion control, their highly skilled team are well equipped in every aspect of the turf and environmental markets. So, for your next turf project, talk to New Zealand's experts. PGGRightsandTurf.com.
Sport Nation.